One day, the company where Chan worked went bankrupt. Faced with this, he didn't know what to do. He felt confused, angry, sad, desperate, and overwhelmed by a deep sense of uselessness. At that moment, he was trying to call his former boss, but there was no answer. Frustration kept growing inside him. He felt he was on the verge of losing his mind, and wondered why that mommy's boy wouldn't pick up the phone. The anguish was unbearable. 6 weeks had passed since then. Now, Chan was in yet another job interview, but had just been rejected because of his age. After hanging up the phone, he sighed deeply. Not even a part-time job was within reach. It had already been over a month, and he was still unemployed. Bills kept piling up. He knew that after paying the expenses for the current month, he would be left with nothing, and he still had to deal with next month's rent. While walking down the street, feeling discouraged, he passed by a store that caught his attention. It seemed brighter than usual. He wondered if that place had always been there, and since when there was a convenience store at that spot. As he got closer, he noticed a flyer taped to the door, with a message that seemed tailor-made for him. It read, "We are hiring part-time workers. All genders and ages are welcome." Without thinking twice, Chan went in. He went straight to the counter and asked if they were still hiring. The attendant, who looked distracted, seemed a little surprised by the question, as if she didn't even know about the flyer. A moment later, she regained her composure and confirmed that yes, they were hiring. She explained that she herself was the manager of the place. Chan found it curious. She looked like a high school student. The manager was more nervous than he was. She stood up, offered him a drink, and he asked for an espresso. Then she requested his personal information. He introduced himself, Chan, 29 years old, a local resident. When she asked if he had ever worked at a convenience store, he said yes, he had experience. The manager then said he was perfect for the job. His age and experience were exactly what she was looking for. She mentioned that she was older than him, so she felt comfortable speaking more directly. Chan agreed without hesitation, though he still found it hard to believe she was older. Soon after, she explained that the job required a basic one-year contract. The shifts would be at night, from 10 p.m. to 10 a.m. She would cover the rest of the time herself. Chan thought his sleep schedule would be completely turned upside down. The manager also explained that the salary was 20,000 won, but before she could finish, Chan rushed to say he wanted to work there. She was surprised and asked if he didn't want to know more details, but he was direct. He wanted to start immediately. The manager, excited, suggested they sign the contract right away. He agreed, and once everything was settled, he received the uniform. The manager said the training would begin that very day. 3 hours later, she was already getting ready to leave. She warned him that some suppliers might arrive during the night. Chan asked if that was really the usual delivery time, and she explained that it wasn't always only in urgent cases. She added that he would only need to receive the goods, and she would handle the organization the next day. She also warned him about the importance of dealing with suspicious customers carefully. She wanted to be sure he knew how to handle that kind of situation. Chan replied confidently, saying he was already used to dealing with people like that. The manager, satisfied, wished him good luck and left. Chan waved goodbye and thought to himself that he had finally gotten a great opportunity. He could pay the rent. Besides, the pay was excellent, and the manager seemed like a great person. He felt very lucky to have found that job. Excited, he started doing the math. If he worked 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, his weekly pay would be about 1 million won. That meant his monthly salary would range between 6.7 and 8.4 million. In fact, the amount mentioned earlier, 20,000, was not per month, but per hour. He was amazed. Working there for just 1 year would equal the annual salary of a veteran in a major corporation. And with just 1 month of work, he could cover all his expenses. It was a relief. He felt that, at last, his life was back on track. But in the middle of these thoughts, the door opened. A customer walked in. Following the training, Chan greeted him with a welcome. The customer asked where the toothbrushes were. However, Chan froze. He was completely paralyzed. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. Right in front of him stood a man with the head of a chihuahua. The customer with the chihuahua head grew visibly irritated when he realized Chan hadn't answered his question right away. In a loud and impatient voice, he asked why Chan didn't just tell him where the toothbrushes were. Trying to recover, Chan answered that they were at the end of the 4th aisle. The customer snorted, saying he should have said that immediately, and walked away, muttering under his breath. While the dog-headed man examined the toothbrushes, Chan watched from a distance, trying to figure out whether it was some sort of advanced makeup, a hyper-realistic mask, or maybe special effects. Could they be filming something nearby? Everything seemed so real. But before he could come to any conclusion, the man went to the counter with just one item, paid, and, to Chan's surprise, left without taking the change. Chan tried to call him back, but the man just snapped, telling him not to bother and that he could keep the change or do whatever he wanted with it. Then he walked out the door. Alone again, Chan wondered if that counted as a suspicious customer. He still couldn't accept the lifelike appearance of that man. Even the barking he made sounded way too natural. Was this really happening? happening? Soon after, the next customer appeared, carrying an enormous sack full of coins. It wasn't an exaggeration, the sack was stuffed. The small customer, with a somewhat hoarse voice, handed him a coin and asked if Chan could exchange it. But upon looking more closely, Chan froze again. That creature was a real goblin. He couldn't move, couldn't react. Motionless, he slowly turned to the side, grabbed the phone, and called the manager. On the other end of the line, the manager picked up and asked if there was a problem. Chan took a deep breath and answered bluntly, there was a goblin in the store. Sometime later, the goblin left the store grinning, with his money exchanged. Meanwhile, Chan remained in shock. That had definitely not been a dream. He was sure of it. It was a real goblin. And during the time Chan served him, the creature had kept staring at him with that strange expression. In 20 minutes, he had counted exactly 145 coins of 101 and 31 coins of 501. A true test of patience. From the phone, the manager asked if the customer had already left. Chan, still nervous, replied that he thought he was losing his mind. The customer's appearances were absurd. First, a man with the head of a chihuahua who seemed to carry the weight of the world on his shoulders. Then, a goblin who made him exchange about 30,000 won in coins. But the manager, calm as ever, said there was nothing strange about it. She explained that, since the store was right in the middle of the city, that convenience store branch often received large numbers of kobolds and goblins. That's when Chan noticed something odd in what she had said. He stopped and carefully asked, "Boss, did you just say teleportation?" The manager confirmed it as if it were the most natural thing in the world. She said the store had teleportation magic to reach customers more efficiently. That left Chan even more confused, and he questioned whether she was really just a store manager or a mage. She answered naturally that she was both. Chan was stunned to learn that the store was enchanted with teleportation magic. The manager herself had cast the spell. That's why the store existed in several places at the same time. Completely speechless, Chan slowly backed toward the door. The manager tried to reassure him, saying she would explain everything in more detail the next day. When Chan opened the door, he was left gaping. Outside, the scenery was completely different from anything he had ever known. There were creatures of various races: angels, goblins, kobolds, beasts, orcs, minotaurs, zombies, and even robots. He simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. The manager, watching his reaction, joked that he almost looked like someone from another world, and that, if that were true, it would be quite funny. But Chan, still in shock, slowly closed the door and replied, "Boss, I think I really am from another world." "You're right." He explained that, where he came from, there were no other species and no magic. The manager, confused, fell silent, trying to process that. But before they could continue the conversation, they heard loud knocks on the store's door. On the other side of the glass, a very frightening-looking girl was staring intently. Her features terrified Chan. She kept pounding on the door insistently. However, sometime later, everything seemed back to normal. That same customer was now inside the store, shopping like any other person. The manager then revealed that Chan really had crossed over into that world. However, she herself didn't know how it had happened. While she spoke, Chan tried to hide behind the shelves, suspiciously observing every customer. He asked the manager how he should deal with each type of creature. At that moment, a very strange girl began crawling across the floor of the store. She was laughing and muttering something incomprehensible. The manager asked what her physical traits were. Chan replied that she had horns on her head and small bat wings. The manager then said it was just a succubus, and that those creatures weren't particularly dangerous. He didn't need to worry so much. She instructed him to find the curse detector, which was under the counter. She said it would be easy to find because it was a very colorful item. Chan went looking, still doubtful. He thought to himself about what the manager meant by colorful, until he found the object without any difficulty. It was a pink and yellow magic wand, very bright and making loud sounds. He picked up the object, hardly believing what he was seeing, and commented that he had just stumbled upon it, a noisy and flashy toy. The manager, without hesitation, confirmed that was the curse detector. But Chan, unable to hide his disbelief, asked why something so important looked so childish. The manager explained that the curse detector was purposely made to look colorful. According to her, when someone is afflicted by a curse, they usually feel down, sad, and drained. That's why she chose a cheerful design, something that could lift a person's spirits even before the healing began. But, looking at the ridiculously pink and shiny wand, Chan thought it would probably just make anyone even more depressed. The manager explained how to use it. You just had to press it against an exposed area of the client's skin and push the button. At that moment, however, the succubus started climbing over the counter, in a disturbing, almost supernatural way. Chan, desperate, stepped back without knowing what to do. He accidentally pressed the button. A kind of energy beam shot out of the wand, hitting the creature squarely on the forehead. The succubus collapsed to the floor, completely knocked out. Chan froze, holding the wand in his hand as if it were a dangerous weapon. The curse detector, after doing its job, returned to its normal state and began to glow on the little colorful heart. Little by little, he calmed down and walked slowly toward the fallen succubus, trying to see if she was all right. Seeing that she wasn't moving, he feared the worst. He thought he had killed the customer. He called the manager immediately and explained what had happened. She, totally calm, asked if the client had been hit by the detector. Chan confirmed, yes, and quite a lot. The manager said everything was fine, that was exactly how it worked. She asked what color the heart of the wand was glowing. He replied that it was violet, almost purple. The manager then instructed him to get a specific medicine from the shelf above the chewing gum, called homesickness remedy. She explained that he just needed to put 2 pills in the client's mouth and the effect would be immediate. Chan followed the instructions. After a few minutes, the succubus woke up. Still a bit cautious, he kept his distance and asked if she was feeling better. He told her to take the medicine, as it would help her recover faster. When she swallowed the pills, her appearance completely changed and, to Chan's surprise, she was truly beautiful. But the calm didn't last long. Suddenly, she began to feel sick and vomited on the store floor. She vomited a lot. After that, she took a deep breath and said she felt much better now. Chan, impatient, told her that if she was done, she could leave the store. The succubus looked at him with a sad expression and said he was being cold. Even so, she was exhausted. She lay down on the floor, right next to her own vomit. Chan, incredulous, wondered if that was serious. Was she really going to sleep right there? That was when another customer walked in. Upon seeing the scene, he was surprised and asked what was going on. But Chan, trying to stay calm, politely replied, "Welcome, how can I help you?" The customer, without commenting further, asked if they had type 17 blood bags. Later, while the customer was picking up some products from the shelves, Chan called the manager again. He said he would give the succubus her medicine once the new customer left. He also took the chance to ask about the blood bags. The manager informed him that the store only sold up to 15 degrees. Hotter blood bags were not available. She deduced that the customer was probably a vampire, since they were the ones who usually looked for that type of product. She explained that vampires live for a very long time, and therefore always appear young. Because of that, they need to renew their identities frequently. But sometimes they show up with expired documents, usually marked with an X. When that happens, the store uses a magical alarm to verify the authenticity of the documents. A short while later, the vampire approached the counter, carrying a basket full of products. Chan informed him that there were number 17 degrees blood bags. The vampire said that was fine. He would just take what he had already picked out. However, before paying, he also asked for a pack of cigarettes. Chan asked which brand, but the vampire hesitated. He pointed vaguely and kept changing his mind, saying, "That one, no, the other one, maybe this one." That raised suspicion. Chan noticed the customer's behavior was strange. They stared at each other for a few seconds. The vampire began to show signs of nervousness. Suspicious, Chan asked for his ID. The vampire replied that it was being renewed and that he only had his old, already expired one. Chan explained that wasn't a problem. He could still check it, he just needed to confirm the age. The vampire grew irritated, asking why he was making things so complicated, saying that his friends were waiting outside. Finally, he threw the ID on the counter and told him to check it already. Chan picked up the document and examined it carefully. It looked very similar to the models he knew from Korea, but it was clearly expired. There was a stamp with an X marked on it, confirming that it was no longer valid. During the process, Chan noticed something strange. He saw a faint glow around the photo on the ID and was puzzled, wondering what it was. Looking closer, he realized there was a small sticker placed over the original picture. When he peeled it off, rainbow-like sparks scattered in the air, as if magically activated. The glow seemed to come alive and began chasing the vampire, who immediately tried to dodge it. Chan was frozen, just watching as the vampire ran through the store, trying to escape the magical light. Not knowing what to do, the vampire asked what Chan had done, but he replied that it wasn't his fault after all. The ID belonged to the customer himself. After some time, the glow finally disappeared. That's when Chan realized the original photo showed another person. It was clear that the vampire was using a fake identity to try to buy products as if he were of legal age. When he saw this, Chan showed the document to the vampire and said it was illegal identity fraud. He even confirmed with the manager if he was right, and she replied yes, adding that she would call the police. Terrified, the vampire snatched the ID out of Chan's hands and ran out of the store. The manager, surprised, asked if he had really run away, and Chan confirmed that he had. Later, Chan was reorganizing the store. He commented that, as he suspected, the customer was indeed pretending to be someone else. The manager was surprised, since she hadn't heard any alarm. Chan explained that the customer had given him a fake ID with a magical sticker stuck on top. This sticker created an illusion to fool anyone looking at the document. The manager then asked if Chan had noticed this with the naked eye, and he confirmed yes, he had seen something similar before. However, she became suspicious, because in that world IDs were extremely well protected by magical security systems. According to her, forging a document was very difficult, and anyone who managed to do it was highly skilled. Those who used illusion magic for that kind of crime were specialists, and usually it was impossible to detect with the naked eye. Even so, Chan had really managed to spot the trick. He explained that the vampire had looked visibly nervous, which caught his attention. Besides, the sticker had been poorly placed. Still, the manager found it impressive. After that, she suggested that maybe it was time to end Chan's temporary work contract. He was shocked, not understanding why, and thought he had done something wrong. But the manager explained that, in fact, he was doing very well. The problem was something else. Chan was someone from another world, and she was worried something could happen to him because of that. Even so, Chan said he was fine. None of this was overly terrifying for him, and he truly wanted to keep working there. After all, if he lost the job, he wouldn't be able to pay his bills and would end up living on the streets. The manager fell silent for a moment, which made him wonder if he had said something wrong. But soon she agreed, saying he could stay, but warned him not to complain later. Chan commented that she was shouting too much, but asked a favor, that she keep assisting him over the phone. The manager replied yes, since she was already thinking of doing that. Then she asked if he was going to give the succubus the medicine, and he confirmed. He sprinkled a bit of magic powder straight into her mouth as she still slept peacefully, looking like an angel. Soon after, he told the manager over the phone that he had given her the medicine, but so far there was no reaction. The manager explained that she would soon return to normal, but might feel nauseous and maybe even vomit again. She also asked if he thought the succubus looked dizzy or confused, and Chan replied that she didn't seem to be. The manager then suggested that he check if there was still any curse left on her using the curse detector. He followed the instructions, but the wand didn't glow or make any sound. Chan asked if that meant she was unwell, but the manager explained that it wasn't exactly like that. The succubus's condition was a bit peculiar. Suddenly, a loud crash was heard outside. Chan jumped, wondering if a meteor was falling from the sky. He ran to the store's door and, to his surprise, found a real wall made of stacked boxes. He was confused by so many packages. That's when a voice stood out, saying the delivery had arrived. A woman, mounted on a Pegasus, appeared among the boxes. She looked at him and said he was the new temporary worker her sister had mentioned, and that it was a pleasure to meet him. Chan, still stunned, asked for a moment and called the manager on the phone. He said that a woman riding a Pegasus had just arrived with a pile of boxes, and asked if that was the logistics she had mentioned earlier. The manager confirmed that yes, that was Yuna, responsible for the day's delivery. Yunha then formally introduced herself and said that, now that they were properly acquainted, he could step aside. Chan agreed and began opening the store doors. Meanwhile, he handed Yunha a receipt to sign, but got confused with the writing, and asked the manager how to fill it out, since he was still unfamiliar with the language of that world. The manager replied that she would sort it out with Yunha later, and that for now he just needed to sign. Chan then wanted to know what items had arrived. The manager explained that the delivered items included drinks, snacks, and dragon scales, which had been difficult to find, but Yunha had managed to get them. At that moment, she paused and asked if there were no dragons in Chan's world. Upon hearing his confirmation, she concluded that it made sense, since there were no magical species there. She then commented that his world was very backward, which made Chan uncomfortable. He asked her not to say things like that. While they were talking, the succubus began to get up. Chan noticed that she had finally woken up and got ready to calculate the bill. But as she stood, she asked an unexpected question. She wanted to know what love was. Chan thought she was completely out of her mind and decided to call a taxi. Later, with the taxi already stopped in front of the store, Chan helped the succubus inside. She was still a bit drowsy. He handed her card and receipt, but she could barely hold them. The taxi driver asked if she was drunk, and Chan explained that she wasn't. She was just medicated and therefore a little dizzy. He asked him to take her safely. However, before they left, the succubus once again asked what love was. She said that, even after thinking about it, love remained indescribable. Chan reflected for a moment, and answered that love was something one desires but cannot have. The two stared at each other briefly, very close. Embarrassed, Chan corrected himself, and asked her to forget what he had said. The taxi left soon after, leaving Chan tired and hoping never to see that customer again. At last, he believed he would finally have some peace. But that peace didn't last long. Yunha suddenly appeared, almost breaking down the door. Chan was startled and wanted to know what was going on. In a hurry, Yunha said she needed to tell the manager that she was going to return the dragon scales because something was wrong with them. Later, while reorganizing the shelves, Chan noticed that Yunha and the manager had been talking for quite some time. He began to wonder if the problem was more serious than it seemed. It even reminded him of the time when he worked part-time as a waiter, when people argued all the time in the restaurant. He thought that, in this kind of situation, all a part-timer could do was watch in silence and let the superiors handle it. It was then that Yunha approached, holding a phone that now showed the manager in a video call. She wanted to speak with Chan, and asked him to check the dragon scales together with Yunha. Confused, he wanted to know why that was up to him. Still, he entered through the storage door. Upon passing through it, he came across huge staircases, resembling those of a dungeon. He found it all very strange and wondered if he was still in a simple convenience store. The place looked more like a torture chamber. Yunha, seeing his reaction, asked if it was his first time in a place like that. Chan answered yes. She commented that she had also been surprised the first time, but that he would soon get used to it. After all, her sister the manager had a rather peculiar taste. The manager, hearing this, said it was none of anyone's business, but Yunha insisted that it was still bizarre. When they reached the end of the staircase, they entered a room full of boxes. Yunha decided to go in first, since the place was dirty. Meanwhile, Chan told the manager over the phone that he was already in the warehouse and asked what exactly he should do. The manager replied that he just needed to follow her instructions, as she had a plan. As soon as Yunha turned on the light, a disgusting scene was revealed. There was slime spread across the floor and ceiling, and it seemed to be seeping out of the dragon scales. Chan was clearly disgusted. The manager commented that it looked like some dragon scale pus, an accumulation of contaminated magical power. She explained that if the purification process of the scales was poorly done, this kind of thing happened. Still confused, Chan pointed to a structure resembling a turtle shell and asked if that was really a dragon scale. Yunha confirmed. She said she had taken advantage of a low demand period to buy a large quantity, as the price had been very good. But now she realized that the low price came with a problem: the imperfection in purification. Even so, she stated that if they cleaned off the pus around them, well, the scales could still be used. The problem was that the company responsible for purification was already closed, and at that moment, the clock showed 3:12 a.m. The manager said that was precisely why she had called Chan. She asked if he could quickly touch the pus. At that moment, Chan began to rethink every decision he had ever made in life. Yunha scooped up a bit of the slime and offered it for him to touch. The manager assured him it wouldn't bite and said she trusted him, but Chan, terrified, replied that he might catch some disease. To convince him, the manager promised a 100,000 on bonus if he agreed. Faced with the offer, Chan accepted. Trembling and full of fear, he approached, thinking of the money. But, surprisingly, the slime moved away. He tried again, and the slime pulled back once more. He asked if it was alive, but the manager explained that it was just an accumulation of magical power. Still, Yunha agreed that it did seem to be avoiding Chan, though she told him to ignore it and touch it anyway. Chan then gathered his courage, stepped forward, and touched the slime. At once, a magical glow filled the room. Everyone was astonished. The pus was purified instantly. Yunha commented that it happened exactly as her sister had predicted. The manager, however, said it was too soon to celebrate. She asked Chan to use the curse detection wand on the slime. He did so, but the wand didn't shine or make any sound. The manager explained that this was excellent. It meant the purification had been done properly. And then, she revealed her suspicion. Chan had an anti-magic constitution. Yunha summed it up by saying that, in simple terms, magic did not work on his body. The manager said she wanted to have a serious conversation with Chan. She asked if he remembered the moment earlier when they had tested his body and a loud sound was emitted. She explained that this kind of reaction only happened in two cases. The first was when a person had no trace of magical power in their body, which in that world would be extremely dangerous. However, since Chan came from another world, that possibility was unlikely. Therefore, the second hypothesis was more probable. His body had a natural resistance to magic. That was why she had asked him to examine the dragon scales. She told him she would explain everything in more detail once they were back at the store. In the meantime, Chan was confused, trying to process it all. To him, it felt like he was living a story similar to Percy Jackson, discovering he was a demigod. Suddenly, Yunha approached with her hands raised, so forcefully that she cracked the wall beside her. With a slightly forced smile, she asked him for a favor. She wanted him to help purify the scales. When Chan asked if he had to purify all of them, she replied yes, because she thought he had the potential to do it. Meanwhile, the manager was watching him with that pleading look. Even Yunha joined in, making the same pretty please expression. Chan realized he was cornered. He thought he was screwed and resigned, said he would do it but only if he got direct instructions. The manager thanked him and said the method was simple. Yunha pointed to a hole in the wall and explained that all he had to do was stick his arm inside. But Chan backed away, saying it looked dangerous. Even with Yunha's insistence, he said he didn't have the courage. The manager then promised him a good bonus if he did it. Immediately, Chan changed his mind. He thought of the money and agreed to do it for the bonus. Disgusted, he approached the hole and stuck his arm in. He realized it was much deeper than it seemed. Yunha asked if he was okay, and he replied yes, but he felt something sucking on his arm. When she tried to pull him back, a magical glow began to spread. The purification was working. Little by little, all the pus began to disappear. After some time, the scale was completely clean and the entire room free of slime. Chan pulled himself together and commented that everything had been so chaotic. He thought to himself that all of this had happened on his very first day of work. Yunha then asked him to get off her, as he had fallen on her without realizing it. He apologized and asked if she was okay. She said yes and asked how the scales were. Chan grabbed the curse detection wand and checked. There was no reaction at all. Yunha was relieved, saying the purification had worked perfectly, and thanked him deeply. She said that thanks to him, they had avoided a huge loss for the store. Yunha's Pegasus also praised Chan, saying he had done an excellent job. She added that this kind of problem wouldn't happen again. When Chan asked if she didn't come every day, she explained that dealing with magical deliveries was complicated. She also told him he could stop treating her so formally, since she was younger than him. Meanwhile, the manager watched the conversation from afar with a satisfied smile. Before leaving, Yunha put on her glasses, said goodbye, and mounted her Pegasus. When Chan looked up at the sky, he saw that dawn was already breaking. Right after, another customer appeared in the store. She seemed in a hurry and said she needed to catch a bus. She paid quickly, didn't even take her change, and ran off with the products. Soon after, a line of very strange customers began to form. After a few hours, Chan was already exhausted. All he wanted was to lie down and sleep for an eternity. That was when the manager sent a message asking if he wasn't sleepy. He lied, saying he was fine. She told him she was on her way to pay him, but wanted to know if he was really okay, because she thought he must be worn out after such an intense night. At that moment, the doorbell rang, as if someone had entered. Chan looked, but didn't see anyone. He thought the person had slipped out quietly. He went back to his phone until he realized someone had called out to him. Looking again, he saw a very small child. She politely asked if he had colored paper. She also wanted scissors and other school supplies. Chan said yes, but explained that the items were on a very high shelf. He was about to help, but the girl insisted she could reach them on her own. Chan watched curiously. He thought the child was very clever, though quite pale, almost albino. Strangely, he even thought she looked a little reptilian. The girl tried to reach the items but failed and began to cry. Chan quickly rushed over, grabbed the colored paper and scissors, and handed them to her carefully. She thanked him very politely, calling him uncle. Chan still wondered if she might be from some reptilian race. Joking to himself, he thought that if she got angry and breathed dragon fire, she might destroy the whole store. But soon she looked at the scissors and said she couldn't buy them, because she only had 5,000 ons. The amount wasn't enough. Chan noticed that she was only 100 ons short of being able to buy the scissors. He offered to cover the difference, but the girl firmly refused. She said her mother had taught her never to accept money from strangers. Curious, Chan asked what she needed the materials for. The girl explained that Mother's Day was coming, and she wanted to make a good present. She had just learned about the holiday in kindergarten, and since she always got something from her mother on Children's Day, she thought it was only fair to do the same for her now. The girl's sincerity moved Chan. He suggested that she make origami instead of cutting the paper, but the girl said that was exactly the problem. Her hands weren't normal. She showed him her sharp claws, explaining that if she used even a little force, she would rip the paper. Chan then understood. With those claws, origami really was impossible. Even if he bought the scissors for her, she wouldn't accept them. And since it was a surprise gift for her mother, she couldn't rely on direct help. That was when Chan had an idea. He decided to lend her the scissors. He took out a sheet of paper decorated with flowers and explained that she could cut and paste the colored paper onto it. The girl thanked him enthusiastically. While she worked, he watched her in silence. He thought it had become something special. Maybe if he had to step out for a moment, she would still be there. But he also thought it was dangerous for such a small child to be alone for so long. He imagined she must live nearby. Chan knew the manager would show up soon and wondered what she would say when she saw them. At that moment, the little girl ran to a shelf, grabbed a chocolate bar, and asked how much it cost. Chan replied, it was 2,000 ons. She wanted to buy it. He rang up the item. She paid the exact amount, and he told her she could eat it now. To Chan's surprise, the little girl broke the chocolate in half and offered him a piece. She said they could eat it while they worked. He refused, saying the candy was hers and, since she was younger, she should keep the bigger share. But the girl argued that he was the adult, so he should eat more, although her mother had told her that if she ate too much chocolate, her teeth would rot and fall out. Chan wondered to himself if his teeth might suffer the same fate, but in the end, he gave in. The girl insisted so much that he couldn't resist. The two of them ate together, sharing that small moment of peace. It was then that the manager arrived, greeting them with a good morning, and commenting that he must be exhausted. With his mouth full of chocolate, Chan grew nervous nervous when he saw her, and stammered a clumsy good morning in reply. She then asked who the little girl was. Chan quickly explained that he had lent her the scissors because she hadn't had enough money to buy them, and he thought that would be faster. But the girl was taking a bit longer than expected. The manager understood the situation. She remarked that the child seemed shy, which Chan thought was normal for her age. But then the manager revealed something surprising. That little girl was actually a dragon, a pure-blood dragon. She explained that dragons spend 3 years growing inside an egg before being born. During that time, along with the body, a special organ develops, the horn. This horn serves as a detector of magical power. The problem is that young dragons struggle to handle it. They see people's magical power as colors, but they don't yet have the experience to distinguish what is dangerous from what is harmless. That's why they shouldn't rely only on the horn to judge someone's character. That's something they learn with life. For this reason, dragon parents are extremely protective, especially of pure-blood dragons, who are very rare. Just then, the little dragon girl appeared happily, saying she had finished the flower. The manager praised her work, but she hid behind Chan, which left the manager a little offended. She crouched down and gently explained that Chan needed to go home and rest, since he had worked all night. She asked if the girl could come back another day. The dragon girl looked at Chan, who smiled and said he would keep what she had made, and that she could come back whenever she wanted. She asked if that was true, and the manager confirmed, saying she would always be welcome. The little girl thanked them warmly, calling Chan uncle, and the manager aunt. The manager, however, was indignant and asked her to please call her big sis instead of aunt. Chan, noticing her embarrassment, thought it best not to bring up anything related to age around his boss. The dragon girl said goodbye and left. As soon as she was gone, the manager locked the door, saying it was time to prepare everything so Chan could go home and rest. She asked him to grab an item from the cabinet, pointing to a door in the front. Still confused, Chan went to the indicated spot and found a desk globe, the kind with a world map. He looked at it and wondered what he was supposed to do with a globe. The manager then explained, it wasn't just decoration, it was the teleportation machine. It was with that device that the store moved to different places. Chan was impressed by what he was seeing. The manager explained that the teleportation machine was her own creation, something unique to the store. However, she warned him that although she had already set limits on the possible areas for transportation, if it were used incorrectly, it could send someone to a completely random place. Chan said he would remember that, but she assured him that the operation was simple. All he had to do was type the desired address on the machine's screen. A little hesitant, Chan began typing. The manager warned him that if she typed it in herself, the destination might not work, since they could end up in a world completely different from his. Chan then asked how she had managed before. She explained that the most important thing for teleportation to succeed was having clear information and strong willpower. If the person didn't genuinely desire to go to a certain place, the teleportation would simply fail. Since she knew nothing about Chan's world, it would be useless for her to try on her own. That's why he had to be the one to operate the machine. Chan, however, remembered that the manager herself had once said that magic didn't work on his body, so he asked if it would still work, but she told him to trust her. She was sure it would. Seeing how confident she was, Chan felt a little more reassured and decided to give it a try. He typed in the address and focused. The manager explained that he needed to will himself to return home. He had to think very strongly about it. It could be a good or bad memory, as long as it was a powerful one. He then thought of his world. Even though it had been cruel and he'd been betrayed by the company he worked for, it was still the place where he'd lived happy moments. He remembered his childhood games and found it ironic how that place, full of contradictions, was still what he called home. When he opened his eyes, the manager told him he could step outside and see the result for himself. Chan opened the store doors and was stunned. He recognized the neighborhood immediately. He was back in Korea. It was real. He had been teleported from one world to another in a matter of seconds. The manager observed his reaction and commented that now she was certain of something. Chan was able to control his own anti-magic constitution. When he purified the scales that other day, he had focused strongly on wanting to succeed. If magic truly didn't affect him at all, he wouldn't have been able to do it. But he had, and that proved his thoughts directly influenced the effectiveness of magic. Shocked, Chan asked if she had really made him deal with that disgusting pus based only on a hypothesis. The manager casually replied that yes, she had, and she added that, in the end, that experience had proven he was capable of controlling his magical resistance whenever he wanted. Maybe that was the very reason he had found the store in the first place. Because he truly wanted a job, the store appeared. She said she still needed to observe him a little longer. Then she handed him the payment for the day's work and a sleeping potion so he could rest. And so, Chan went back home to his small apartment. As he entered, he thought tiredly that he was back to that life. He was home. He remembered he had to work at night, so he decided to set an alarm. But when he looked at the potion, he thought his boss had been quite considerate in preparing it for him. Still, he wondered whether it would really work. He concluded that, since it had been made by his boss, it probably would. The only problem was that, if he slept too much, he might not hear the alarm, so he decided to take just a single drop of the potion. When he opened his eyes, it was already nighttime. He had woken up exactly when the alarm went off. It really worked, and it was strong. Stretching lazily, Chan made his way to the store, satisfied with the good sleep. He still wondered whether the store would actually be there when he arrived, and to his surprise it was, in the exact same place. Now, he was sure this wasn't just a dream, but he still wondered why only he could see this store. At that moment, he noticed there was a customer inside. It was a bald man with a shiny head, trying to bargain with the manager. The man wanted to return the empty bottle of a drink he had bought in order to get a discount. The manager, clearly already irritated, refused. The man, who was an albino elf, insisted, saying he could drink it quickly and return the bottle right away to get the discount. He even asked if he could drink it inside the store. Watching the scene, Chan wished all of this were just a dream. The manager, firm, repeated that drinking inside the convenience store was forbidden. Rules were rules. The man complained that the rules were kinda weird, but she explained that, according to the law, convenience stores were classified as restaurants, and for that reason, drinking outside was also prohibited. He would have to buy it and drink it at home. The manager was surprised to see Chan and asked when he had arrived. He replied that he had just shown up. Still, she wanted to know why he had come earlier than usual. Before he could answer, the bald customer started scolding him, asking who he thought he was to interrupt their conversation. Chan explained that he was an employee at the store, but the man got even more annoyed, saying that even if he was just an employee, he still had the nerve to talk to a customer like that. He accused Chan of looking down on him for being an elf. Confused, Chan asked where he had gotten that idea, but the elf started yelling, saying it was discrimination. He threw himself on the floor, making a scene, and screamed that he was being looked down on, that it was racism, that he was very hurt. Completely unsure of what to do, Chan calmly asked him to stop, saying that kind of behavior was dangerous. Meanwhile, the manager, already out of patience, stood behind the counter wishing she could disappear. Unable to take it anymore, she pressed the emergency button to call the police. Sometime later, the police had arrived. The bald elf was being taken away by a police officer who was also an elf. She wanted to confirm what had happened, and asked if it was true that he had refused to pay full price for the drink, and had thrown a tantrum, pretending to be discriminated against. The manager confirmed it and said she could show the security camera footage. When the officer went to the security room, she said she would check it by herself. As soon as she entered, Chan commented that the elves in that world were very different from the elves he knew. The manager, curious, asked how they were depicted in his world. Chan explained that, to him, elves had always been beautiful, magical, majestic, and noble figures. He had always seen them as elevated beings. The manager agreed, saying they really had been like that but before the war. Then she began to explain what had happened in that world. Decades ago, science had advanced greatly. Many artifacts and technologies were created that made life easier for all species. These advances were driven by humans, and many other races embraced this new era of comfort and development. However, this progress required the construction of many cities, which destroyed vast natural areas. The elves, for living in harmony with nature, did not accept the destruction of their home. They rejected human progress, and with that, a war began. The manager explained that elves had always been deeply connected to nature, and therefore could not allow it to be destroyed. They started rebelling, destroying factories and cities. Other species had to choose a side, stay with the humans and the advance of science, or side with the elves and protect nature. In the end, most chose to support the humans. Even so, the number of elves was so large that the war dragged on for a long time. After many battles and losses, a peace treaty was finally established, but the consequences were severe. The numbers of both humans and elves were drastically reduced. Since then, the surviving elves had suffered much discrimination. Although this had lessened in recent times, it was still a reality. The manager remarked that probably even that elf policewoman had had to struggle a lot to secure a position like that. For this reason, she advised Chan to treat elf customers well. He asked if even those who behaved like that man should be treated kindly. The manager replied no, people like that didn't deserve it. If they yelled at him or insulted him, he could throw them out without guilt. Chan then commented that it was about time she went to rest, since she had already worked too much. The manager replied that she would leave as soon as the police officer returned. At that moment, the officer appeared and said she had already checked everything. The manager said she was leaving too and that they could talk on the way. As the two walked away, Chan took over the store. The manager still said goodbye and asked him to call her if anything happened, and the officer thanked him for his cooperation. Chan replied politely, saying that he was the one who should be thankful. Right after that, he leaned his head on the counter, completely exhausted. He thought to himself how tired he was, and that this was only his second day of work. He would still have to get used to that new routine. At that moment, a new customer entered the store. It was Chihuahua Head, who asked why Chan had his head down and wasn't attending to him. Sighing inwardly, Chan thought this was yet another customer he wished he could kick out, but he pulled himself together and asked if the man was looking for something specific. The man replied that he wanted toothpaste. Chan then said it was in the same place as yesterday, next to the toothbrushes. Chihuahua looked at Chan suspiciously and asked why he was talking like that, as if working lazily. He demanded proper explanations. Chan calmly stood up and said he would show him the way to the product. Chihuahua replied that this was better. Then Chan guided him to the shelf and pointed out the toothpaste options. When they got there, Chihuahua asked which one was the best. Not knowing how to answer, Chan said he didn't know. The customer was outraged, questioning how someone who worked there could not know something so simple. Chan thought this customer was very bossy, but tried to remain calm. Looking more closely at one of the packages, he noticed a promotion. Buy 2, pay for 1. He pointed it out, trying to help. Chihuahua replied that he didn't need 2, but Chan explained that he would still benefit if he took the offer. The customer thought for a moment and decided to take that one after all. Chan rang up the items at the register and offered him a bag. At that moment, Chihuahua also grabbed a candy, saying he would take it. Chan pointed out that the candy was also on promotion, 2 for the price of 1. He suggested picking up another one, but Chihuahua replied that he didn't want 2 and said Chan could keep the other one. He handed over the money and left, saying he was going. Chan, surprised, asked if he could really keep the candy. The customer said yes, that he didn't care, and told him to just take it. Watching him leave, Chan thought that it had been a kind gesture, though done in a rather aggressive way. He also realized that Chihuahua probably worked nearby and would therefore be a frequent customer. Sighing, he prepared himself to deal with this new reality. Right after, another customer entered the store. To Chan's surprise, it was the same succubus from the other day. He felt a little nervous seeing her. She seemed calmer and jokingly asked if they happened to sell resignation letters too. Still cautious, Chan immediately called the manager, informing her that the succubus had returned. The manager asked how she seemed, and Chan replied that she looked like she had been drinking a little, but she wasn't aggressive. She seemed much better than last time. Even so, the manager suggested he use the curse detector to confirm her condition. Chan agreed, though still reluctant. He wondered if he should really do it, afraid she might snap again. But then he remembered the bonus, and the thought of the money convinced him. He carefully approached her and politely explained that, to remain in the store, he needed to check her condition. He asked if she agreed, and she said yes. Chan thanked her for her understanding. Before he could do anything, she took the initiative and said she was embarrassed about what had happened the previous day. She apologized. Chan asked if she was referring to the fact that she had vomited, and she became even more embarrassed, asking him not to mention it. She said she had been completely out of control at that moment because she had drunk too much. Even so, she wasn't trying to justify herself, she just wanted to apologize. She explained that work stress had contributed to it. Curious, Chan asked what kind of job could overwhelm her that much. The succubus replied that she worked at a pharmaceutical company and that, at the moment, she was involved in developing a love potion. Chan found it strange, thinking that this kind of potion was something for mages, but she explained that when it came to love potions, succubi were specialists. Since they were naturally seductive and captivating, due to their nature being tied to love, they were the most suited for that kind of work. She told him that many succubi had similar jobs, some in pharmaceutical companies, others as psychiatrists, since they usually dealt well with emotional and romantic matters. Even so, she admitted that she was doing very poorly at her job. Once again, she apologized for the way she had acted the day before. Chan thought that the succubi in this world were very different from what he had imagined, and that, in fact, they seemed to be good people. Still, he asked why she was thinking about resigning if the job seemed to suit her so well. She replied that she had never dated anyone in her life. She didn't know what love was. How could she develop a potion based on something she didn't understand? Shocked, Chan asked if she, being a succubus, had really never been in a relationship. She explained that she had always been very focused on her studies and had never had time for love. She said she had lived a lonely life and, because of that, didn't know what it meant to love, and that this made her job even more difficult. She then asked what love was, but quickly concluded that perhaps it wasn't a question that could be answered with words. She said the job no longer made sense to her, and that she had decided to quit. Chan realized that this was a huge problem, and saw how distressed she was about the situation. He tried to cheer her up, saying that everyone struggles in their first job, and that this shouldn't be seen as a bad thing, but rather as a life experience. The succubus revealed that, in fact, she had come to the store because she remembered something Chan had said that day in the taxi. He had said that love was something we want but cannot have. Chan commented that he had only said that thoughtlessly, without much meaning behind it. Even so, she said she was struck by those words. She explained that she was used to hearing that love was easy, joyful, or painful, but she had never heard such a unique and complex definition. Then, looking at him sincerely, she asked, "Do you know what love is? What do you think love is?" Chan was beginning to feel dazzled by the soft glow emanating from the succubus's presence. He felt nervous, but he was honest. He said he didn't understand much about love, and that, to be frank, he had never dated anyone. She was surprised and asked why. He replied that the answer was written all over his face. He said, he just looked boring. They stayed silent for a moment, just staring at each other, until Chan turned away, wishing inwardly that the customer would give up on the conversation and just leave. He was starting to feel uncomfortable, but to his surprise, shortly after, she appeared holding a notebook and a pen. She said she wanted to interview him something simple and confidential. She assured him that whatever was shared there would stay there. It was just about answering a few questions. Chan thought that maybe he wasn't the best person for that. He was 29 years old and had never been in a relationship. That embarrassed him, so he tried to change the subject. He suggested that, instead of interviewing others, maybe she should try entering a real relationship herself. He admitted it was a little embarrassing to say that, but he commented that with her looks and her way of being, she could easily find someone. He asked if she had never been in such a situation. She replied that yes, she had had opportunities, but always ran away because she felt scared. She explained that she had dedicated herself so much to her studies to get that job at the pharmaceutical company, and that she had read many books, talked to many people, and all of them said that love was something wonderful but also invisible, changing from person to person. She confessed that she often wondered and worried, what if real love was different from what she expected? That thought made her afraid. That was why she always ended up running away. She found it ironic, even sad, a succubus afraid of love. Chan said he didn't think it was strange. In fact, he believed that people were always afraid of what they couldn't see or understand, and that included feelings. Love, to him, was the most difficult and complex feeling of all, and since her work was tied to love, maybe the best approach was to deal with it more lightly. She didn't immediately understand what he meant by deal with it lightly, so Chan explained. He said that, in her opinion, love was something grand and untouchable, but he thought differently. He explained that, even without having dated, he observed a lot of what happened around him. For example, he had a very close friend who was now married. Before, when he was still dating, everything was new, exciting, full of love, anxiety, and expectation. But after marriage, the relationship changed. The two began to argue frequently, facing many problems. That friend even once said he regretted getting married because the relationship had completely transformed. The succubus remarked that maybe that friend was just very different from his partner. Chan agreed, saying he thought so too. His friend used to say he liked the time when everything was still new, when they were just getting to know each other. Chan concluded that, by observing this, he realized that love changes all the time, depending on the situation. And if something changes so much, maybe it isn't that grand, untouchable thing people make it out to be. To him, love was a mixture of many emotions, and precisely because of that, it should be approached more lightly. Even so, he warned that love could also be dangerous. When she asked what he meant by that, he explained that there were two types of dangerous emotions tied to love. The first was one-sided love, when someone loves too much a person who doesn't return that feeling. The second was obsessive love, like in cases where people develop fixations on someone who doesn't even know they exist. He said those situations weren't dangerous for the other person, but for the one who loved, because when feelings aren't reciprocated, it can cause immense pain. He reinforced then that in his view, love should only exist when it is mutual. There must be reciprocity. If not, it cannot be called love. He advised her to be careful with those kinds of unbalanced feelings. While listening to everything, the succubus took notes. She thought that maybe she would never be able to enter a true relationship because she saw herself as someone frustrated and confused. But Chan said that she definitely could. He told her she was a very attractive person, and although it sounded rude to say, he believed that if she asked any man out, it would be hard for someone to refuse. It was then that he realized what he had just said, and embarrassed, apologized. But the succubus said she wasn't offended. On the contrary, she thought it was nice to talk to someone who had also never been in a relationship and had been single all his life. Those words, though meant kindly, hurt Chan a little, but he pretended not to mind. Changing the subject, he asked if she didn't have to go to work. She looked at the clock and said yes, that the bus would soon arrive. Before leaving, she sincerely thanked him for everything he had said. Chan replied that it was nothing, and that he hoped he had truly helped. On a gentle impulse, he took the little chocolate he had received from Chihuahua and gave it to her. He said it was to bring a little more lightness to her workplace. Maybe, with a sweet like that, her day would become less stressful. Before leaving, the succubus thanked Chan for the conversation, but asked, with some hesitation, if she could come back another day to talk to him again. Already in the morning, when the manager arrived at the store, she asked if Chan had really allowed the succubus to return. She then warned that this kind of creature could easily develop an obsession, which might cause problems. Chan thought about it and silently agreed. The manager reinforced that he needed to be more careful with such situations. Right after, the manager mentioned that the little dragon girl also hadn't shown up that day. Chan replied that he was aware, but explained that she still had a lot to prepare for the gift she wanted to make. In the middle of the conversation, they heard a loud noise outside, as if something metallic had hit the ground. Worried, they ran to see what had happened. In front of the store, they found a robot who had fallen with his bicycle. The manager quickly approached and asked if he was okay. The robot said yes and thanked her for the concern, even though he had caused a loud noise with the fall. The manager wanted to know what had caused the accident, and the robot explained that it was an unexpected situation. The pedal had suddenly stopped working. Looking more closely, Chan noticed that the bike's chain had slipped off the gears. He explained that it probably happened because the chain had gotten tangled, which kept the pedal from working. Carefully, he crouched down and put the chain back in place, fixing the bicycle. When he finished, he said it was ready. The manager and the robot were impressed with Chan's skill. The manager commented that he was very talented with that kind of thing, and Chan, a little embarrassed, said he only knew how to do it because he rode bikes a lot when he was a child. The robot, very grateful, handed Chan a business card and said that if he ever needed his services, he could call him. He introduced himself as a specialist in eliminating monstrous creatures and insisted that, out of gratitude, he would offer his services completely free of charge. Chan tried to politely refuse, but the robot insisted, saying it was the least he could do. After waving goodbye, the robot left, pedaling away. The manager then looked at Chan and said he should already be home resting because the next day would be very tough. She reminded him that tomorrow was Friday, the famous TGIF, and that if he didn't rest well that night, he would probably die of exhaustion at work. Chan sighed and agreed. Indeed, Friday was the worst day of the week for someone working at a convenience store. That day was known as the craziest of the week, when people let loose everything they had bottled up over the last 5 days. And how did they do that? With alcohol, of course. And because of that, convenience stores were filled with customers completely different from usual. By night, the store was crowded. One man held a bottle of soju, while another ate chips sitting on the floor. There was also someone acting like Elvis Presley, singing loudly, and a figure with huge wings danced among the aisles. Chan, standing behind the counter, watched everything in silence and wondered why he had taken that job. Patiently, he picked up the bottle of soju and a bag of chips, and reminded them that, even drunk, customers had to pay before consuming. Everyone began apologizing and organizing themselves, until a familiar figure walked into the store asking for help. It was Appia, the same woman who had already thrown herself on him before. Chan was caught off guard but managed to hold her firmly. While the other customers looked on in shock, she said something about finally becoming a swan. Chan, trying to stay calm, simply asked her politely not to do that inside. However, before he could resolve the situation, another loud noise shook the store. A minotaur suddenly appeared and stormed in, breaking the glass door with his horns. A piece of the door was stuck to him as he looked around, confused, asking where he was. Chan slowly stood up and looked at the destruction. The minotaur asked what he had just smashed this time. Completely stunned, Chan thought that he had just destroyed the store's entrance, mentally calling him a damned steakhead. Later, the manager called to check if Chan was still alive. Exhausted, he begged for help, but the manager said she couldn't even stand up either, since the day had been terrible for her as well. She said a goblin had tried to split his payment across several cards, and meanwhile, other customers had started fighting in line. She said customers were especially strange that night. Chan realized that she had suffered a lot that day too, but unfortunately, he would have to deal with everything on his own now. Even so, the manager asked if he was really okay, since he sounded exhausted on the phone. Chan looked at the store entrance, where he had improvised a new door out of cardboard. When she asked if something serious had happened, he replied yes. The minotaur had completely destroyed the store's door. The manager, worried, asked if Chan had been hurt by the broken glass. He said no, he was completely fine. He even commented that he had gotten the minotaur's contact, who had promised to pay for the damages. In the meantime, he had to improvise a temporary solution to cover the store's entrance. Chan remained silent for a few moments, thinking he was about to be scolded. He assumed the manager was furious, since she was also keeping quiet. However, she only mentioned that there was a tool he could use. She said she had been thinking about it recently and would prepare the item as soon as possible. Chan tried to refuse, saying he didn't need it, but the manager explained that every species in that world possessed some kind of magical power, some stronger, some weaker. Moreover, each one reacted differently to magic and had its own unique physical traits. For example, elves lived for a long time and kept a youthful appearance, while succubi were naturally captivating. She explained that, because of this, Chan was at risk. After all, that world was completely different from the one he came from. Fortunately, he had a natural constitution that resisted magic, but that didn't make him immune to extreme powers. That's why the tool would be an additional protection, designed especially for him. A little embarrassed, Chan accepted. He said he trusted her. The manager promised to prepare it as soon as possible and suggested that he continue working as usual. Chan already knew she was a good person, but at that moment, he realized how much she genuinely cared about him, even though he was only a part-time employee. He even thought about inviting her to dinner someday, as a way to thank her. Right after, another customer arrived. He asked for a pack of cigarettes behind the counter and also requested help with something else. When it came time to pay, Chan noticed a scar on the man's face and accidentally commented on it out loud. Realizing what he had done, he quickly apologized, feeling a little embarrassed. The man replied that it was fine. He said it was rare to see that kind of scar nowadays and that curiosity was normal. He was a kobold with a mature appearance, and one of his ears looked as if it had been partially bitten by something. Even so, he kept a gentle smile on his face. After paying, he asked if he could rest there for a while. Chan replied yes, of course. He thought that this was the first polite and calm customer he had encountered in his time working at the store. The kobold stepped aside and started fiddling with his phone, while Chan observed him. By the way he was dressed, he seemed like someone who worked in an office, even at that late hour. Chan was only guessing, until the kobold called him back into the conversation, asking if he was following the stock market. Chan said no, and the kobold explained that he wasn't either. In fact, he was using his phone for another job, driving. He revealed that he was a rideshare driver, more specifically a kind of chauffeur. Out on the streets, traffic was completely jammed at that moment, which worried him a little. Still, the atmosphere inside the store was calm, and Chan finally felt at peace. No new customers came in, and he began to enjoy that moment of quiet at work. But the calm didn't last long. The kobold approached again and showed him the map on his phone, asking if Chan knew what location that was. He answered no, since he had only recently started working at that store and didn't know the area very well yet. The kobold thanked him anyway and commented that he wasn't too familiar with the neighborhood either. Then he asked how Chan's experience had been so far. Chan replied that it was going well until the previous day, when the Minotaur destroyed the glass door. The kobold then understood what had happened when he opened the makeshift door earlier. Suddenly, a loud noise from the street interrupted their conversation. A car accident had just occurred. It involved an unlucky kobold and two orcs, who were now in the middle of a nasty fight. They hurled insults at each other, arguing about who had illegally bought their driver's license. Meanwhile, the other kobold, the victim of the accident, stood frightened by the car. Many people stopped to see what was happening. Chan and the kobold in the store also watched, bewildered. The fight escalated quickly. The two orcs were already rolling on the ground, one trying to put the other in a headlock. A passerby casually commented, as if it were normal, "Ah, the orcs again." Chan wondered if that really was common in such a strange world. The kobold beside him also seemed uneasy, and remarked that this must be bad for business, since it would probably drive customers away from the store. Chan agreed with the kobold, saying it really was bad for the store, but there wasn't much he could do. The fight between the orcs seemed endless and wasn't helping at all. At that moment, a werewolf began to approach, and with a firm voice, told the young men to stop with that senseless fight. He said it was good to see two orcs so full of energy, but it was time to put an end to the mess. One of the orcs, irritated, asked what that old wolf was doing there, and told him to stop interfering. Without another word, the werewolf gathered strength in his fist, and landed a punch so strong that the first orc fainted instantly. The people around, who had already been recording the fight, were completely shocked by the scene. The second orc, incredulous, said the other had passed out with just one punch. He then charged at the werewolf, but the latter dodged with ease and, with a well-placed kick to the opponent's neck, took him down immediately. After that, the werewolf called the kobold involved in the accident, who was still very shaken, and told him he could now call the police and the insurance company. The kobold thanked him, relieved. When the werewolf returned to the store, Chan asked what he used to do before becoming a chauffeur, and also what his species was exactly. He replied that he was a werewolf, but it was hard to tell since there was no full moon that night. He further explained that, before working as a driver, he had done many things, but was now retired. Chan was impressed. He thought the guy was really cool, and believed that, with those scars and the way he fought, he certainly wasn't an ordinary person. Before the werewolf left, he thanked Chan for letting him rest a bit inside the store. Chan, however, asked him to wait a moment, and inquired if he had a business card or something similar, since many drunk customers showed up there. He said his services would be very useful, and besides that, if he ever needed a chauffeur, he would like to call him. The werewolf felt honored and handed Chan a card. After he left, Chan looked at the card, which seemed very ordinary, without any strange magic like he had seen before. He thought that the werewolf really didn't seem like a scammer. On the contrary, he was someone trustworthy and very kind. Soon after, another customer entered the store. He was wearing Crocs and was accompanied by a little dog. When he saw the animal, Chan warned him that pets weren't allowed inside the store. The customer, who was a pufferfish, insisted, saying that his baby was well behaved, wouldn't cause trouble, and would stay quiet. He said it would only be for a little while, and after buying what he needed, he would leave. Chan, a little reluctant, ended up allowing it, but made it clear it would only be for a few minutes. While the pufferfish wandered through the store, Chan received a message from the manager, asking about the equipment she was developing for him. She wanted to know if he had any preference. Chan thought about it and replied yes, he wanted a giant squeegee to help with cleaning. The manager was surprised by the request but agreed. He added that he trusted her, and would be be grateful for anything she made. A little later, the pufferfish returned to the counter with some beers and also asked for cigarettes. When he tried to pay by card, the payment was declined. The limit had been exceeded. The pufferfish said this was a problem, since he had no other card with him and hadn't brought his phone either. With no alternatives, he claimed the only option was to leave his little dog there with Chan and go home to get the card. He asked Chan to take care of the animal for a few minutes. Chan was in shock. He thought, is he really going to leave the dog with me? What kind of owner does that? It was very strange to entrust your pet to a complete stranger. The pufferfish, however, acted naturally, said the dog was well behaved, that he didn't bite, and left calmly, without any hurry. Chan stared at the little dog for a few seconds, then crouched down and petted him. He said that life must be hard, having an owner like that, and commented that if the dog could talk, he would probably have a lot to complain about. That's when the dog replied that in fact, he did have something to say. He just didn't know if he should say it out loud. Chan fell back in shock and froze. The dog casually asked if it was okay to talk to him that way. Still stunned, Chan asked if he really could speak. The dog confirmed, as if it were the most normal thing in the world, and asked if there was any problem with that. Still trying to process what was happening, Chan asked why he hadn't said anything in front of his owner. If he had spoken earlier, maybe all of this could have been avoided. The dog explained that he normally didn't talk, especially in front of his owner. The reason was that his owner hated his voice, which was very high-pitched. Once, he even threatened to have surgery to remove his vocal cords if he ever spoke again. Chan thought that man was truly horrible. While petting the dog, Chan asked his name and age. The dog introduced himself as Puppy and said he was 2 years old. Chan found him very mature for his age, but Puppy explained that this was common in his breed, since dogs matured very quickly. In dog years, he was already considered an adult. Chan admitted he didn't know much about dogs, but asked if Puppy had ever met another dog that could talk. Puppy said no. He explained that he saw other dogs happily barking alongside their owners, but none of them talked to him. Because of that, he started to think that maybe all dogs could talk, but chose to stay silent out of fear, just like him. Maybe they were also afraid of losing their vocal cords. A little insecure, Puppy asked if he was weird. Chan replied that he wasn't sure, since he didn't know much about dogs. Still, he said that everybody loved dogs, and that there were even people who took their pets on airplane trips. Puppy got excited at the thought, saying he would love to do that. Chan then asked if it was normal for his owner to treat him that way, like an object. Puppy hesitated a little, and said he didn't really like to talk about it, since he felt tired just thinking about it. He explained that his owner often argued with his wife because of him, and that whenever he drank, he acted strange. Even so, the man still fed him and gave him a place to sleep, so he endured it. However, Puppy admitted he had already considered leaving his owner behind. Chan suggested that he should simply talk to the man, but Puppy remembered the threat he had received and asked, "And what about my vocal cords?" Chan explained that the owner had probably said that without believing, he could really talk. Still, he admitted that the man had a terrible temper. Running away would be a hard choice, since the life of a stray dog was very complicated. That's why the best way out would be to try talking and improve their relationship. Puppy liked the idea and said he could try. Chan mentioned that the owner had said he would be back in 10 minutes, but it had already been hours. Puppy confirmed, saying he was used to waiting a long time. Then, Puppy wanted to clear up one last doubt. He asked what castration was. Chan was startled by the question and didn't know how to react. Puppy explained that he had heard the owner talking about it with his wife and wanted to understand better. Chan then explained that, in this generation where many people have pets at home, castration is a common procedure. It helps prevent cancer, tumors, and, in the case of females, breast and ovarian cancer. Many owners do it to keep their animals healthy. However, it's not mandatory. Some prefer to allow their dogs to have puppies and form families, as a choice made out of love for their pets. While listening, Puppy was horrified. He said he didn't want to go through that surgery at all. He would rather die than lose his little balls. He began to wonder if he was being punished for something he had done. Had he stolen food from other dogs, peed or pooped on his owner's bed? Chan tried to calm the dog down, saying it wasn't a punishment. But Puppy insisted he stop saying that. He swore he would never let them take his balls away. Then he asked if Chan would accept castration surgery if it were with him. Chan, surprised, answered that of course he wouldn't. Puppy then said that made sense. Nobody would want to go through that. It was terrible. Very terrible. Was that really his fate? He hadn't even met a partner yet. He dreamed of starting a family, but now felt that dream was over before it could even begin. In the end, Chan thought to himself that maybe it hadn't been such a good idea to explain what castration was. Chan gave Puppy some water, since he was visibly shaken. The dog drank it, took a deep breath, and said he felt calmer. He apologized for the fuss, but commented that it was still frightening to discover what castration meant. Chan suggested that now that he knew what it was, maybe he could just tell his owner he didn't want to go through with it. Maybe the man would understand. But Puppy explained that there was no need anymore. He had never really been happy with his relationship with his owner since the day he was born, and for that reason, he had decided it was time to do what was right for his life. He said he wanted to live on his own, follow his own path, and cut ties with his owner for good. He thanked Chan for helping him make that decision. Chan, surprised, tried to convince him to think it over. He said they could still talk a little more, but Puppy was firm, saying there was no need. Even when Chan warned him how difficult life on the streets could be, Puppy replied that he'd rather suffer away from that house than stay inside, especially if anyone dared to take away his peanuts. For him, it was better to be free than chained to someone who didn't respect him. Chan understood and even thought the decision was valid. It was a strong enough reason. Puppy thanked him again and asked him to remove his collar. As soon as the collar was taken off, he said he finally felt free. Chan asked if there was anything else he could do. Puppy said yes. Before leaving, he wanted help talking to his owner. He wanted to say goodbye. Chan was surprised and asked if he really wanted to bid the man farewell. Puppy confirmed. He said that even though it hadn't been a good relationship, it was still a relationship, and for that, his owner deserved a goodbye. When Blowfish finally returned, he was shocked to see Puppy without his collar. He asked what was going on. Chan calmly answered that the dog had something to say. Blowfish didn't understand until Puppy began to speak. He called the man owner, but asked him not to reply, as he had already made his decision. He asked if he had really gone home to fetch his wallet, or if, in fact, he had gone to schedule the castration surgery. From Blowfish's reaction, Puppy already had his answer. He thanked him for the confirmation and declared that, from that moment on, he would live his own life. Before leaving, he asked Chan if he could come back later. Chan said yes, that he could always return whenever he wanted. Puppy sincerely thanked him and wished the store great prosperity. Meanwhile, Blowfish trembled. He began to cry, unable to fully understand what he was feeling. Later, Chan was outside the store taking out the trash. He commented quietly that everything was clean and peaceful. He thought about the customer who had run out chasing his dog. Maybe he really had felt guilty for everything he had done. Maybe he really did love Puppy. While reflecting, he stretched and noticed someone approaching. It was the little dragon girl, who greeted him with a, "Hi, sir." Later, inside the store, Chan picked up a small cup of water and looked around until he found the medicine he was searching for. He gave it to the girl and asked her to take it with the water. He told her that if she took it properly, she would get a little chocolate as a reward. But she replied that she didn't want it. Her nose dripped at that moment, and she said she didn't have money to buy medicine. Chan thought that girl always came up with excuses. He told her that if she didn't take the medicine now, she would have to get a shot later. Faced with that, the girl admitted she had no choice and took the medicine. Chan then asked why she hadn't gone on Friday to make the present for her mother. The dragon girl answered that she had piano class that morning, as she always did on Fridays. He thought that was very responsible, and figured she was a child, very dedicated to her activities. She added that, besides that, she was sick today. She said she wouldn't make the gift today because, if she sneezed on the paper, she might end up burning it all. She had only come by to say hello. She also commented that convenience stores sell all kinds of things, but since she didn't have much money, she had to save. Chan asked how much she planned to save. The girl explained that she wanted to save 20,000 won, since she received 500 per day from her mother. Chan did the math and realized that Mother's Day was approaching. Even so, she had started planning quite early. She was really concerned about the gift she would give her mother, but he didn't think it was right for a child to buy things from the store for that. So, he decided she wouldn't have to pay. He grabbed 2 lollipops, imagining that would be enough. He handed her one as a reward for taking the medicine, and asked how much money she had left. The girl replied she had exactly 500 won. Chan said that was a coincidence, since those 2 lollipops cost exactly that much. He added that, if one day she wasn't busy, she could always come back, since the store had a wide variety of sweets for the same price. Chan watched as the little dragon girl stared intently at the 2 lollipops she wanted to take. She said it was fine, that she wanted to pick those 2, but she still looked at them with a hint of doubt. Chan asked if she didn't like the flavor, and suggested that maybe she preferred another candy. However, she simply asked what Chan's favorite flavor was. He replied that she didn't need to share her candy with him, since the lollipop was hers. But she explained that her mother always said eating too many sweets could cause diabetes. Chan sighed when he heard that and thought to himself that now the problem wasn't cavities anymore, it was diabetes. Still, the dragon girl insisted that when you share food with someone, it tastes even better. Chan didn't know how to refuse such a gesture from a child. In the end, they split the flavors between them. Even while accepting, he thought to himself that he was stealing food from a child. He began to wonder if all children these days were like that. Compared to his own childhood, he thought she would be considered extremely pure for her age. He then remembered something the manager had once mentioned. Dragons tend to be very pure during childhood, and it is precisely this innocence that puts them at risk of getting involved in dangerous situations. But Chan thought this little girl was quite clever. He had the feeling she wouldn't fall into the hands of anyone with bad intentions. At that moment, the dragon girl asked if he lived nearby, and Chan replied that yes, he lived only 3 minutes away. She thought that was very close and said so with excitement. When Chan asked if she also lived nearby, she replied no, she had to take the subway to get there. She explained that she did so because her school was close to the store, as well as many of her friends' houses, and also her mother worked nearby. Chan then asked if she had come by bicycle that day, and she confirmed. She pointed to a large building and said that her mother worked there. The two went outside the store, and Chan was surprised by the size of the company. He commented that it was indeed a huge corporation. He then asked if she liked her mother's job. The dragon girl answered enthusiastically that yes, she liked it a lot, and she said that now she liked it even more, since she knew Chan lived nearby. That meant she could see him more often, which made her happy. Chan chuckled and commented that, in fact, he didn't intend to work there for very long. At that very moment, the dragon girl's expression completely changed, as if her dreams had been shattered. Chan thought the job was really tough, but at the same time, it brought unique experiences. He had already dealt with magical creatures of all kinds, faced strange challenges, and even given love advice to a succubus. Even with all that, he knew he couldn't work at a convenience store forever. Still, he wondered if he had made the girl sad by being too honest. So, he patted her little head and said she didn't need to be upset. He would still be around for a while. He wasn't leaving anytime soon. He told her that if she wanted to talk or needed something, she could come to him. He also warned her that it wasn't safe to stay close to unfamiliar adults, reminding her that her mother had probably taught her not to go off with strangers. The dragon girl, a little sulky, replied that he wasn't just any stranger. He had helped with her Mother's Day gift, given her medicine when she was sick, and even shared candy with her. That's why she thought he was a great adult. Later, the manager finally arrived at the store. As soon as she walked in, she noticed the glass door was indeed broken. She commented that it must have been a tough night. As a way of thanking Chan for his effort, she showed him a new artifact she had prepared, especially for him, a super-equipped phone. The manager explained that she had assembled the device at home and had already made the necessary connections. However, she was visibly exhausted, probably from not sleeping in order to finish it in time. She began explaining each function of the device. There was a magical defense app and another very specific one, which served to help repair objects like the broken door. It worked like a camera, but when you pressed the button, the app made time rewind. Chan said he thought he understood. The manager then suggested he test it. He opened the camera, focused on the door, and asked if all he had to do was press the button. The manager said yes, but emphasized that he needed to remain completely still while using the app, since that was extremely important. Chan aimed carefully, followed the instructions, and pressed the button. As soon as he did, the images began to unfold before his eyes. It was as if everything had been recorded, even though no recording existed. He watched the scenes rewinding through time, until he reached the moment when the door was still whole. He was completely amazed by it. The manager then asked him to press another button. When he did, a great magic manifested. A magic circle appeared and began reconstructing the glass door before their eyes. The fragments moved and fused back together in a magical and precise way. In just a few moments, the door was completely restored, as if it had never been damaged. Chan was speechless, observing the result. The manager checked everything and commented that it seemed to be in order. Chan, still curious, asked what would happen if people appeared in the recording. Could using that magic affect their memories too? The manager laughed and reassured him. She said no, that magic didn't affect people. Memory-altering magic hadn't been invented yet, since it was something extremely complex. Chan sighed in relief at the manager's explanation. She said that spells capable of directly affecting multiple living beings were still under exploration. The mages of that world had been dedicating themselves a lot to that kind of study, but progress was still slow. She reassured Chan, telling him that he could use the new cell phone with confidence. Embarrassed, he thanked her. Still, he asked if he really could use it. The manager firmly confirmed. She said she had stayed awake the entire night preparing it for him. For a magical device like that to work, it had to be registered with the magic department, go through bureaucratic processes, and receive formal authorization. That's why it wasn't something common to see. Chan wanted to know if that kind of phone was rare. The manager explained that yes, especially because it came equipped with a magic stone. That allowed the device to download magical formulas, but the files were heavy, requiring Wi-Fi connection to work properly. Admired, Chan praised the manager's work and asked where she had gotten that phone. She said she had received it from an acquaintance some time ago. She had even forgotten about it, but decided to improve the equipment and hand it over to Chan. When she asked if he had any more questions, he took the chance to ask, did the dogs of that world talk? After hearing the whole story about Puppy, the manager asked if he was like a mascot. Chan said that if mascot meant an animal with extraordinary powers, then maybe yes. The manager explained that, indeed, in magical terms, animals with special abilities were called mascots. That applied regardless of the ability. Some mascots could understand human language and even speak other tongues, but they were very rare. She commented that it had been a long time since she had met a mascot that spoke fluently. Some had abilities tied to the mind and intelligence. Others simply used their powers instinctively instinctively, as if they were part of their own bodies. And it was at this point that the manager revealed a concern. She feared that dog might return to the store. Chan found the concern odd, but the manager explained. Mascots like that were extremely valuable, and therefore could become targets for ill-intentioned people. Someone might even try to sell him for an absurd amount, like $1 billion. Chan immediately thought that the former owner, Blowfish, must have been regretting it deeply, and the manager believed the dog could be in danger. Chan promised that if he saw Puppy again, he would warn him. She asked him to keep her informed and wished him a good night. Back on his shift, Chan looked out through the store's glass front as the rain fell. He thought that on days like that, customers would come in with wet shoes, which meant he would have to clean the floor several times. That's when a notification appeared on the new phone. It was a message from the manager, saying that the device also came with a built-in translator. At the end of the message, she mentioned that, at that very moment, she was drinking a beer and eating seafood. Chan gave a small smile. He found it amazing how unique his boss was. She had stayed awake all night just to hand him that phone, even though he was just an employee. He wondered what he could buy for her once he received his first salary. At that moment, a customer entered and asked about the umbrella stand. Chan was still distracted, looking through the glass, and the customer complained that he wouldn't come in unless Chan provided one. Chan quickly grabbed the stand and set it in place. After that, the customer pointed to a can of soda and asked if it was good. Chan replied that he didn't know. The customer, a kobold with a chihuahua-like appearance named Charlie, began to get annoyed. Chan then tried to stay calm and repeated a mental mantra to steady himself. He said the product was on a buy one get one free promotion. Charlie retorted that he didn't need two, but Chan explained that even so, he wouldn't lose anything with it. The customer mocked, saying then Chan could drink the other one. But he replied that he couldn't drink inside the establishment, especially anything alcoholic. Charlie found that strange and asked if he never drank alcohol while working. Chan said no, because he saw no reason for an employee to do that. The kobold, however, said he sometimes did. He justified it by saying that his boss made him work too much, even on weekends, so drinking a little was the least he could do. Later, flying above the store on her Pegasus, Yunha arrived. As soon as she landed, she asked the Pegasus to wait there and entered the store, announcing her arrival with enthusiasm. She said her little sister was there and asked how he was doing, but noticing Chan's expression, she realized he was deep in thought, staring at a can of beer he had gotten from Charlie. Yunha approached, suspicious, and asked if he was drinking. Chan explained no, that he was just looking. The can had been left by a customer, and he was only reflecting. He said he was worried about the customer too, since Charlie looked frail and resembled a chihuahua. He worried that he might be fired for drinking on the job. Yunha found his concern interesting. She commented that it was a very special kind of consideration. Smiling, she said that Chan really had a knack for that kind of work. Chan was surprised to see how much Yunha cared about the customers. She commented that she used to get very exhausted when working there, and when asked, confirmed that she had indeed worked at that same store before. However, she said the experience hadn't gone very well. Even though it was only for a short time, she learned many things, including that being cursed at in the store was more common than it should be, especially when someone showed up with a half-eaten package of cookies, claiming the product had caused a stomachache and demanding a refund. She didn't handle that kind of situation well. Once, she almost attacked a customer, about to beat him up. She said she only didn't because her sister stopped her. For Yunha, that job had brought her more headaches than it was worth, so she ended up leaving. Chan said he understood the feeling very well. Curious, he asked why she was there that day, since there were no deliveries scheduled. Yunha then revealed that she had come to ask him for help. When she showed what she was carrying in her hands, Chan was shocked. She was holding a demonic core, literally, a heart. When he asked if he could touch it, Chan immediately refused. He said that dangerous or not, he wouldn't put his hand on that disgusting thing. Even with her assuring him the core had already been purified, Chan insisted that he didn't want to touch it. He wanted to understand first what it was about. Yunha explained that there were creatures called demons, which emerged from portals. The demonic core is like the heart of these creatures, a mass of pure magical energy, so powerful that it is even used as fuel. She also mentioned that this item was related to a request from the manager. Chan wanted to know if it had been sent by the manager, but Yunha explained that not exactly. He remembered the dragon scale he had purified earlier. This time, the manager had requested a stuffed demon, and for that, purification was even more important. Since the previous purification had been poorly done, Yunha no longer trusted that group. That was why she decided to ask for his help, since his anti-magic constitution might react to the core the same way it had to the scale. Chan looked suspiciously at the object, but eventually gave in. He said he would touch it quickly. However, as soon as he touched the core, something went wrong. A strange mist spread through the store, and they were forced to run out. The entire area was filled with that smell and that smoke. Chan complained that Yuna had told him it wasn't dangerous. She, on the other hand, realized there was something very wrong with that core and became furious. She started yelling, asking if those people from the company thought this was a joke. She said she would wipe them out and stormed off to call the company. Fuming. fuming. Chan watched her as she went to the corner, thinking she was really angry, which made sense given the situation. The store was filled with a horrible smell, impossible to receive customers in that state. While he was wondering what to do, a figure approached. It was the robot who rode a bicycle, the same one he had helped earlier. The robot recognized Chan and thanked him for remembering. Noticing the heavy atmosphere, the robot remarked that the smell and smoke clearly came from a demonic core, undergoing purification, and asked if the store dealt with that kind of material. Chan answered vaguely, saying it was more or less like that, but asked the robot to go to another store for now, since they couldn't attend to him in those conditions. Meanwhile, Yunha was shouting on the phone, demanding compensation for the damage, and threatening to destroy everything if she wasn't heard. Frustrated, she struck the wall and cracked part of the structure. Then she sighed and calmed down a bit. Chan approached and asked if she was okay. Yunha apologized, saying she had gotten really angry because the company insisted everything had been done correctly when it clearly hadn't. Chan thought anyone could see how shady that company was. He asked about the chicken smell and the magical smoke that had taken over the store, and Yunha replied that the companies were closed over the weekend, meaning nothing could be done for now. The robot, watching everything, stepped forward and said he would take care of the situation. He felt grateful for the help he had received the other day when he had trouble with his bicycle, so he wanted to repay them. He assured them that he was good at dealing with unexpected situations and asked them to leave it to him. Outside the store, Yunha and Chan just watched the scene. She asked if that robot was a customer there. Chan answered that he wasn't exactly a regular customer, but he had shown up before. Once, he had an accident with his bicycle right in front of the store, and they had helped him. Yunha remarked that they had been very kind to the robot. At that moment, the robot was analyzing the demonic core he was holding. He began quickly scanning data and picked up the core naturally, as if it were something ordinary. Chan explained that he worked with creature elimination, which was why he was so confident. When a robot specialized in that kind of task, it became extremely reliable. Suddenly, the robot released a powerful electric discharge into the core. The whole store lit up with the lightning surging from it, leaving Chan and Yunha deeply impressed. Then the robot stepped back and declared that the process was 100% complete, handing over the purified core and saying it was now in the boss's hands. Yunha was impressed and praised his skills. Chan, still surprised by the electric discharge, asked if the robot was okay. He replied that yes, this was the standard procedure. When Chan asked about the change in the core's color, the robot explained that this was exactly what happened when purification was properly completed. The robot also suggested that Yunha should stop dealing with the previous company. He had detected that the earlier purification was only 80% complete. If he hadn't acted in time, the core could have exploded within minutes. He also commented that, many times, this kind of process was carried out in illegal laboratories, with no safety at all, just to save money. Upon hearing this, Yunha became furious. She said she wanted to disfigure those people. The robot, however, said he understood that feeling. Soon after, he revealed that his business had been going poorly lately. There wasn't much demand for his type of service, and his factory hadn't received a single client in the last month. He was frustrated about it. Chan, trying to cheer him up, said he didn't need to worry. That was because Yunha was already considering hiring him. She confirmed, saying she was overwhelmed with work and wanted a new partner. She then asked if they could sign a contract. The robot accepted immediately, thanking them for the act of kindness. Soon after, Yunha asked him to mount the Pegasus, but before leaving, the robot turned with a question. He commented that the last purification had been done in the store, but he hadn't seen any specific equipment for it. He wanted to know how they had managed it. Curious, he waited for an answer. Chan remained silent, as he couldn't reveal that his body had an anti-magic constitution. That was when Yunha quickly answered, saying it was a secret and he shouldn't ask again, as it was a state secret. Later, after they left, Chan was fixing the cracked wall Yunha had damaged earlier. As he worked, he thought he would never manage to have a peaceful day in that store. At that moment, he received a message from her. She said she had gotten his number from the manager and thanked him very much for everything he had done that day. She even praised his anti-magic constitution, saying it was excellent. Chan grew thoughtful. He began to wonder if Yunha really was just a delivery girl. She spoke about monsters naturally and showed unusual strength. She didn't seem like an ordinary person. He questioned whether all delivery workers in that world were so powerful. After reflecting, he decided he would ask her next time. As he stretched, preparing to return to the store, he thought that, thankfully, the chicken smell was already gone. At that moment, he saw a figure passing by and asked if everything was okay. The person replied yes, but recognized him and said he must be surprised by the visit. She apologized for showing up while he was working, since she didn't want to disturb him. It was the succubus, but this time she was all dressed up, looking very different from what Chan was used to seeing. She explained that that day she had gone to a club with her coworkers, but ended up being ignored and left behind. No one stayed with her. Chan noticed how different she really looked. looked. He wondered if this was what they called a female transformation. Even so, he asked why she had come there. He said she could have enjoyed herself at the club on her own, without depending on her friends, or maybe use that moment to get to know more about the love she was always seeking. The succubus then told him it was her first time in a place like that. She said she had been forced to go by her seniors and, once there, ended up abandoned. She explained that she only wanted to go out casually with her friends, but they dragged her into that environment. When they arrived, she was left alone. While she was trying to understand the situation, a man began to bother her, while her senior colleagues enjoyed themselves like experienced succubi. Soon after, several other men approached her, which made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Chan reflected that it must really have been difficult for the succubus. He asked if her seniors hadn't given her any warning about the place beforehand. She answered that yes, but they had only said vague things about the drinks and the atmosphere, nothing that truly prepared her. Chan thought he knew that kind of behavior, since his own friends were like that too, always excited about parties and nightlife. Wanting to help, he suggested that she try going out to a calmer place, with fewer people. Then, the succubus told him that one of her seniors had recommended a dating app. It was her first time using something like that, so she didn't really know how it worked. Chan offered to take a look. He grabbed her phone and commented that the first important thing was to have a good profile picture. When it came time to take the picture, the succubus grew serious. She said taking photos made her nervous, that she wasn't very photogenic, and that her makeup wasn't good. Chan, trying to reassure her, told her that she was beautiful, that she looked even prettier that day than the last time he had seen her, and that all she needed to do was smile a little. Embarrassed, she managed to take a good photo. After that, he guided her to fill out the profile information. The app would then automatically look for a compatible match. Once everything was completed, she clicked the button to find her partner. The app presented a potential candidate, an incubus, just like her, of the same species. She showed the profile to Chan and asked what he thought of the guy. When Chan saw the image, he was disgusted. The man in the photo was covered in jewelry, wearing sunglasses, with metal piercings on his face, and posing next to a woman. There was also a tattoo with strange symbols. Curious, Chan asked about the tattoo's meaning, and she explained that it was written in a special language used only between succubi and incubi, something that represented true love. Even so, Chan didn't like it one bit. He took her phone and, without hesitation, rejected all the options and canceled the app. Surprised, the succubus asked why he did that. He then asked if, by any chance, the senior who had recommended the app had a habit of playing pranks. She was surprised and confirmed that, yes, she did. She said that this senior loved pulling tricks and always said she looked so cute when she got angry. In fact, one of the seniors at the club had been that very one. Chan concluded that the whole club story had probably also been a setup to mess with her. He decided to change the subject and asked what kind of person she would like to meet. The succubus questioned why he was asking, and he replied that he wanted to help her find a partner after all. If she knew exactly the type of person she was looking for, it would be easier to find someone like that. She began to think. She imagined someone who understood her feelings, with whom she could be close, talk freely, who would be a good listener, and who would accept her exactly as she was. As she thought about it, she realized that maybe that person was already right beside her. Maybe it was Chan himself. She froze at the thought. Time passed, and it was already morning. Chan was sweeping the sidewalk in front of the store. He thought about how the succubus had suddenly grown embarrassed and left without saying much. He wondered if he had said something wrong. He felt that he wasn't very good at dealing with romantic matters, especially since he had never dated anyone. At that moment, the little dragon girl appeared. Chan commented that this time she had brought the paper, but before he could finish speaking, she tripped and fell flat on her face. He rushed to help her, affectionately calling her little one. While picking her up and asking if she was okay, a rabbit woman approached, offering medicine, and asked in confusion if she was his daughter. Chan was surprised. The woman really thought the girl was his daughter. As the morning went by, other customers arrived, and one after another began saying similar things. One said his daughter was very cute. Another thought it was sweet to see them working together. An elderly man even commented on how adorable it was to see a father working with his daughter nearby. Chan thought that, considering his age, it was natural for people to make that kind of assumption. Even so, the little dragon girl received many gifts. Chan reflected that it made sense for everyone to think she was his daughter. Later, she apologized to him, saying she was getting in the way of his work, but Chan replied that it wasn't really like that. In fact, her presence had even increased sales. It was Monday, and, according to him, many people suffered from the so-called Monday syndrome, a weariness that left adults heavy and unmotivated at the start of the week. However, when they saw the little dragon girl there, people's moods improved, and if she smiled and waved, the effect was even greater. The dragon girl firmly replied that yes, she would work hard. Chan thanked her for the effort and said he would put all the materials she was carrying into a bag. While he was doing that, a new customer entered the store, asking if there was any medicine for hangovers. Chan quickly confirmed and went to help her find what she needed. While looking for the product, the customer noticed the dragon girl and was overwhelmed by her cuteness when the girl gave her a little innocent wave. The woman almost couldn't handle so much adorableness. She said that child was simply precious and commented how her heart had almost melted at the sight. She called the little girl Chan's daughter, saying she was very cute. After grabbing her purchases, she again said goodbye to the dragon girl, saying she felt much better thanks to her presence. She said she would return soon, and Chan politely replied, asking her to come back anytime. At that moment, Chan thought about how the little girl was really lifting people's spirits. The effect she had on the store was remarkable. So he suggested that maybe it was a good time to start working on the present for her mother. Since she had already brought the materials, they could lay everything out on the table. He suggested starting with the background of the card and asked what she thought. The little dragon girl eagerly replied that she wanted a flower field with a blue sky. Chan agreed and told her she could draw it on the paper, offering to help if she needed. While she focused on the drawing, another customer entered the store. It was an orange cat, and Chan, already used to that type of customer, thought he looked like the kind that always causes trouble. The cat asked about snacks, and Chan guided him to the right section. The atmosphere in the store was so calm that day that Chan suspected the dragon girl's presence was making everything easier. Suddenly, she seemed to notice something strange. She told Chan that there was something wrong with the cat. He was confused and asked if she meant the black shirt the customer was wearing. But the little girl replied that it wasn't that. It was as if there was something dark around his heart, something shadowy, like bad energy. Chan asked if she was saying that the customer was a bad person. She confirmed, explaining that whenever that darkness appeared, it meant the person was about to do something terrible. Surprised, Chan asked how she knew that. The dragon girl explained that she observed many people and learned from what she saw. He then thought she was truly special. Even without noticing anything suspicious himself, he remembered what the manager had said about dragons being able to see magic around people. With that, he decided to trust her. He asked the little girl to stay there for a moment, grabbed the cleaning mop, and approached the cat, pretending to clean the floor nearby. While doing this, he kept alert to any suspicious movement, wondering if the customer really intended to do something wrong. He imagined the cat might try to steal something. If that happened, he was ready to use the mop of justice. But the cat just walked up to the counter and chose an item, saying he wanted to buy it. That confused Chan, who thought maybe the customer wasn't really up to anything. Still, he stayed alert, wondering if suddenly the cat might pull out a weapon or do something extreme. At that moment, he noticed something strange about the wallet the cat was holding. Suspicious that it might be magical, Chan grabbed the customer's arm and apologized, saying he needed to see the wallet, that it would only take a moment. The cat grew nervous and confused, asking why he wanted to do that. Chan kept insisting, suspecting it was something similar to the magical identity of a vampire he had once seen. The energy coming from that wallet seemed different. The customer began to complain, telling Chan to let go of his hand, saying he was acting crazy. But Chan stayed calm and tried to cover it up, saying he just thought the wallet was pretty and wanted to buy one like it. He asked if he could take a closer look. The cat refused, threatening to call the police. Chan said that wasn't necessary, that he only wanted to take a quick look. Then the little dragon girl intervened with her cuteness. She gently asked to see the wallet too, saying she was very curious. The cat, caught off guard by her charm, grew flustered and ended up dropping the wallet. Chan seized the moment and quickly picked it up. The instant he touched the wallet, Chan felt a strange, disturbing energy. Startled, he immediately dropped it. At that same moment, the wallet began glowing intensely and expanding like an inflatable mattress. The cat panicked, not understanding what was happening. A bright flash filled the store, and Chan hugged the dragon girl to shield her. As the light faded, he noticed several store items scattered everywhere. He began to understand what had happened. The cat had been using a magical wallet to hide the products and try to steal them. Chan told the little girl to wait there and picked up his trusty mop of justice. He walked up to the cat and confronted him directly, saying that if he left the store right then, there would be no punishment. But if he insisted on staying, he would get to know the famous mop. Terrified, the cat bolted out of the store. Chan sighed, already thinking he would have to clean up the mess again. At that moment, the dragon girl approached him with concern and asked if he was okay. Chan replied that yes, he was fine, and asked if she had been hurt in the commotion. She said no, that she was perfectly fine. That reassured Chan, who sincerely thanked her for her help. He said that thanks to her, the store hadn't been robbed. However, the dragon girl replied that he was the one who had defeated the bad thief. Right then, the manager appeared, and Chan turned, surprised he hadn't noticed her before. He called her boss, and she asked him to explain the situation. After he told her everything that had happened, the manager asked if all the stolen items had been inside that magical wallet. Chan confirmed, but said he didn't know how or when the customer had put everything there. He wondered if it might have been some kind of teleportation linked to the wallet. The manager analyzed the situation and concluded that the wallet really was a magical tool, equipped with teleportation and spatial expansion spells. She commented that fortunately, the magical security had failed, allowing them to uncover the theft. She then asked how Chan had noticed all of it. He replied that it had been thanks to the dragon girl. The manager approached the girl, acknowledging that she was truly very special, and thanked her warmly. But at that moment, the dragon girl hid behind Chan, which broke the manager's heart. She tried to reassure her, saying she wasn't a bad person. Seeing this, Chan tried to ease the mood and told his boss not to feel sad. Right after, he told the dragon girl that it was already time for school. He said he would gather all the materials and also the presents she had received, so that next time they could finish her mother's present. The little dragon girl happily agreed, put on her tidy little outfit, and said goodbye with a wave. Everyone wished her to go safely. As soon as she left, the manager asked Chan if he had been able to handle the wallet because of his anti-magic constitution. Chan confirmed, saying that as soon as he saw the wallet, he sensed a magical instability around it. That was enough to notice something was wrong. The manager commented that his anti-magic constitution seemed to be evolving. She compared it to wizards, who become stronger the more they use magic. Perhaps Chan's constitution worked the same way, growing more powerful the more he got involved with that magical world. She said they could talk more about it later, but first, she needed to take care of the thief's case. Chan asked how she would even manage that, since the thief was probably already far away. But later, to his surprise, Officer Iruel, the elf policewoman from Ains, showed up. She went to the store to gather more information about the incident. The officer began collecting details of what had happened. The theft had taken place in the morning, and the stolen items were mostly essentials such as snacks and cookies. They had all been stored inside the wallet with magical space. The manager confirmed everything and pointed at Chan, saying it was only resolved thanks to him. She praised how amazing he was, and Officer Iruel agreed, saying he was an excellent employee. Soon after, Iruel went to the security room to check the recordings. Before joining her, the manager told Chan he could call her if he needed anything. At that moment, she received a notification on her phone. It was Yunha, who had sent Chan some money as a token of gratitude for helping her purify the demonic core. Feeling a little embarrassed, Chan apologized to the manager for acting on his own without telling her first, but she reassured him, saying it was fine, everyone at the store needed to help each other. Still, she left him with a warning. If Chan ever decided to quit or do something else, she wanted to know in advance. She explained that she had hired other part-time employees in the past, but it never worked out, and if he left now, it could cause serious problems for the store's operation. With a faint smile, Chan replied that he had no plans of going anywhere. He said that even if he wanted to do something different in this world, he wouldn't know how. The only thing he could do was work at that convenience store. And in truth, he liked it. He enjoyed working with her. It was fun and good for him. He assured her he would stay. The manager blushed a little at his words, but was pleased. She said it was good that he kept his word. Chan confirmed, thanking her for her trust. Then she mentioned they needed to think about a strategy to deal with the progression of his anti-magic constitution. At that moment, Officer Iruel came out of the security room. The manager asked if she had gathered everything she needed. Iruel confirmed and thanked them for their cooperation. She said they had already identified some suspects and the investigation would move quickly. She then spoke directly to Chan, since he had been in the store during the incident. She mentioned that, according to the footage, the wallet used in the theft was full of magic. However, after the incident, all the magical energy had vanished. She noticed Chan was the one who touched the wallet just before that, and wanted to know if it was related. Chan hesitated. He wondered if he should reveal his anti-magic constitution, and then said he would explain. The manager insisted that no one lie, and Chan, unsure what to say, ended up explaining that when he touched the wallet, it simply exploded. The officer, surprised, repeated the statement, asking if he was really saying he just touched it and it exploded. Chan replied that he wasn't sure, he didn't understand magic very well. He just felt something suspicious and touched the wallet on instinct. The manager then suggested it might have been a dissipation spell. She explained that illegal tools sometimes had that kind of magical safeguard. Hearing this, the officer asked if she was a mage, and the manager confirmed it, offering to explain further details if needed. But the officer thanked her cooperation and asked if they had anything else to add. Chan said no, but the manager raised her hand enthusiastically. She asked the officer if she slept well, and the officer casually replied that she did about 30 minutes per day. This left Chan wondering if that was good or not. The manager, however, remarked that driving with so little sleep was dangerous. She said that next time the officer came to the store, she would give her a sleeping potion. The officer thanked her concern, but said that was a little against the rules. Even so, the manager insisted and offered 3 potions for 30,000. saying she was really worried about the officer's health. She glanced quickly at Chan, who supported the idea, saying he had tested the potion himself, and it was very good strawberry flavored, and that he fell asleep immediately after drinking it. The officer finally gave in, and said she would try it once the investigation was over. When she left in the police car, Chan asked what would have happened if he had told the whole truth. The manager answered that perhaps she would have recommended he become a police officer too, since there were people with anti-magic constitutions not only in the police but also in the army and in special forces. She remarked that, by the way, the officer talked about rules and acted at work. She seemed very dedicated. Maybe she was afraid of making mistakes, which could also explain why she only slept 30 minutes a day. She emphasized it was just a guess, but probably the officer was under great pressure in her job. Chan grew thoughtful, recalling the past, and reflected that since the war, elves had been persecuted for a long time. Just then, an elf bumped into a kobold, and the two started arguing. The elf claimed the kobold had done it on purpose and threatened to call the police. Chan wondered if maybe elves were discriminated against because of what others considered strange behavior. Right after, the manager received a message from Yunha, saying she would come by that night. Chan asked if there was work to do, but the manager explained that, in fact, she had talked with Yunha's sister about Chan's anti-magic constitution. The sister said she had a good method to handle it, but the manager was a bit hesitant. She thought it would be best if Chan just listened to what she had to say. That same night, Yunha showed up at the counter and suggested Chan take an anti-magic certification. She guaranteed he would pass on the first try, and that it would bring many benefits. She said all he had to do was try. Chan, confused, asked what exactly that certification was. On the phone, the manager explained it was a national qualification, allowing someone to work in areas that dealt with magic. Still, Chan asked if someone from another world could even take that test, since he wasn't from there. The manager replied that she would take care of that part. He asked what she planned to do, and she said she would do her best to arrange everything. All he needed to do was relax. Chan then asked if Yunha knew he was from another world. The manager replied no, and that it would be better to keep it secret. That's why she had told Yunha that Chan came from a very distant, desert-like land. Chan decided he would speak to Yunha directly. When he approached her, she asked if he now understood everything. He replied that he did, and thanked her for waiting. Yunha said that from that moment on, they could have a genuine conversation. She explained that Chan should not hide his constitution. While resistance to magic was not that rare, his case was special. He could nullify spells, purify things, and sense what others could not. She told him that she and her sister had already met professionals who worked with anti-magic. Chan asked if that meant his constitution was being studied. Yunha asked him to think about it carefully, because he was special. She said other people would end up discovering it anyway, and that he could help a lot of people with this. He wanted to know if the certification would solve all these problems. The officer answered yes, and the manager explained that Chan was working part-time. She said that if people found out he had an anti-magic constitution, they might start demanding his constant presence, which would end up interfering with her work. However, with the certification, he could act as a professional in the field, which would prevent such problems. In the end, the certification worked like a special identity, allowing him to hold two roles at the same time, provided that one of them involved his magical resistance. Chan thought this idea was excellent. Yunha agreed, but said there was a small problem. According to the manager, any race could take the exam, as long as they were native to that world. Yunha then asked where exactly the problem lay, and that was where Chan faltered. He knew very well that was the problem. He had come from another world and hadn't even known of this place's existence until recently. He had never left the store where he worked, and if he took this exam, that would be his first real step into this world. He would need to find transportation to reach the test site, and on top of that, he would be taking the exam alongside races he hadn't even known existed until recently. He felt like a complete stranger in that world. Even if, by luck, he managed to earn the certification, he had no idea what he would do afterwards. His doubts about whether he could pass kept growing. Sensing his hesitation, Yunha explained that the manager had been deeply worried about him from the very beginning. She said the manager always talked about Chan, especially in the mornings, and seemed more concerned than ever. Yunha commented that something had stopped the manager from directly suggesting the certification, which was why she herself had come to talk to him about it. She mentioned she had never seen that look on the manager's face before, and asked why Chan didn't just give it a try. At that moment, the manager appeared carrying dinner for everyone. Yunha asked why she was still awake, and the manager answered that sleep wasn't a priority on such important days. Seeing all this, Chan made his decision. He said he would take the test. He declared that if he could handle the store's customers every day, then he could also get through that exam. He asked them not to worry about him. Later, the manager showed them what she had brought in her backpack. Everyone was impressed. She had brought various amulets, all meant to help Chan with the test. Yoonha remarked that those must have been expensive, and the manager told Chan that from that moment on, he was on vacation. He didn't need to come back to work until he finished the exam. Chan asked if she would be fine with that, and the manager replied, of course she would. She said that a special person needed to take a special test, and she would do her best to help him in every possible way. But Yoonha revealed there was no need for so much preparation, since the test would be the next day, at 9 in the morning. This news completely shocked the both of them. The next morning, Chan wondered if they were in the right place, near the train station. The manager confirmed and explained that in the future, there would be a new station there. She said it was a great idea to have placed a teleport point there. Chan, looking around, commented that the buildings in the area were very impressive. The manager explained that they had been built long ago by many races together. These structures had survived the war, and now stood as symbols of peace. The site had been renovated and turned into an educational institution. Curious, Chan asked where the exam would take place. The manager pointed to a building and said it was right there. He was surprised to have been teleported so close, and the manager explained that since it would be his first official step into this world, she had done that for him. She said that now was the time, and asked if he was ready. Chan said he felt a little strange, as if he were becoming a student again. The manager smiled and asked him to call as soon as he finished the exam. She said she would come pick him up. Before he left, she called him back, told him not to feel too anxious, and encouraged him to just do his best. Chan nodded and replied that he would be back soon. Meanwhile, at the store, the manager served customers as usual. Yoonha sent a message asking if he had arrived safely at the exam. The manager thought that the test would soon begin and wondered if he would be all right. After all, this was his first real experience outside the store. She concluded that as long as he was in the right room, there shouldn't be any problems. At that moment, Chan approached another student, an orc, and asked if he could take a picture of his notes. He explained that he hadn't participated in the previous exam and had rushed in. The orc adjusted his glasses, gave him a serious look, but allowed it. Chan thanked him warmly and offered him a candy from the store as a token of appreciation. As he observed the other candidates, he thought about how little time he had to prepare. The place was filled with all sorts of beings, so many races and species, but no other humans besides him. He used his phone with the translator to access questions from previous exams. He began analyzing them. One question was about a creature called an arachne, and he had no idea what that was. The next mentioned electricity generated by trolls with high voltage and 20% magical power. Another asked about how to disarm a magical bomb. There was also a question involving a freezing spell that moved at 512 km/h. Chan began to panic. He didn't understand any of it. He felt he was going to disappoint everyone. He asked himself how a test could be so difficult. He realized that anti-magic professionals worked in many different fields, and now he understood why Yuna had needed to take the exam twice. To him, passing on the first try seemed impossible. Then, an elegant man entered the room. He introduced himself as Supervisor Deckard and informed them that there were 5 minutes left before the test began. From that moment on, he would be responsible for explaining all the details of the exam. Supervisor Deckard explained that the test would begin promptly at 9 in the morning and last 60 minutes. The exam would consist of 1 comprehension question and 79 multiple-choice questions, totaling a maximum of 200 points. He warned that if anyone was caught cheating, they wouldn't just be suspended from that test, but from all similar exams across the entire country. The penalty was valid nationwide. Right after, the instructors handed each candidate a blank sheet for the comprehension question and an answer sheet for the multiple choice section. Since no one had any questions, the exam began. Chan started his reading and soon noticed something unexpected. The comprehension question required listening to a children's song. The song was about the Carvalho family, a strong father, an equally strong mother, and a son who was weak but who, together with his parents, made a strong and united family. Chan found the content odd and wondered if that was really what he was supposed to analyze. Confused, he asked the instructor for help. The man approached and asked what was wrong. Chan said the question seemed strange, as if it were incorrect, but the instructor firmly replied, there was nothing wrong with the test. If something seemed wrong, then the problem was with Chan himself. He told Chan to focus and solve everything in silence. As time went by, the room remained absolutely silent. One person was clearly struggling a lot with the test. The comprehension question was simple. It only asked for the name of the child in the song. Chan thought it was far too easy. Compared to previous tests, which had seemed nearly impossible, this one was absurdly simple. There was even a basic addition problem. That made him even more suspicious. If all the questions were easy, why had Supervisor Deckard acted so strictly with him? Why would such an important exam look like an elementary school test? It didn't make sense. By 9:15, he had already finished everything. At that moment, the manager messaged him, asking if he was done. Chan replied yes and asked if it was normal for the certification exam to seem so childish. He explained that the comprehension question involved a children's song and that the rest of the exam was just as simple. He even mentioned questioning the supervisor, but apparently everything was fine. He had finished without difficulty. The manager stayed silent for a moment, and then burst out laughing. Confused, Chan asked what was so funny. Still laughing, she apologized and said it was just because the whole thing was hilarious. She then asked if Chan hadn't noticed anything odd about the exam paper. He admitted that he had. That's when the manager revealed that there had been a distortion spell spread throughout the entire room. The real purpose of the test was to trick candidates, preventing them from interpreting the questions correctly. However, because Chan had an anti-magic constitution, he was the only one who wasn't affected. That's why all the questions seemed easy to him. The real test wasn't in the exam content, but in the ability to resist the spell. Ordinary people faced extreme difficulty answering the questions, but someone with magic resistance like Chan could see everything clearly and solve it as if it were simple. The manager commented that she had to admit that year's test was brilliant. Still surprised, Chan remarked that if that was the case, many people wouldn't be prepared and would probably complain. But the manager explained that this wouldn't be a problem. There was a written question, as well as a minimum passing score. Candidates didn't need to get everything right, just reaching the base score was enough to move on to the next stage. Those who completed everything successfully were evaluated at a higher standard, since they demonstrated ideal aptitude for the job. The organizers had probably realized that many candidates weren't ready for a traditional practical exam, and if they had warned people beforehand, many would have given up. Besides, magic was unpredictable, and that practical test was a more direct way to assess it. The manager then asked if she could come pick him up. Chan said yes. He was already waiting. She replied that she would just serve a client and then use teleportation. Chan asked her not to rush. While waiting, he overheard a conversation between two small children nearby. They were saying that two classmates had gotten into a fight. One asked why, and the other replied it was a competition to see who was the cutest. The heated rivalry was between an otter and a red panda in their class. They had started throwing cuteness attacks at each other. Curious, Chan kept listening. One child asked who had won the competition, and the friend answered that no one knew, because a dragon girl from another class had shown up and interrupted the match. As the children kept talking, one of them mentioned that there was a dragon girl in her own class, but said she was really annoying. Whenever that girl showed up, the atmosphere seemed to freeze, as if the entire place became empty and silent. It was a completely different feeling from other dragons. As soon as they said that, the children noticed Chan was trying to listen in, and asked what he was doing there. At that moment, the manager called out to him from a distance, asking where he was. Embarrassed, Chan quickly replied and wished the children well, while thinking he had almost been caught eavesdropping. Still, he was intrigued by what he heard. He wondered if that dragon girl they spoke about might be the same child he already knew. Such coincidences were possible in that world. Later that night, Chan was getting ready for another work shift. Although he had taken the test that day, the manager had given him the day off. He thought to himself that his boss was really firm and decisive about what she wanted. When he arrived at the store, he was surprised when the manager congratulated him. Not understanding, he asked why, and she showed him her phone. His score perfect marks, 200 points. Chan was shocked. He had thought he made mistakes, but he hadn't missed a single question. The manager admitted she was surprised too, but quickly explained that the time to prepare for the practical exam would be very tight. Chan complained that if things kept going like this, he wouldn't have time for anything, but the manager replied that he could start right away. Without delay, she pulled out a magical artifact and handed it to him. It was a sphere with a small ball inside. As soon as Chan touched it, the sphere vanished, leaving only the red ball, which immediately began bouncing unpredictably all over the store. Chan asked what was happening, and the manager explained that he had to catch the ball, using only his eyes and perception. Focusing, he began to track its movements and predict where it would bounce next. After a few moments, he made a precise leap and grabbed it. At that very instant, the ball glowed and disappeared. He asked if that was the original function of the object, and the manager explained that it was a prototype on which she had cast a spell. From that moment on, she would begin teaching him the basics for the practical test. She remarked that he already showed the ability to dispel magical barriers, which was expected. When he asked what exactly that bouncing little ball was, the manager explained that it was a tool created to help him train, containing 3 types of magic at the same time: automatic magical activity, sound magic, and color-changing magic. Of the 3, he only needed to learn to deactivate 2, the automatic activity and the sound. Chan wanted to understand what that had to do with the next day's exam, and the manager explained that an anti-magic professional needed to be able to dispel spells selectively. Deactivating all magics at once could be extremely dangerous, since many modern systems in that world used integrated magic, like trains or subways. Even if they ran on electricity or fuel, their parts and structures were reinforced with magic to prevent overheating and failures. If someone indiscriminately disabled all magic, they could cause serious accidents, such as a train derailment. Reapplying those enchantments would take a great deal of time and money, and naturally, the blame would fall on the professional responsible, who could be banned from the job. Worried, Chan asked if this meant he didn't have enough control to pass. He admitted that, unintentionally, he had deactivated all 3 magics of the ball, but the manager reassured him, saying she had already explained before that he did have control over his magical constitution. If that control didn't exist, he wouldn't have been able to purify magical scales or return home with the magical artifact still functioning. The very fact that he had successfully used a magical item indicated that his body allowed selective magic action. What he needed to train, starting at that moment, was the control of his constitution. He had to learn to deactivate only the magic he wanted, one at a time. It wasn't enough to know it with his mind. He had to feel it with his body, identifying each magic not only through logic but also through intuition. Chan understood the lesson and committed himself to doing his best. The manager, excited, replied that she had already prepared more resources for training. She had created several other enchanted balls and stored them in a jar inside the cabinet, ready to be used the next day. Chan asked if she had made all of that in just one day. The manager confirmed, saying that he had told her he needed help, so she was helping in any way she could. She explained that she could handle more complex things, but that was what she could manage at the moment. Even so, she apologized for not being able to do more, and told Chan to cheer up, because he was capable. During his shift, Chan began practicing. He carefully touched the balls inside the jar, trying to deactivate only the intended enchantment in each one. He observed the trajectory of each sphere attentively and tried to focus, telling himself that this time he would succeed. However, when he picked one up, he ended up also erasing the ball's color, which meant he had failed once again. Frustrated, he commented that this was already the 50th ball. All the others were stored in a box, completely black, because he had failed with every single one. Chan then reflected that simply thinking about deactivating the right magic wasn't working. Only 3 balls remained, which meant he didn't have many chances left. He remembered that willpower directly influenced his constitution, which meant his desire to succeed needed to be even stronger. It was at that moment that a customer entered the store. Chan turned to see who it was and was surprised to recognize an old acquaintance, the werewolf, someone who hadn't appeared in a long time. The werewolf remarked that he hadn't expected Chan to remember him, but Chan said it was impossible to forget someone who had made such a strong impression. He asked how work was going, and the werewolf explained that he had been in another region, working in new places on friends' recommendations and seeking new horizons. When he asked how Chan was doing, Chan replied that it was a long story. However, before he could continue, someone rushed into the store. She radiated intense cold even from a distance and seemed to be crying. With a trembling voice, she asked where the tissues were, and Chan answered that they were down the aisle to the right. The woman thanked him and walked past, still visibly shaken. Curious, Chan asked the werewolf what species she was exactly. He said he hadn't seen her closely, but he thought she was a snow doll. Chan was surprised, questioning whether snow dolls could cry like that. It was at that moment that the woman began sobbing even louder, freezing the entire environment around her. Worried, Chan asked why this was happening. The werewolf explained that snow dolls naturally emitted cold, but the intensity of the cold varied according to their emotions, and that girl was clearly very sad. Faced with the situation, Chan said he needed to calm her down but was unsure of what to say. The werewolf kindly offered to help. Although Chan said it was his job to deal with customers, the werewolf insisted, saying that he was also curious, and that often the more people helped, the easier it was to solve things. Chan agreed with that logic and decided to trust him, since the werewolf seemed like an experienced person, with life wisdom and much more ability to handle the matter. Chan then approached the customer and spoke gently. He said he understood she was going through a hard time, but unfortunately, she was freezing the entire store. The girl began crying even harder and apologized for causing trouble, asking if she shouldn't just leave. Calmly, Chan replied that she could stay. She said she would leave in 3 minutes. The werewolf, polite and considerate, also stepped closer. In a gentle tone, he asked what had happened to make her feel that way. He said that no matter how difficult the situation seemed, there was always a way to resolve it. Then, he suggested she tell her story. The snow doll began to explain. She said she had a boyfriend, but that he had cheated on her. Chan became alert when he heard the word cheating, realizing the situation was more serious than it first appeared. She explained that very day, her boyfriend had told her he needed to work late, so she decided to go to the movies alone. However, when she got there, she saw him with another woman who, to make matters worse, was her co-worker. Chan, astonished, thought that it all sounded like a soap opera. He asked if she had fought with her boyfriend, and she replied that no, she had fought with the mistress. She even pulled her hair. She said the pain inside was so strong that she ran away, while the other woman kept provoking her, saying the man belonged to her, and that she would tear the doll in half. That was too much to bear. Chan thought this no longer seemed like a romantic drama, but more like a horror movie. The snow doll said she felt ridiculous, very angry, and that woman always picked fights with her. And now, on top of it all, she had stolen her boyfriend. Seeing that her emotional state was worsening, the werewolf spoke calmly. He said he couldn't claim to fully understand what she was going through, but it was obvious that she still loved that man. He suggested that maybe she should talk to her colleague, even if it was hard. But the snow doll immediately refused, saying she didn't want to deal with someone so disgusting. The werewolf, understanding, said he got it. But he added that maybe she was holding on to unresolved feelings, and that regret could be much more painful in the future. He warned that carrying that burden for the rest of her life was dangerous. He concluded by saying that he knew it would be difficult and painful now, but if she faced it soon, she might live more lightly in the future, smiling and truly happy. The snow doll listened carefully and agreed that he was right. She said that if she let it all pass without resolving it, she would end up regretting it later. She no longer wanted to waste her time with bad thoughts, much less get into another fight pulling someone's hair. She declared that if something happened again, this time she would not run away. She would deal with it right then and there. She thanked them for comforting and helping her that day. Chan said it was no problem, and that she was always welcome. Concerned about the situation, he asked if she wanted him to call the police in case something worse happened, but she replied that everything was fine, that it wasn't necessary. Suddenly, a car stopped right in front of the store. From it stepped out a woman with flaming hair, who looked straight at the snow doll and made a mocking comment. She said she must be there asking for help or maybe trying to find someone else to flirt with. She added that, honestly, the snow doll always showed her most pathetic side. The snow doll, shocked and furious, asked how she had the nerve to show up right in front of her. The woman with flaming hair, in turn, said she wasn't interested in arguments and declared that love was like that disappointing. She advised the snow doll to give up on that man once and for all. At that, the snow doll began to emanate an intense wave of cold that froze everything around her. Chan watched in fear, wondering what was happening. He realized she was using magic and thought that a fight might break out right there. He knew he had to act quickly and resolve everything peacefully. He approached the woman with flaming hair and told her she couldn't park there, asking if she could leave her car somewhere else. However, she was rude and told him to shut up, threatening to send him to the hospital if he kept talking. But the snow doll did not stay silent. She firmly declared that this time she wouldn't let it go. She said she would not allow that woman to take her man again. The atmosphere grew even more tense, and a fight seemed inevitable. As the confrontation began, Chan ran to try to do something, but the werewolf appeared quickly, calmly, and landed a single precise blow to the snow doll's neck, making her faint instantly. The woman with flaming hair, surprised, asked who he was and how he had appeared so quickly. Before Chan could answer, she fainted as well. The werewolf then stepped forward and apologized if he had hurt or offended anyone. He said his intention was for the two of them to settle everything through conversation, but since that didn't happen, he had to intervene. He picked up the woman in his arms and asked Chan if he was okay. Chan replied that he was, though still shocked at his friend's speed, and jokingly asked how he could be so fast being just a driver. The werewolf explained that, in traffic, one also needs good reflexes, quick movements, and the ability to defend oneself. After all, that world was very dangerous. Chan began to wonder if the werewolf really was just a chauffeur. Looking at the frozen environment around them, he asked if those ice spikes wouldn't melt. But the werewolf explained that objects created by magic don't disappear so easily. Magical ice, in particular, can preserve itself for a long time. He added that magical objects usually share similar properties, and that the best thing was to rely on someone specialized in anti-magic to handle them. Chan reflected on this. Would he be able to deal with it on his own? He thought that if he couldn't melt that ice, maybe he would never pass his practical exam. He realized he needed to focus on control. With effort, Chan managed to melt all the ice in the store. The werewolf, watching, was impressed and said it was fascinating. He asked if Chan was an anti-magic specialist, and Chan replied, just a little. Curious, Chan asked if it was possible to notice something was anti-magic just by looking. The werewolf said that for him, yes. That was because he visited the hospital every 2 weeks and had become very familiar with that kind of magic. He explained that there were many anti-magic specialists working there. Intrigued, Chan wanted to know more. He asked if he could hear a little about those hospital visits, if it wasn't a bother. The werewolf wanted to know why he was curious, and Chan explained that he was studying to get his anti-magic certification. He had passed the written test, but the practical one was still a challenge for him. Maybe his friend's story could give him a clue. The werewolf was surprised. He said that, considering Chan's ability, he didn't expect him to still be studying. Chan replied that he was just an amateur and didn't have anything special yet. Then the werewolf adjusted his sleeve and showed something. He said it was a magical suppression spell. He explained that he went to the hospital frequently because he had very sensitive senses and uncontrollable impulses when he saw the full moon. That's why he needed to suppress the instincts of his race with magic. He explained that he received a prescription and renewed that spell every month. He added that, nowadays, the most important skill for an anti-magic specialist was to cast the spell smoothly. If the magic was done too abruptly, it could weaken a person's senses too much, even leading to a vegetative state. On the other hand, if the spell was poorly calibrated degenerated and too weak, it could make the person's instincts even more intense. Simply put, the doctor who treated him carefully and precisely weakened the wildest traits of his race. The anti-magic spell needed to be strong enough to contain those impulses, but at the same time gentle enough not to interfere with his daily life. Upon hearing all this, Chan thought that was exactly his problem. His anti-magic constitution was very different from that of the specialists in that world. He couldn't even use magic because he wasn't from there. Faced with that, he began to wonder, what could he do? Was there any possible countermeasure? The werewolf, curious, asked how Chan managed to control his power. Chan replied that he did it through his own will. In short, that control was part of his constitution. It seemed that he had been like that since birth. The werewolf understood the situation and commented that, in that case, Chan's body was similar to his. To demonstrate, the werewolf transformed only his arm, revealing the form of a true werewolf. Chan was shocked at the sight, but the werewolf assured him it was safe there, as long as he didn't move the transformed arm too much. He also said that, thanks to modern magic and technology, he no longer faced so many problems. But in the past, he had to work hard to suppress his instincts. The result of all that effort was precisely the body he had now. Chan remarked that, then, thanks to his dedication in the past, he was now able to control his constitution freely. The werewolf confirmed. Then Chan wanted to know what kind of effort he had made back then. The werewolf said the most common exercise consisted of leaving a piece of raw meat at an unreachable distance while he was chained. If he instinctively tried to move toward the meat, the shackles would dig into his skin. That way, through pain, he learned to master his impulses. As he listened to the story, Chan began trembling, visibly uncomfortable with the idea. The werewolf, noticing this, asked what exactly Chan intended to do with his constitution. Chan explained that he wanted to earn the anti-magic specialist certification, but the werewolf observed that it wasn't something he wanted to do, it was something he felt he had to do. To explain better, the werewolf told more about himself. He said he was a war veteran, having served in special units. Back then, he had to fight for his own life. The power of a werewolf under the full moon was greater than that of any other species, which forced him to live that way. When the war ended and the era of peace came, he and his companions had to adapt, but the wild instincts remained strong, which required great effort. He revealed that the more he tried to suppress his impulses, the harder it became. Eventually, he ended up harming both his body and mind. Chan observed that, somehow, he had managed to find a way out, since he was doing well now. The werewolf confirmed. He said his life completely changed the day his daughter was born. He recalled that, when he held her in his arms for the first time, he had only one thought. He wanted to hold her with human arms, not monstrous claws. On the first full moon after his daughter's birth, he managed, for the first time, to prevent the upper half of his body from transforming. That was the turning point in his mind. He had found a true purpose and, from that moment on, succeeded in what he most desired. He then told Chan that he also needed to find that starting point. He needed to discover his own key. Chan reflected deeply on this. He said he understood and thanked the werewolf greatly for sharing such an important story. Then the werewolf pointed to the two women, who were still unconscious, and asked what they should do with them. Chan wanted to know how long it would take for them to wake up. The werewolf replied that within 20 minutes both would be on their feet again. He asked if he should call the police. Even if no one had been hurt, the mere act of trying to harm someone with magic was already considered a crime. By law, both should be judged, since they had broken the rules. Chan thought for a while. Nobody had been hurt, but only because of the werewolf's intervention, which prevented a disaster. He said he just wanted to let it go, but was uncertain about what would happen when they woke up and, by chance, wanted to fight again. The werewolf, with a slight smile, said that they would certainly value Chan's considerate gesture. And indeed, later, as dawn broke, the two went away without resuming the fight. The werewolf also said goodbye. Chan thanked him deeply for all the help he had given, both for the conversation and for the valuable explanations about anti-magic. The werewolf replied that it was nothing, that he had also enjoyed the experience. But before leaving, he wished Chan good luck on the certification test, and said he was sure he would succeed. Back at work, Chan was thoughtful. He still hadn't found a solution to his problem, and now time was running out. The little dragon girl, who was nearby, calmly drawing, noticed his tiredness and asked if he was okay. Chan said yes, but admitted he had a lot on his mind. She commented that she hadn't seen him for several days and asked if he was sick. He replied that he wasn't, but thanked her for the concern. Looking at her drawing, Chan said it looked great and asked if it was a portrait of her mother. She confirmed it was, and he praised her, saying that her mother would surely love that gift. Then the little one said she wanted to draw Chan too. He got nervous and asked her not to do that. Surprised, she asked why. He explained that he felt very embarrassed when someone drew him. Even so, she looked visibly upset and insisted. She said she could draw him as a butterfly. She begged, kindly, saying she really wanted to draw him. Chan was struck once again by one of those cuteness attacks. He wondered as always why he was targeted like that. While he was thinking about it, the little dragon girl kept insisting that she wanted to draw him really tiny, pleading with shining eyes. Please, please. Reluctant, Chan finally gave in. He said she could draw him, but deep down, he was happy about it. She then began to put together her landscape. She picked up the flowers she had cut earlier, applied glue stick to each one, and carefully stuck them onto the drawing. When she finished, she declared it was done. Chan looked closely and said she had done an excellent job. The little dragon girl asked if her mother would like it, and Chan answered with certainty. She would definitely love it, especially knowing how much effort she had put in. He added that it was good she had finished before Mother's Day, and now they only needed to wrap the present properly so it wouldn't get damaged. But then the little dragon girl fell silent and commented that now she had no reason to come back there anymore. She grew pensive, trying to imagine some excuse to return, even if only to see Chan again. At that moment, he asked if she remembered the thief she had stopped from robbing the store. He explained that, adding up everything the thief had tried to take, the total came to 50,000 won, and he asked if she knew what 50,000 won meant. He explained that it was the same as 500 coins a day for 100 days. In other words, he would help her for 100 days if she ever needed help with schoolwork or chores. The little dragon girl, surprised, asked if he would really do that. Chan confirmed, as long as it was something he knew how to do. She then took out a paper she had kept and said she had a homework assignment, but the problem was that it had to be done while she was asleep. Chan picked up his phone and used the translator to try to understand the assignment. The task asked her to write about her own dream and talk about it with her parents. While he was trying to understand better, the little dragon girl asked if dream wasn't what happened when we slept. Chan explained that this type of dream was different in this case. It meant a wish for the future, something a person really wanted to achieve. Unfortunately, Chan said he couldn't help her with that, because the assignment was meant to be done with her mother. But then the little dragon girl explained that her mother was on a business trip and wouldn't return until the next day at 11 at night. Still, she commented that her mother was always late, since she was so busy. Chan realized there wasn't much to be done at that moment, but suggested that she start writing about what she wanted to accomplish in the future. That was when she asked what Chan's dream was, but he turned it back to her, saying the task was hers. Still, he explained that she didn't need to think of something grand. She could write about something she really wanted to do, but couldn't at the moment. That was exactly what dreams were. So, the little dragon girl began writing. She said she wanted to make friends and play with them. She told him that at school, the other children were having fun with a game until the ball rolled near her. When she picked it up to return it, she also wanted to join in. But as she approached, she noticed that everyone grew nervous at her presence. She explained that whenever she asked to play with someone, the other children's magic changed color and turned dark. Because of that, she believed no one wanted to play with her. Chan asked if she was being bullied, but she quickly denied it. She said only that the other children didn't want to play with her. He then asked if her mother knew about this. The little dragon girl replied that yes, but the suggested solution had been to change schools. The problem was that if she moved to a faraway school, she wouldn't see Chan anymore. Chan was shaken. He wondered how such a kind child could have no friends. He thought that, in that world, many different species lived together, so that shouldn't be the reason. After all, everyone was different. But the little dragon girl said she was afraid of talking to others. She explained that she had tried many times, but it never worked. Whenever she made eye contact, the color of the children's magic changed, and that made her believe it was her fault. That's why she was afraid to try again. Calmly, Chan got her attention and asked if she could no longer see the color of anyone's magic, would she have the courage to talk to other children? He explained that maybe he could use a special talent of his to try to erase those flames she saw in people. But the little dragon girl answered that the doctor had already told her that would never go away. She explained that the dragon species was very rare, and they were usually portrayed as majestic creatures in films and stories. However, in daily life, they needed to take on a mixed form between human and dragon. The young ones of the species couldn't use their magical transformation yet, so they had to go to the doctor every 2 weeks to receive that kind of magic. She told him that, according to the doctor, her inner fire was growing very well. The problem was that, with current technology, there was no way to stop that growth, only to control it, not erase it. They told the little dragon girl that her ability was a blessing, and that she should appreciate it. She said her mother was relieved when she found this out, but she still wondered if it was really a good thing. Chan replied that it wasn't exactly something bad. It was, in fact, an incredible ability, one that prevented anyone from deceiving her. Thanks to that, she had even managed to identify a thief. That was why Chan understood her mother's point of view. After all, she would never need to worry about lies in her life. But he also knew that if that same ability made it difficult for the little dragon girl to get close to people, then maybe it was necessary to find a balance, because otherwise her childhood could become lonely. Chan thought that no child should go through that. Loneliness was not something someone so young should feel. So, he told her not to cling so much to what adults had said. What she wanted was the most important thing, and she had already said she wanted wanted to make friends. Knowing that, Chan said he could make the darkness she saw in people disappear for a while. That way, she could approach others more easily. He asked if she would like that. The little dragon girl thought for a moment, then answered yes. She said that if she didn't see those strange colors in people, she would definitely make friends. Chan then asked her to stand in front of him, and if he could touch her horn, since he needed that to activate his power. The little dragon girl agreed, saying she would allow it only because it was him. As soon as he got closer, Chan was hit again by a wave of cuteness, but he couldn't lose focus. He needed to make it work. His goal was to keep the magic the hospital had placed on her, but make her ability to see the dark aura in people disappear for just a few hours. He knew he couldn't nullify all the magic in her horns, or her mother would be furious with him. He thought his body needed to work exactly as he wished. If he failed now, he would give up his anti-magic certification. He gathered all his concentration and began applying his anti-magic to the little dragon girl's horns. A few seconds later, he said he was done. She was surprised and asked if it had already worked. She thought it was way too fast. Concerned, Chan asked if she felt strange, but she said it wasn't that. She had just thought it was too quick. Then she walked to the door. She was afraid she would see those scary colors again, but when she stepped outside, she saw only people. No colors. No aura, just people. The little dragon girl was impressed. She commented on how the city looked so clean, bright, and beautiful that way. She was dazzled. It was something completely new for her. She asked how Chan had done it, and he answered that it was only through willpower. At that moment, Chan reflected. He realized he was overthinking, trying too hard. He remembered what the werewolf had said about his daughter. It wasn't a great dream, just a simple wish. He only wanted his daughter to be happy, and that was enough. Perhaps Chan was wishing the same thing at that moment, that the little dragon girl would be happy. Even so, she was still insecure. She asked what she should do if she talked to the other children, and they didn't want to play with her. Chan replied that, in that case, she could just bring everyone to the shop. He would prepare board games, cookies, drinks, everything to help her make friends. He leaned closer and told her that, in the beginning, it really is difficult, but over time, with sincere attempts, everything becomes easier. He asked her not to be afraid and to go with confidence, because he believed she could do it. The little dragon girl took a deep breath and replied that yes, she would go with confidence. Chan smiled and said that was the right spirit. Still, he wanted to see how she would feel afterwards. He asked for her home phone number or told her she could call him later, but the little dragon girl revealed that she had a cell phone, so the two began exchanging contacts. Chan was surprised and wondered whether kindergarten children really had cell phones nowadays. It was at that moment that, for the first time, the little dragon girl wanted to know his name. When he answered that his name was Li Chan and asked why she wanted to know, she finally introduced herself as Hana. Soon after, the manager showed up at the shop, excited. She wanted to know if Chan had practiced during the night, but she found the young man collapsed over the counter. Curious, she asked why he was so weak, if the practice had been too heavy. Chan, still trying to pull himself together, answered that yes, it had been an intense practice. The manager, however, thought he looked completely exhausted and told him he needed to rest, but Chan, even staggering, said there was only one more thing left. The manager asked if Chan had failed with all the other attempts. He apologized for disappointing her, saying she was only trying to help. The manager replied that it was fine, but wanted to know how he planned to take the test in that condition. Chan said many things had happened during the night, but he had managed to handle everything, so he was confident. At that moment, he handed her the little ball, and the manager advised him to rest a bit, get ready, and head straight for the test. As soon as he left the shop, she kept watching. She thought he hadn't done as well as expected, but considered it normal. Even experienced people often failed on their first attempt. She reflected that maybe she should have prepared an easier exercise for him. She was frustrated and afraid he would lose confidence, but when she looked at the ball more carefully, she realized that only the color-changing magic remained. Everything else had been erased. Chan had succeeded. Meanwhile, at home, Chan took a shower and told himself he felt refreshed. After sleeping like a rock for a short while, he felt a bit better. He had never been so exhausted from a part-time job. He thought he had managed to apply his magic correctly to the little ball, but also nearly went insane trying. He still wasn't sure if he really understood what he needed to do with his anti-magic constitution. How could he know if he was simply born that way? He decided he would ask the manager about it later. He remembered the little dragon girl, who hadn't shown any sign of trouble yet, so he decided to send her a message, asking if she was all right. She replied saying yes, she was doing great. He reminded her that if she felt anything strange related to her horns, she should just let him know. He also asked her to hide her mother's present well, because it was still a surprise. He sincerely hoped she would like it. Meanwhile, someone named Yunyuk reached out to Chan, asking how he was. Chan was surprised. He hadn't seen Yunyuk since the previous year. He thought he couldn't tell the truth about what he was experiencing. They would think he had gone crazy, so he only answered that life was going well for him. Later, he returned to the shop and found true chaos. It was full of people, a huge line had formed, and the manager was doing her best to handle everything, even using magic to speed up the process. Chan offered to help, but the manager refused. She said he needed to focus on the test, as Yunha would soon arrive to pick him up. She assured him he wouldn't be late, so he didn't need to worry. Still, Chan insisted he would help until Yunha arrived. The manager answered that she was already there, waiting outside. Before he left, the manager handed him a fatigue recovery potion and also a card so he could take the train. Chan thanked her and wished her good work, and the manager wished him a good trip. Outside, Yunha was excited. She said it was an honor to be with the person who had achieved the highest score on the written exam. She commented that she was going to spread the news to everyone and joked that maybe she'd even take that score with her. Later, on the train, Chan looked around and thought how the atmosphere of that world was similar to his own. Even the people rushing to get to work seemed familiar to him. Yunha then asked if it was his first time using the train, since her sister had said he didn't really know the lines. He confirmed, saying he wasn't familiar, but that she didn't need to come with him. Still, Yunha insisted that he would never find the place on his own. The system was confusing and full of paths. That's why the subway had the affectionate nickname, Magical Circle of Hell, a reference to the complicated lines, like those of a magic circle. Even so, Yunha told him to relax, because she was there to guide him. While holding the potion, Chan thought that he hadn't even managed to talk to the manager about his doubts. He had so many questions on his mind. Yunha, curious, wanted to know what was making him so thoughtful. Chan explained that he had researched his constitution, practiced a little, and then used his anti-magic to help a child. After that, he became extremely weak and exhausted. Yunha then asked what the results of his research had been. Chan said he had discovered that he could control his constitution according to his will, but that when he did so, he became very tired. She said that made sense, because he was using more power than usual. Anti-magic specialists also went through the same thing. She mentioned that a friend of hers would also sweat a lot when using his power. She wanted to know what had been the hardest thing he had done so far with his ability. Chan replied that it was helping the little dragon girl, since he had to pay attention to many things at once. Yunha reflected, saying that maybe his constitution had changed a little. After all, until that moment he had been using his power unconsciously. This time, he used it consciously, and that demanded more from his body. That's why the fatigue was so intense. Yunha asked if Chan had done any separate training, but he replied that he hadn't. Curious, she remarked that the night shift must have had a major impact on him. After all, in addition to using a power he wasn't fully used to yet, his body naturally grew tired from working at night. That's why she had prepared a special potion to help him recover. After that, Chan finally arrived at the place where the test would be held. Yunha asked if he was nervous, and he admitted that yes, more than he thought he would be. She tried to calm him down, saying he didn't need to pass that test on the first try. Since it was his first time, he should treat it as an experience. If he didn't succeed, he could try again the following year, and she promised to help him with the training. That made Chan a little more at ease. He thanked her and walked into the testing room. As he walked, he tried to convince himself that he didn't need to be so nervous. He thought about treating the test the same way as the written one. When he entered the room, he saw that the same supervisor from the previous exam was also present. As soon as all the candidates arrived, the supervisor took out a box and announced that everyone was on time. Then, he began to explain how the practical test would work. At this stage, the evaluators would determine which candidates had enough practical ability to receive the National Anti-Magic Certification. To do so, the supervisor used magic to make a floating screen appear before Chan, where he had to choose a task from the list shown. The instructor informed them that there were 6 candidates that day, and 18 different tasks had been prepared. All would take place within the academic district city. Each participant had to accept and complete 3 tasks and return to the room within the time limit. However, the details and difficulty level of each task would only be revealed after choosing, to avoid confusion and arguments among participants. The supervisor also explained the rules. Any act considered a crime, such as violence, contact with other species, even the same species, except for the client, or the use of unauthorized magical tools, would result in immediate disqualification and a 30-year ban from any test. Despite this, candidates could use any means they deemed necessary, as long as they stayed within the rules. One participant raised his hand and asked if the tasks were truly possible to complete. The instructor assured him that all tasks had been designed based on the candidate's abilities, so none of them were impossible. With that, the supervisor concluded the instructions. He said the current time was 7:08 a.m. and that everyone would have until 10:10 to complete complete their tasks and return. As soon as he gave permission to begin, all the participants rushed out of the room. But he noticed something strange. Chan was still there. The supervisor asked if he wasn't going to start. Chan replied that he had raised his hand earlier, but the instructor hadn't seen him. He then asked a question about the tablet, since when he touched it, it stopped working. As he was anti-magic, he assumed that was the reason. Later, Chan noticed that the others had already chosen their tasks. Fortunately, some were written in Korean, which he could understand. But even though he recognized the names, he didn't know what they meant. He lacked the basic knowledge of that world. Unsure of what to do, he just stood there, thinking. He wondered if he should just pick one and try. But he remembered that he had prayed for 29 years, and nothing had ever fallen from the sky. This time would be no different. He also recalled that violation detection would be carried out by functions installed in the tablet, and the instructor had said that any means were allowed as long as they stayed within the rules. So Chan reflected. The supervisor had never said it was forbidden to tamper with the tablet. If it were, he surely would have made that clear to everyone. He concluded that the device must be full of enchantments, and the supervisor's silence when faced with his earlier question seemed to confirm it. Thinking about this, he decided he only wanted to remove the cheating detection magic. He imagined that might work, so he stood up and went to check for himself. Later, he met with Yunha and said he wanted to confirm whether the cheating detection magic had really been nullified. She was impressed by how quickly he thought of that and asked how the idea had come to him. Chan replied that he had no other choice. It was the only thing that occurred to him. He also said the test was very unfair to someone unfamiliar with the place. Yunha agreed. She commented that it was easy to get lost in that academic city and then decided to help him. She examined the tablet and, although everything seemed normal, she asked what he thought about the real state of the magic within the device. Chan studied the tablet carefully and concluded that, without a doubt, there were many other enchantments installed there. When he saw Yunha touch the device without anything happening, he was certain the cheating detection magic had been deactivated. Yunha then declared that the first task was complete. Chan felt relieved, but soon wanted to know if there was any task on the list that he could actually manage. Yunha looked through the options and said that if she were him, she would completely avoid task number 4 and also number 8. Task 4 was in a funeral home, and the only reason to call an anti-magic specialist there would be to erase residual magic from corpses before a funeral. Task 8, on the other hand, was in a construction site, where there was too much activity. Even if Chan knew the foreman, the people there probably wouldn't pay him any attention, and he would end up stuck, unable to complete the task. She said those were just the worst ones, but there were others just as difficult. Chan, however, stated that he definitely wouldn't go for either of those two. With that, he said he would have to choose from the remaining options. Yunha asked if he wanted to try something more ambitious. Curious, he asked which one. She pointed to task number 17, saying it was only 5 minutes away, and that she was certain he would be able to do it. As they walked away from the place, Chan saw a man talking with his own grandfather who, to his surprise, was a walking skeleton. That left him a bit shocked, but he continued on with Yunha. He asked about task 17, and she explained that it would take place in a columbarium. A columbarium, for those unfamiliar, is where urns with people's ashes are kept. In the case of this task, the objective was to inspect the bones stored there to detect any magical anomaly. Yunha remarked that dealing with skeletons might seem like too much, but even so, it was better than dealing with corpses. When they entered the columbarium, Chan grew visibly nervous. He noticed that the environment was very different from what he had expected. Some families carried skeletons, while others reunited with them as if they were living relatives. The atmosphere felt strange to him. In the world he came from, columbaria were quiet and solemn places, but here there was something lively, almost cheerful. While he was distracted by the place, Yunha asked where he was going, since he looked a little lost. She reminded him they needed to be quick. They arrived at the reception desk, where Chan introduced himself as one of the candidates for the anti-magic certification exam, and explained that a client was waiting for him in the columbarium. The receptionist confirmed and said she would take him to the director. On the way, Yunha started to laugh quietly. Chan asked why, and she said it was nothing, she just found it funny how he changed his demeanor. She said he seemed different than he was at the convenience store, even altering his tone of voice. Chan explained that he needed to be polite in situations like that. At his previous job, where he worked in an office, he had to maintain constant formality. Yunha asked if he was a public servant, but he replied that no, he had only worked in a corporate environment. When they arrived at the director's office, they were told they would be received shortly. As soon as they entered, Chan asked if that place was really a columbarium. The other confirmed and wanted to know if it was his first time seeing one. Chan answered that it wasn't, but he commented that the atmosphere there was surprisingly bright and happy. He then asked what they did with the ashes of the dead in that place. Yunha, surprised, asked what ashes he was talking about. She explained that in that world, the remains stayed completely intact. She said skeletons didn't last long, 2 weeks at most, because, unlike living bodies, they couldn't sustain a soul. That's why it was necessary to perform periodic maintenance on the bones. She told him the columbarium functioned as a maintenance center for those bones, and that most of the ones used there came from excavations or were voluntarily donated by families. Chan then commented that, in the place he came from, people reduced remains to ashes, but perhaps he had expressed himself poorly. He thought to himself that, in a way, dealing with intact skeletons seemed even better than dealing with ordinary bodies. Soon the director arrived. He was also a skeleton and thanked them for waiting. He confirmed that Chan was the candidate for the test and introduced himself as the director of that columbarium. He said he would explain the details of the task. He explained that a few days earlier, they had received remains in excellent condition, but 2 problems had arisen. First, there had been an error in applying the preservative by the company responsible. They had ended up using an excessive amount of the product. Second, the documents that accompanied the remains had been lost, and the process to reissue them would take about a week. The problem was that, by then, the remains would already have deteriorated. For this reason, they decided to entrust the task to Chan. Chan understood the situation. He summarized by saying that they wanted him to identify which remains had problems. The director confirmed, saying there were many coffins to be checked. Recasting the entire magic circle would take more time and be far more expensive. That's why they hoped Chan could resolve the situation. He accepted the task, saying that was precisely why he was there, and asked where the mentioned coffins were. The director prepared to guide Chan to the place of the task. Before they left, Yunha asked if everything was really okay for him. She commented that the request seemed a little ambiguous, and questioned whether he would be able to identify the problematic remains without opening the coffins. Chan replied that yes, he believed he could. He had already faced similar situations in the convenience store, and for that reason, he was confident. Yunha remarked that in that case he would probably do very well. Chan said it would be great if that were so, but he was soon shocked at the sight of the place. There were many coffins, all stored in a cold, climate-controlled chamber. The director explained that, in total, there were 384 coffins, and among them, only one had a problem. Yunha looked at the number and said Chan was in trouble. He began analyzing them one by one but quickly commented that he had no idea how to proceed. She noted that he had only examined 7 coffins in 10 minutes, which was not promising at all. At that pace, he would spend the entire test just there. Chan realized he had underestimated the difficulty of the task. He had thought it would be possible to identify the problem just with his magical sight, as he usually did, but all the coffins were surrounded by magic, which made detection harder. He still had another 377 coffins ahead of him. It was clear that he needed another approach. As he reflected, he saw a ladder leaning against the wall and got an idea. He asked Yunha to help him get it. She asked what he intended to do with it, and he explained that there wasn't time to check each coffin individually, so he would climb up and observe them all at once, trying to identify any magical distortion out of pattern. Yunha thought the idea was plausible, but questioned whether he could really pull it off. Chan said he had to. From above, all the coffins looked the same. They all showed the same magical distortion, but he believed that among them, there would be one that stood out, even if only subtly. He searched for any anomaly until, suddenly, he began to feel nauseous. Yunha noticed and asked if he was okay, telling him not to push his powers too far. But Chan asked her not to worry. He stayed focused until he finally found a coffin with a different distortion. He alerted Yunha and asked her to call the director, as it seemed there was more than one coffin with issues. Soon after, the director returned and, surprised, confirmed that Chan's task was complete. He thanked him for acting so quickly, since he hadn't imagined that so many coffins were compromised. Then he asked if he was all right, and Yunha replied that yes, he was just a little nauseous. Since time was short, Yunha asked if there was any other task nearby. The director pointed them to task number 11, about 5 minutes away. She asked if they could head there, and Chan, still catching his breath, simply nodded. They thanked the director, who wished them good luck. Later, Chan was sitting down, drinking something refreshing and saying he already felt better. Yunha commented that it was a relief, but warned that if he kept pushing himself like that, he would end up fainting at some point. Chan replied that he was still full of energy, though he knew it was probably just a temporary effect. Right after, he noticed they were in front of the bank mentioned by the director. He approached a goblin and asked if he worked there. He said he was there for the practical test. The goblin, without much ceremony, said he had been waiting for him, and that they could take care of the problem now. Chan was confused, since the goblin hadn't even explained what the request was. The goblin replied that everything was already described on the tablet and there was nothing more to say. He shoved Chan into the bank and told him to deal with the problem. Not understanding, Chan found the goblin very strange and wondered why he simply didn't explain what needed to be done. He wondered if all goblins were like that. Before he could think further, Yunha pulled him sharply to the side. a trash can had flown past, nearly hitting him. She then pointed to the cause of the chaos. An ATM machine was completely out of control, spitting out objects and shouting that it wanted money, cards, or anything. It looked furious. Chan suspected it was a poltergeist. Yoonha confirmed it was, but asked him to check the tablet. The task, as described there, was simply, deal with the robber, ATM. Chan was surprised by the term and asked if that meant the machine was possessed by a demon. Yoonha explained that yes, it did. She said that all living beings emanate a magical energy similar to carbon dioxide. This magical residue, when it accumulates in objects, forms demonic energy. Normally, this happens with objects people hate, like furniture that constantly hurts them. Chan remarked that the ATM was right next to a trash can, which seemed strange. Yoonha explained that this probably happened because the first sign of the problem was ignored. They must have thought it wasn't a big deal and left it alone until the demon grew stronger and fully manifested. Now she understood why they had called Chan. The ATM kept thrashing, threatening to destroy everything around it unless it received money. Chan reflected that, to deal with that type of demon, he would need to touch it, but getting close would be a challenge. Yoonha suggested she could distract it, pretending to hand it money, and at that moment he could touch it. She also mentioned that her partner, being an anti-mage, sometimes managed to communicate with demons. Then she took out a credit card and said maybe she could use it as a distraction. Chan asked if that was okay, and Yoonha confirmed with a gesture, telling him to go ahead. She went first and, as she approached the ATM, greeted the machine. But Chan, worried, asked her to wait. He stepped forward and said they had something to show. Yoonha displayed her credit card, and upon seeing it, Chan commented that they were there to deliver the card. He then asked the ATM to lower its weapons, explaining that they could solve it peacefully. The ATM immediately changed its behavior. It turned friendly, thanking the customers and asking them to insert the card. Both Chan and Yoonha were confused by this crazy machine, obsessed with money. Then Yoonha began asking the ATM directly for instructions, while Chan approached slowly, planning to touch the machine to remove the demonic magic. However, when he touched it, nothing happened. He was puzzled, wondering why the magic wasn't vanishing like it normally did. The ATM noticed his movement and asked what he was doing. At that moment, Yoonha, sensing danger, stepped in front of him and shielded him from a sudden attack by a printer. With impressive strength, she hurled the machine away. Chan, still dazed, asked if she was all right and she answered yes. They started discussing why the demon was still present, even after contact. Chan explained that his ability normally erased any magic with a touch, but this time something was different. He suspected he hadn't touched the right part of the machine. Thinking it over, Chan concluded the demon must be hidden in the ATM's inner parts. The outside was just plastic, and a screen, the real core of the machine, was deeper inside. To neutralize it, he would have to touch those internal parts directly. Yoonha, hearing this, agreed with the idea and asked if he was sure. Chan confirmed he was, and she decided to act. She inserted the card, saying that if he was sure, then there was a valid reason to open that ATM. To Chan's surprise, she pulled out a knife which seemed to be the card itself, and then deposited all the money she had, 11 million. Chan panicked as he saw the bank absorb the entire balance. The ATM, on the other hand, grew completely calm after the transaction. Yoonha then revealed that the entire guild's funds were on that card, and now the bank had taken it all. For her, that was reason enough to act in self-defense. Chan, terrified, chose not to comment, saying he hadn't seen anything and wouldn't report anyone. With that, Yoonha prepared to recover her money. She began stabbing and destroying the ATM. Chan stood there speechless, watching the scene in silence. When she asked if it was enough already, enchanted brooms began moving against them. She reacted quickly, slicing one in half with her knife. The ATM, enraged, accused them of committing a crime and declared they had crossed the line. It also said they would regret it. At that moment, Yoonha used her weight control magic, making various objects weigh tons, pinning them to the ground. The ATM was utterly confused, not understanding what was happening. Yoonha then looked at Chan and said that, for now, everything was under control. They could call the police later. The most important thing now was for him to finish his task. Later, Chan spoke with the goblin in charge. The goblin asked if all that had really been necessary. Chan explained that yes, because the demon had attacked them from inside the ATM. Upon hearing that, the goblin commented that if he had known, he would have passed the task on to the manager. Even so, he thanked Chan for the job well done, and marked the mission as complete. Yoonha then asked if everything had gone well, and Chan replied that it had, thanking her. However, he was worried about the money she had lost in the process. She said she would write an explanation the next day, and asked him not to worry so much. Even so, Chan still felt bad and apologized. Smiling, Yoonha flicked his forehead and said that all he needed to do was thank her. She had done it as a way of repaying a past favor. He then thanked her sincerely, commenting that she was amazing, and that not everyone would do something like that. That was when Yoonha explained that she wasn't just a delivery worker, She also worked as a hunter for a privatized company. The technique she had used earlier, controlling the weight of objects, was actually a way of adjusting their mass and preventing attacks. Finally, she apologized for not having properly introduced herself from the beginning. Suddenly, Yunha received a call from the manager. The woman was worried and asked if Chan was all right. She explained that she had called because she was a little anxious about the situation. Yunha then turned the camera around to show Chan, putting her at ease. The manager, surprised, asked why he was there. The manager pointed out that Chan was late, but Yunha explained that the practical test was external and had to be carried out in the city itself. Chan had just completed the second task and had only one left. The problem now was choosing a mission that wouldn't take too long, so he would still have time to return to the exam site. Still, Yunha was certain that regardless of the mission chosen, he would succeed. The manager asked to see what tasks were still available. Chan turned the tablet toward the phone to show the screen and asked how much time he had left. He was told the deadline was until 10 at night. The manager then suggested that he choose task number 6. When Chan clicked on it, a message appeared saying the mission was still being defined. Yunha noted that this address was precisely where the anti-magic test was taking place. The manager explained that by interpreting the name of the place, one could see it meant starting point, and that was exactly why it was the true beginning of the journey. The one who had created that task was the test supervisor himself. The manager then asked Chan to trust her and go there, as she was almost certain the supervisor wouldn't set a trap for him. Later, Chan found himself face to face with the supervisor. On the table was a Rubik's Cube. The supervisor explained that Chan was about to be introduced to the educational materials used in that department. Each little piece of the cube contained numerous spells, but the supervisor would not reveal which ones. If Chan had a good foundation, he would know what to do. The goal was to unravel the spells while solving the cube. He would have 40 minutes to complete the task. The supervisor asked if he had any questions, but before he could even finish his explanation, Chan had already solved the cube. Chan admitted that it might have been a bit rude of him, but the task was done. Outside, now free from the test, Chan thanked Yunha for the day. She asked him to stop thanking so much, since he also apologized all the time. Meanwhile, he noticed that Yunha was receiving multiple calls from work, but she said that was normal. Even so, she wanted to know if he really intended to go back to work, since the manager probably wouldn't mind if he skipped. Chan, however, said yes, he would go back. After all, the manager had been working very hard ever since he started taking the tests, and he didn't want to cause more trouble. He suggested that afterward, they could go out for dinner, and he would pay for the two of them. Yunha thought it was a great idea. Later at the store, the manager looked Chan straight in the eye and asked how he had done. He replied that he had passed. She cheered and congratulated him, but wanted to know if the examiner had said anything besides the result. Chan explained that he had been about to say something else, but another participant had arrived and interrupted the conversation. However, the instructor had said he would visit Chan soon. The manager immediately connected this to the practical exam and said that it was certainly related to the instructor himself. She commented that the examiner must also have been a mage, and that he had certainly noticed something special in Chan, becoming curious. After all, every sorcerer was driven by insatiable curiosity. She stated that for that very reason, she knew the examiner would approve Chan. If he didn't, he would never have the chance to see the young man's potential up close. Chan, for his part, only hoped that this visit wouldn't happen at the last minute. But the manager changed the subject, saying she wanted to get to the main point of the conversation. She was going to negotiate a new contract with Chan, now that he had an anti-magic certification. As part of this new agreement, he would receive a new role, managing the underground warehouse and inspecting defective products. Chan asked if the underground warehouse was the same dungeon, and the manager confirmed it was. She said there were many unusual items there, and there was always an anti-magic specialist in charge of inspecting everything. Now, that specialist would be Chan. He wanted to know if the items were already on display, and the manager explained that they were not. There was a reason for that. Many customers came thanks to word of mouth, and they usually came in the morning, precisely when Chan wasn't working. He then asked if it was really okay for him to take on this kind of inspection. The manager replied that even the most experienced specialists were sometimes unreliable. Every week, different evaluators showed up, which was a huge problem. That was exactly why she wanted to hire Chan as the new anti-magic specialist, since the people who had been doing the job were delivering very poor results. For her, this was an excellent opportunity for him. Chan immediately responded, accepting the manager's offer without hesitation. She laughed a little, commenting on how quickly he made decisions. Chan explained that there was no reason to delay, since he had earned his certification precisely for this. Later, the two went together to the underground warehouse, where she began explaining all the details of the new role. Then she started talking about the salary. The base amount would be 20,000 on, with additions for night shifts, weekly leave allowance, overtime pay, as well as a retroactive bonus for all the work he had already done. The number of inspections in the warehouse varied from month to month, so he would also receive performance bonuses and hazard pay. Since it was by no means an easy or safe job, she asked if he had any questions, and Chan asked if it was normal to give so many bonuses to a new and inexperienced employee. Surprised, the manager replied that even though he was new, he understood everything correctly, so it was fair. Chan confirmed that yes, he understood everything. The manager then declared that the salary discussion was over. She jokingly asked if he would now have the title of vice manager, but Chan said he preferred to remain just a regular employee. Later, Chan was holding his new contract in his hands. He thought, with some astonishment, that he had never imagined he would return to working at a convenience store, especially with so many bonuses. He remembered his old job in another store, where he was constantly mistreated by his coworkers and boss. At that time, he endured everything in silence because he needed the money to finish his studies. Despite all the hardships, he couldn't openly complain about anything. That made him feel terrible. But now everything was different. He had an amazing boss who recognized his efforts and rewarded him for every task completed. With that comforting thought, he eventually fell asleep, dreaming about the idea of being a good worker. Later, Chan returned to the store. Still half asleep, he was met with a long line. He found the movement strange and wondered what was happening, also noticing that everyone was wearing masks. Soon, the manager saw him and came over. Chan said he was already there to help and told her to relax. However, someone in line shouted, asking if there were still masks available for goblins. The manager explained that the last goblin had bought the final unit, leaving only that one. People then began asking if there were masks for other species like kobolds and tritons, and Chan helped amid the confusion, distributing whatever was left. He himself ended up receiving a mask. The manager remarked that the situation was serious, and that other stores were probably also running out of stock. Chan then asked if some epidemic was happening, since everyone seemed so worried. The manager, surprised, asked if he hadn't checked the news on his phone. Yet after all, he now had access to the local newspaper of that world, and could follow everything through it. When Chan looked at the news, he saw the headline. At 2 in the afternoon, a large amount of pollen had spread through Phut Park. Experts explained that, due to prolonged high temperatures combined with the polluted manna present in the atmosphere, there had been an abnormal and sudden increase in pollen release. It was a rare, short-lived phenomenon, but one that still required caution. People with chronic respiratory diseases were advised not to leave their homes. Everyone was told to wear a mask outdoors to protect themselves from absorbing contaminated manna. The pollen, initially restricted to the park, had already spread to several areas of the city. The city hall was conducting disinfection operations, but forecasts said it would take at least a week to fully clean everything. The newspaper also warned that this type of pollen could cause excessive absorption of polluted manna, leading to severe symptoms such as allergic rhinitis, conjunctivitis, dermatitis, and even asthma attacks, especially in species with low magical affinity. Chan reflected on the seriousness of the situation and concluded there would be a shortage of masks for quite some time. The manager reassured him, saying that Yunha would come by later to deliver a new batch of masks and that he just needed to hold down the fort until then. At that moment, Chan noticed a new tablet in his hands and wondered if it was for him. It was indeed. The manager had given it to him as a gift. He felt awkward but couldn't refuse. She said she had another one at home, so it wasn't a problem. Even so, Chan felt a little uncomfortable, as if he were taking advantage of the manager's kindness. At the same time, he knew that if he asked for anything, she would end up giving it. He wondered if that was what she meant when she talked about being a better boss. After all, she had already given him a smartphone before, in addition to taking care of everything while he went through his certification tests. Given all this, Chan began to wonder if there was some way he could repay her. Maybe there was something he could do to help his manager. It was already getting late when a customer with a chihuahua head entered the store, asking if there were any masks available. Chan explained that he hadn't seen that customer around for a while, but unfortunately, at that moment, they only had children's masks. Meanwhile, he noticed the glasses the customer was wearing and asked if it was some new trend. The customer, clearly irritated, replied that he was wearing them because his eyes hurt due to the pollen. According to him, it was his boss's fault for deciding to open the windows just when the air was thick with pollen. Now the entire office was filled with it, a complete mess. He cursed, saying that one day he would punch that idiot boss, named Bell, in the face. Chan wanted to know if he had worked alone all day, and the customer confirmed that he had, because if he didn't work, he wouldn't get paid. He said he'd rather wear those weird glasses than suffer from allergies later. Chan thought that, despite his rough manner, the man was really dedicated to his work. Still, he explained that there were no adult masks available, and that new supplies would only arrive at midnight. He offered the option of coming back the next day, but the customer decided to wait right there. Even with the warning that the wait would be long, he insisted. He said it was his choice. Chan asked if he wasn't tired after working all day, but the customer replied that he wanted to increase the company's profits, and told Chan he was talking too much. He asked him to recommend a good beer. Even though he didn't feel like it, Chan decided to oblige. It was already past 12:20 a.m., and not a soul had entered the store in the last 2 hours. He started to wonder why Yunha still hadn't shown up. Maybe it really was because of the pollen. While he was lost in thought, the customer commented on the absence of music in the place. He said that some stores played background music, and asked why this one was so silent. Chan replied that since he had started working there, he had never heard any music in the store. The customer remarked that the place was very isolated, and said he would suggest to the company itself to invest in small details like that, since it affected sales. At that moment, Yunha finally arrived. She came through the door visibly exhausted, wearing glasses and a mask. Chan was a little surprised by her appearance, but praised her for coming, even in that condition, saying she had been amazing. Yunha said it was really hard to deal with the pollen, that she could barely see where she was flying, and asked Chan to fetch a broom. Soon, the chihuahua-headed customer approached her, rudely asking why she had taken so long with the delivery, and demanding the mask immediately. Yunha calmly asked him to be more polite, but he insisted, asking how she could breathe with such a dirty mask, and offered money for her to buy a new one. When he forcefully pulled her mask off, he nearly got beaten up on the spot, but Chan stepped in, saying he would explain everything later and asking only that she hand over the mask he wanted. The customer went up to the counter to ask how much everything cost, but said he would arrange the items himself, dismissing Chan's help. Chan found it odd, since customers usually didn't bother tidying things up. Even so, the customer handed over the money and told Chan to keep the change. They almost argued about it, but the customer put on his glasses, grabbed the mask, and left saying he didn't care anymore. Chan simply replied with a, "Come again." Yunha asked why he had left the change and whether that customer was a regular. Chan replied that yes, he had been coming to the store since his very first day. Even though he was a bit stressed and rude, he was still better than many other customers who caused trouble there. Yunha agreed, saying she also didn't like that kind of person. She commented that it seemed like the man was having a hard day, but Chan replied that the one struggling was actually her, since she had braved the pollen just to make that delivery. He asked if she would be alright on the way back. Yunha apologized for not being able to warn him about the delay. She explained that she had been very busy because the manager had asked her to help at City Hall. When Chan asked if it was about the pollen problem, Yunha confirmed. She said that, in fact, her first task of the day had been exactly that. But then the emergency delivery came up, and she had to divide herself between the two. She had been cleaning the pollen from the square since 6 in the morning, which was why she had been later than expected. Chan, a little confused, asked what she meant by, "The manager gave me this task." He wanted to know if hunters also did that kind of work. Chan was puzzled when he heard that it was actually a punishment, and quickly asked if Yunha was being punished because of what had happened with her former guild, especially that incident with the corporate card. As he thought about it, he remembered what Yuna had explained before. Monsters emerged from places called portals, and these creatures known as beasts or demons were extremely dangerous. Hunters like her had the mission of hunting them down before they could wreak havoc on the world. Also, the portals had to be closed, and the bodies of these creatures contained valuable parts that were later sold. However, in recent weeks, the amount of work for hunters had decreased significantly. It was common for portals not to appear during the month of May. That was why Yunha explained she had to help the district, assisting City Hall, since she was considered a high-level hunter. She also said that sometimes hunters' jobs caused collateral damage to the city, and in those cases, they had to make amends, either by helping the district directly or paying compensation, depending on the relationship between the guild and the local government. She commented that these actions helped build a good reputation, which was also part of their role. While she explained, Chan watched her closely. Yunha noticed his gaze and asked him not to look at her like that. Even so, he wanted to understand better why the guild manager had punished her so harshly. Yunha admitted that she had made a mistake and had written a report about it, but the manager had been extremely furious. As a way of reflecting, she had been assigned to help clean the park. Even so, she said it was all right and that she could handle it. Chan wanted to know how long she would have to keep doing that, and Yunha replied that she wasn't sure, but probably until the end of the month. Hearing that, Chan was shocked at the workload. He calculated that she would have to work about 16 hours a day for 20 days straight. Outraged, he slammed the table and demanded a clearer explanation. Yunha insisted that everything was under control and that she could endure it, but Chan countered, saying that she could end up exhausted, burned out, or worse. He reminded her that he also worked a lot, about 12 hours a day, but the difference was that he got paid for it, while she would not. He argued that since Yunha was considered high-level labor, they would certainly force her to keep helping, without paying for that service. Even if she endured it, the store's logistics would end up compromised, as had happened that day. If she started being late all the time, the store manager would feel bad and guilty, which would make everything even harder. Chan said he didn't want to see that disappointed look on the manager's face, and Yunha agreed that she didn't either. He insisted that she should talk to both managers, the stores and the guilds. But Yunha explained that if she told the truth to the guild manager, he might end up giving that responsibility to Chan instead. She said that during the test with him, she had felt that his skills were extremely high level, even compared to the most renowned anti-magic specialists. For that reason, if the manager realized it, he would use the situation to delegate even more tasks to Chan, exploiting his abilities through outsourcing and extra obligations. Trying to stay calm, Chan asked if at least eventually she would be paid. Then he reflected that no matter how dedicated someone is to their work, it's important to choose tasks that don't interfere with the main job, in their case, the convenience store. He said he would explain the whole situation to the store manager as soon as she arrived, because he couldn't stand seeing Yunha suffering on his account. Yunha replied that she would think about everything he had said. Chan asked her to truly promise, and even though she was a little irritated, she said yes just to make him stop insisting. Still, as she looked at him, she thought to herself that Chan was very kind to a fault. The next day, early in the morning, Chan looked out the store's door and saw a strange sight. It was as if the world outside were completely covered by a pink veil. It no longer even looked like pollen, it was something denser, almost supernatural. He understood why the masks had sold out so quickly. He tried sweeping the pollen away with a broom and dustpan, but realized it was useless. The pollen seemed stuck to the ground. That was when the manager appeared and asked what he was doing outside. Chan explained that he was trying to clean the area, but nothing worked. With a knowing smile, the manager praised his effort and said he was truly dedicated. However, she warned that the pollen was contaminated with magical power, and that ordinary tools would never be able to deal with it. Chan began to wonder if that pollen scattered around the place carried some kind of magical power. To confirm, he got closer and activated his anti-magic. Immediately, the pollen that had been stuck to the ground began to float into the air, and he realized that this way, it was much easier to handle. But the manager, noticing what he had done, reacted with concern. She warned him that he couldn't simply touch the pollen with bare hands. Even though he hadn't felt anything wrong, Chan accepted the warning and was told to wash his hands and take a good shower. While he looked for some sanitizer, the manager changed the subject and asked him something curious. She wanted to know if the little dog he had mentioned a few days earlier happened to be a Pomeranian. Chan confirmed with some hesitation, and then she said that a dog with that appearance had shown up there, right during her shift, at 6 in the evening. The little animal had been staring intently into the store, but when she tried to approach, it ran off. Even so, she managed to take a picture, hoping that Chan might recognize it. He wasn't so sure, since he wasn't good at identifying dogs, but he thought it could be the same one. The manager believed that the little dog was looking for Chan, and she seemed worried about it. With all the confusion caused by the pollen, she feared the animal might be affected too. Deep down, she hoped it would return. The next day, the manager once again looked exhausted. Chan noticed she was holding a receipt and thought sales had probably dropped that month. He remembered how desperate people had been for masks and how often the store had run out of stock. He knew that, for small businesses, moments like that were tough. He wondered how he might comfort her in that situation. However, he soon realized what was really bothering the manager was the magical dog. She wanted to know why it always ran away from her. When Chan asked if it had shown up again, she confirmed. She said it had fled once more, even after she had prepared a special treat just for it. Chan, trying to help, promised that if the dog showed up again, he would talk to it so that it would meet her next time. Later, during his own shift, around 9 at night, Chan was alone and deep in thought. He wondered if the little dog would come back in the morning, or if something bad had happened to it. At that moment, his thoughts were interrupted by familiar barking. He immediately recognized the sound and felt relieved. He asked the dog to come inside, promising a treat in return. Meanwhile, Chan used his anti-magic to remove the pollen remains, still stuck in the animal's fur. The little puppy thanked him, explaining that no matter how much he tried to shake it off, he couldn't get rid of it on his own. When Chan asked what had happened to his owner, the little dog replied with some discomfort, saying that day had been a real disaster. His former owner had chased him while crying, and he had to run as fast as he could to escape. They ended up in a park, where Puppy finally managed to break free. But since it was his first time alone, he got lost, hungry, and thirsty. Many people who passed by offered him affection and attention, but he was afraid of being taken back, so he kept his distance. Wanting to help more, Chan suggested they talk while eating. He grabbed some kibble and the special treat the manager had prepared. Puppy was touched by the gesture and thanked him, saying the human had already done a lot for him. But Chan assured him it was nothing, and that the manager genuinely wanted to please him. When he heard about her, Puppy grew a bit embarrassed. He hadn't realized that woman was the manager, and now he felt awkward for always running away from her. Still, Chan explained that she didn't mind that kind of thing, and would be very happy if he ate the treat. He told him he could come back the next morning and meet her. Convinced, Puppy accepted. While eating, Chan brought him some water and kept thinking about how much the little one had gone through. He decided to let the dog sleep there that night. He then wanted to know where exactly Puppy had ended up after running away. When he asked if the park was Futaba, the little dog confirmed. He said that was where he had been. Chan was surprised. He knew Futaba was the territory of the Black Wind Gang, a group of stray dogs that ruled the area. Recently, the park had been closed, and strange people had been trying to purify the place, which made life harder for those dogs. Puppy explained that at first, being alone in that park had been scary, but over time he got used to it. He began sleeping on the grass, drinking from the fountains, and even found plenty of food there. Still, he wasn't too worried about food. The real problem began when the Black Wind Gang showed up and started invading the territory. Curious, Chan asked where that gang was now, since the park had been closed. Puppy explained that there was a soup restaurant nearby where they might be staying. That was because the restaurant owner was a kind person who fed the dogs that passed by. However, that place already belonged to another gang's territory. But this second gang was more peaceful and didn't mind the presence of other dogs. The problem was that the restaurant ended up being attacked by the Black Wind Gang. The dogs living there fought fiercely to protect the place, but they were outnumbered. They ended up losing. Puppy revealed that even he joined the fight, which was why he had that wound on his ear. When Chan asked if he had really fought, the little dog explained that he tried to protect the older dog who had taken care of him while he was sheltered at the restaurant. The gang leader had been ruthless with the protector but spared Puppy, saying it wasn't his role to finish off the weak and old. Instead, he kicked Puppy away and gave him the chance to escape. That's how Puppy survived. And precisely because of all that, the conflicts, the magical pollen, and the growing chaos, he decided to go to Chan. He wanted to know how much longer that pollen situation would last. Chan replied that the cleanup would take about a week, which made Puppy sigh. That meant he would have to sleep in the trash for several more days. But Chan quickly said that he could sleep at the store for the time being. Puppy, shyly, said he didn't want to cause trouble. At that moment, a very loud noise echoed from outside. Both were startled. Right after, an even stronger rumble made them run out of the store. When they looked up at the sky, they saw something unbelievable, a giant whale, flying. Chan didn't know if he was truly awake. He had never seen anything like it. The creature looked like a blue whale, and he wondered what it was doing there. Meanwhile, Puppy seemed to understand the sounds the whale was making, and said it only wanted to finish a quick job and then rest. When the whale asked what they were doing there, Puppy explained to Chan that she was referring to the two of them. Surprised, Chan wanted to confirm if the little dog really could understand what the whale was saying. To him, it all just sounded like a distant whimper. Still, Puppy confirmed he could translate. Chan then explained to Puppy that the animal was called a blue whale, a huge species of fish that normally lived in the ocean. But Puppy, confused, argued that fish live in the water, and this whale was floating in the air, staying still in one place. That was when Chan suggested that he speak directly to the whale, since he could understand her. Puppy hesitated, scared, but Chan insisted, saying he trusted him. Trembling with fear, Puppy called out to the whale and asked her not to be angry. He said that he and Chan were only there to get some fresh air, and that they had no intention of disturbing her. When Chan asked if he was okay, Puppy hid his fear and replied that he was. At that moment, however, the whale began to slowly approach, making them both even more nervous. Then, the story of that blue whale was told. Her childhood had been ordinary. She was born normally, cared for lovingly by her mother, and swam through the deep ocean waters. During her first years, she was just another whale among many. But everything changed when she turned 3 years old. As she rose to the surface to breathe, something strange happened. Her body began to float, and she was carried into the skies. Her mother was in shock and tried everything to bring her back, but there was nothing she could do. The little whale could no longer return to the sea. After a long time trying to understand her new condition, the young whale made a decision. She told her mother she would follow a new path, a free and independent life, even though she was still so young. Her mother, worried, reminded her she was only 3, but the whale decided to move forward. From then on, she began to wander the skies. However, up high, there was no food. She spent 3 weeks floating, hungry, until she finally found a seaside city, and that was where her story began to draw everyone's attention. The whale began to share her story, and Puppy translated everything calmly for Chan. He told him that, some time ago, strange people appeared on the coast and took the whale into a kind of building. There, they carried out several tests on her body. After that, she was taken to City Hall, where nothing else happened, or at least, that was what she said. Chan thought that part sounded a bit exaggerated, but he could see the whale really did look very weak. As the conversation went on, Puppy kept translating. He nodded in understanding, and occasionally muttered an uh-huh or two. Curious, Chan asked what she was saying. Puppy replied that the whale mentioned something about those who could understand her words. She said these people often called her the firstborn, and that she was 25 years old. She also asked that they not call her sir. Chan was surprised. He remarked that she was younger than he was and, honestly, didn't look it. Puppy translated that the whale thought Chan spoke too formally, and that it bothered her a little. That was when he discovered that, somehow, the whale could also understand him. Without realizing that, Chan immediately apologized. Then, he asked why exactly she was there. The answer was straightforward. The whale said she was carrying out a task assigned by City Hall. She needed to disinfect the entire city from the magical pollen, and she had only 1 week to complete this work. It was a heavy task, and she was very busy with it. Chan asked if it was really she who was doing all the cleaning. Puppy tried to translate, but even he seemed confused. The doubt was soon cleared up when, suddenly, an enormous amount of magic and pollen began to pour from the whale's blowhole. Chan, astonished, slowly opened his eyes wider and realized that the whale was, in fact, sucking up all the pollen from the environment. In a matter of seconds, she had completely cleaned the street they were standing on. Chan was amazed. He said it was impressive, but that it didn't make sense for the whole job to take a week, since that small stretch had been cleaned in less than 10 seconds. Puppy, translating again, explained that the problem wasn't the disinfection itself. That part was easy and fast. The difficulty was in the whale's recovery. Chan asked if she was hurt. Looking more closely, he noticed something strange on the creature's back. Through Puppy's translation, the whale explained that while working, pollen stuck to her back in large blocks. It caused an intense itch. If she let it build up, the situation only got worse. And since there was no one to help clean that part of her body, she ended up dragging her tail against buildings, which caused her even more pain. Chan, observing all this, thought about how harsh the whale's working conditions were. She had been only 3 when her life had been transformed, and ever since, she had been facing endless hardships. Even if he couldn't communicate directly with her, Chan could feel the whale's emotions. That's why he decided to help her. With determination, he approached the whale's back and raised his hand. He channeled his willpower and used his anti-magic to remove all the accumulated pollen. Immediately after, he shouted to ask if she was okay. The whale confirmed she was, but wanted to know what he had done. Still a little dizzy, Chan replied that he had just used his ability, and that it was simple for him. He said that if she wanted, she could come by any time she needed. He would gladly help. Puppy translated Chan's response, and the whale seemed relieved. She agreed, saying she liked the idea of stopping by, being cleaned, and then continuing her work. Even so, she insisted that she wanted to pay for the favor, but Chan refused, saying it was all right. For him, it was something simple, and besides, he also wanted the street to be disinfected as quickly as possible. He wasn't charging for helping. At that point, Puppy changed the subject. With a serious expression, he said he wanted to ask the whale a question. He explained that he had been going through a very bad situation, and asked if she could get him some kind of job at City Hall. Anything would do. The answer was surprising. The whale told him about something called a spiritual being. She explained that this kind of animal possesses extraordinary powers, such as the gift of understanding and communicating with all species. She recognized that gift in Puppy. However, she warned him firmly that he should not work at this city's hall. Confused, Puppy wanted to know why. The whale explained that it wasn't about salary or anything like that. The reason was that if he went there, he would be used as a research subject for 7 years. That was exactly what had happened to her. And when that period was over, he would not be given a real job. He would most likely be kept for further studies. The whale, with regret, concluded that Puppy's ability did have great value, but that the opening of horizons does not always come without a cost. That was why he needed to think carefully before offering his gifts to people who saw in them nothing more than an opportunity for exploitation. The whale, after everything she had been through, encouraged Puppy to look for other ways of using that extraordinary power he possessed. Even so, Puppy admitted it wasn't easy to find a job. He said that he only listened, only heard people's stories, as if that had no worth. But the whale quickly answered that she too had a story, and that he had listened to it. That was more than enough. She explained that she thought she would spend her whole life without anyone ever hearing her story. But that night, she realized it wasn't true. She had been heard, and for that, she deeply thanked Puppy, and also Chan for being there and listening attentively. Then, she drifted away, floating slowly across the skies until disappearing into the horizon. After a long silence, Puppy remarked that Chan had said earlier that he and the whale were in similar situations. He wanted to understand that better. That was when Chan confirmed that he already knew Puppy was a spiritual mascot. He explained that the manager had told him about it. He said that spiritual mascots are very intelligent beings and are sometimes born with special abilities like Puppy. Puppy understood. He knew he was receiving a lot of kindness from Chan, but he also felt a little guilty. Chan, in turn, apologized. He said that, in a way, he had encouraged Puppy to leave home, and now he was without one. But Puppy quickly denied it. He said Chan wasn't to blame for anything. The decision to run away had been his, and he had done it to protect his little Peanut, the affectionate way he referred to his former owner. Despite all the hardships, he had no regrets. He knew that living outside was difficult, but he believed he would find greater happiness if he could overcome it all. When Chan asked when that moment would come, Puppy replied that it would be when he could walk at night in peace. He said he loved walking when the city was quiet, when he wasn't being pulled by anyone, but simply walking of his own free will. Thinking about seeing the world with his own eyes made him happy, and he made it clear to Chan that he didn't need to pity him. Compared to the life he had before, now he was much happier. The next morning, Chan told everything to the manager. She wanted to know if the whale had come back, and he confirmed. He said she had returned, but that there was less pollen than before. Even so, he helped her again, touching her back and removing the excess. Afterwards, he apologized for being a little distracted at work, but instead of scolding him, the manager praised him. She said he didn't need to apologize because she herself had been curious about the whale, and now her curiosity had been satisfied. She also mentioned that news about the disinfection was spreading quickly. People were impressed, some even shocked, because the city's cleanup was finishing much earlier than expected. The situation had reached the point where City Hall had to issue an official statement. She said that Chan had helped a lot. She told him he was amazing, but Chan showed concern. He asked what would happen if someone found out that he was the one who had helped the whale. After all, he was from another world and needed to hide that fact. What if people became suspicious? The manager reassured him. She explained that even though he had anti-magic, his body didn't leave behind any magical residue. She said that usually, even those with anti-magic still carried a minimal magical trace, but Chan, for some reason, left nothing behind. She concluded by saying that no one would notice his involvement with the whale, and that there was no risk of him being discovered. While they were talking, the manager noticed Puppy sleeping there in the store. She thought he was very cute and asked if he had been there since dawn. Chan confirmed, saying that he was exhausted and had been through a lot on the streets. Concerned, he asked if there was any veterinary hospital nearby. Surprised by the question, the manager wanted to know why. Chan replied that Puppy had a wound on his ear, but when he looked again, he became confused. The wound had simply vanished. He was sure there had been an injury there before. At that moment, the manager picked up her phone and, with a thoughtful look, asked if Chan had noticed anything strange about Yunha. He said no. Then she said that, for no specific reason, Yunha had seemed a little different lately. Last week, Yunha mentioned that it would be harder for her to visit the store for deliveries. After that, she suddenly said she was busy. Chan, feeling guilty, realized that maybe she had some reason behind it. Summoning courage, he decided to tell her what had happened during the practical exam. However, before he could say anything, the store door burst open, and a huge man entered. He was a bear. Without beating around the bush, he asked if Chan had been responsible for the damage done to the office, together with Yunha. Surprised but honest, Chan confirmed. The man then got straight to the point. He said that last week, Yunha had used the corporate card, and that the office had suffered a huge loss, 38.4 million in penalties. Because of that, he informed Chan that he would have to help repair the damages, and that he had no right to refuse. That was a responsibility he would have to take on. At that moment, the store manager stepped forward and politely asked for a word. She told him to stop insulting her employee, and said that Chan was someone very important to her, and therefore she demanded that he be treated with more respect. The man stared at her for a few moments and asked if she was his boss. She confirmed. Then, he formally introduced himself. He said his name was Bell, General Director of the Salmon Hunters Office, an organization that deals with complex cases related to monsters, demons, portals, and illegal use of magic, among other delicate work. He explained that his clients ranged from government agencies to private contractors, and that his office was mid-sized. Bell explained that cases of illegal magic use or portal appearances happen irregularly and unpredictably, requiring swift action. If not dealt with immediately, situations escalate and can cause great damage. But because of Chan's involvement, the office's activities had been frozen. Contracts couldn't be fulfilled. Even so, he acknowledged that this didn't give him the right to insult the store employee. The manager, understanding, apologized for any damage Chan might have caused, and said that, if necessary, she herself could compensate. She stated that just as he cared about his employees, she cared about hers. That was why she once again asked him to treat Chan politely and not force him to work against his will. The two stared at each other for a moment, until Bell gave a small smile. He remarked that the manager was quite courageous, and that he wished his own employees were like her. Returning to the main subject, he asked what they should do with Chan. He suggested that Chan work for the office for a while. Chan accepted, but he set two conditions. He said he could not work between 10 at night and 10 in the morning, since he already had his fixed shift at the store during those hours. Therefore, if they accepted tasks outside that period, he would commit to helping. Otherwise, it would not be possible. He confidently stated that if his conditions were accepted, he would work with full dedication. Bell questioned whether he was really in a position to make demands, but Chan replied that yes, he was, because he had heard from Yunha herself that he was very good at what he did, and, if accepted, he promised to handle the job. Bell, impressed by their determination, accepted the conditions and asked if the manager agreed. She replied that if Chan was fine with it, then so was she. With that, Bell explained that he would send the tasks through Yunha herself. There would be 2 per day, and he would personally cover transportation and food expenses. When Chan asked about the end of Yunha's overtime hours, Bell answered that since it was only a disinfection service, it had ended earlier than expected. That would be her last day working extra hours. Her punishment had been shortened, and soon she would return to her normal work routine. After that, Bell said goodbye and left the store. The manager then turned to Chan and asked what he would do if a task came up at 10 at night. Chan replied that he would not do it because he had a commitment with the store. She suggested they could adjust his work schedule, but Chan refused. He said it was not necessary. Still, the manager asked him to listen to her. She said he needed to resolve things first in order to return to work in peace. She also promised to take care of Puppy during that time. Chan, embarrassed, apologized. He felt bad for not having told her everything beforehand. The manager explained to Chan that this time he had made a mistake. She said that from then on, he could no longer hide such things from her. He needed to tell her everything, because it wasn't something he should carry alone. She asked him to go home, since his shift was already over. Later, Chan was still at the store, organizing shelves, while on a call with the manager. During the conversation, he asked if Puppy had mentioned wanting to pay back the debt he thought he owed him. The manager confirmed. She said Puppy felt he owed Chan a favor, but Chan replied that he had done everything only to ensure the spirit mascot stayed healthy, not because he wanted something in return. Even so, the manager said she had told Puppy exactly that, but it wasn't enough to convince him. Furthermore, even though he was a spirit mascot, Puppy believed he didn't possess great abilities. However, in her view, the fact that he had mastery over language alone was already impressive. Chan then asked if she was referring to the whale's translation. The manager confirmed. She explained that interpretation magic was extremely complex. There are many types of language, dialects, accents, nuances, and all of this matters. Using interpretation magic could sometimes be worse than using an automatic translator, but Puppy managed to translate perfectly, as if he spoke the whale's language naturally. His abilities seemed similar to the magic used by wizards, but on a much more refined level. Chan, curious, asked about the wound he had seen on Puppy's ear. He was sure he had noticed something there. The manager explained that it might be part of his very power. She mentioned that the phoenix, another spirit mascot, also possessed this type of ability. Chan was surprised to hear about the phoenix and confirmed if it was indeed the firebird. Before they could continue their conversation, Chan's practical exam supervisor appeared at the store. Surprised, Chan asked why he was there. The instructor explained that he had personally come to deliver his certificate. Later, the two were sitting together, and Chan offered him a soda, saying he didn't need to pay, he would cover it himself. Curious, Chan asked if it was common for the instructor to personally deliver the certificate. The man replied that no, it wasn't customary, but he had a very special reason to be there in person. Then, he handed Chan the magical certificate and congratulated him. Now he was officially an anti-magic specialist. After that, the instructor began explaining some important instructions and precautions related to the certification. The first rule was that if he caused harm to another species, Chan could receive a sentence. The second was that he must not lend his certification to another species. And lastly, if he failed to meet the minimum quarterly workload standards established by the state, the certification would be cancelled or suspended for a year. Chan then wondered if he now had to work for the government, but the instructor explained that no, he could work in any area, as long as it was legally recognized. However, he commented that novice professionals usually face difficulties in finding jobs, since companies prefer people with more experience. Even so, he assured him that there were policies and benefits to assist beginners. Chan wanted to know what kind of policies and benefits those were. The instructor explained that someone with an established certification could act as a mentor, and he stated that he himself would be Chan's mentor, which left Chan quite confused. The instructor then revealed the real reason he had gone there. He said Chan had achieved the highest score, both in the written and practical exams. For that reason, he wanted to invite him to work as his teaching assistant. He added that if Chan demonstrated his skills consistently, he could be promoted in a short time. He also assured him that if he had any special conditions, the instructor would do his best to adapt the work environment. At that moment, Chan remembered a conversation he had with friends while drinking. One of them began crying, saying he would never again be a graduate student, despite once being full of dreams and passion for the field. Seeing that friend so frustrated made Chan think he himself would never be able to enter graduate school. After all, he lacked both foundation and solid education. But now, he was receiving an opportunity that contradicted all of that. The instructor then explained that the main role of a professor was to conduct their own research or administrative tasks within the academy. Teaching classes was only an additional activity to gain research support. Thus, Chan could work with him while participating in anti-magic research or combat activities. Finally, he asked if Chan had any questions. Chan said yes. He did. He wanted to know why the instructor was offering such an important position to him. Of all people, he couldn't understand. At that moment, the instructor summoned that same magic cube from the exam and asked Chan if he knew the real reason why the test had been done with that object. Chan, surprised, replied that he thought it was just to select candidates. The instructor then explained that the cube had been created to be solved in about 40 minutes. The purpose of the test was not for anyone to complete it, but rather to see at what point the person would give up upon realizing they could not finish. It was a way to evaluate awareness of one's own limitations in fields related to anti-magic. But what was most impressive was that Chan had solved the cube in less than 20 seconds. He hadn't even hesitated. According to the instructor, the cube was designed precisely so that the person would accept their inefficiency and learn to deal with it. However, Chan had simply solved it, as if there were no barriers. The instructor, clearly impressed, said that he had been so shocked that he was left speechless. He had never seen anything like it before. That was why he was offering this opportunity. Chan, now understanding better, admitted that he got the point, but emphasized that he had only finished high school. He had no higher education, so he didn't think it was possible for him to act as a teacher. Besides, he was still working at the convenience store. Even so, he said he would very much like the instructor to be his mentor. The instructor then asked if that meant he was rejecting the assistant job offer. Before he could answer, someone entered the store. It was the manager. Chan, confused, wanted to know why she was there. She explained that she had gone out to order food but realized she had forgotten her wallet. She asked if he had seen it on the counter. Chan said no, but that he could look for it. However, when the manager noticed the instructor's presence, she greeted him as if he were just a regular customer. Meanwhile, Chan approached and whispered in her ear, quickly explaining the situation. She understood and said she would look for the wallet herself, asking him to focus on the conversation. Chan thanked her and turned his attention back to the instructor. Curious, the man asked if she was really the store's manager, and Chan confirmed. He asked if there was a problem with that. The instructor dodged the subject, seeming to have recognized someone, but chose not to comment. Then, he asked for Chan's phone number, and Chan gave him the contact. Still, Chan was left with the impression that the instructor might have known the manager from somewhere. Soon after, the instructor showed his phone to Chan, displaying a kind of list with several requests and tasks. He explained that those were missions that had arrived at his laboratory and served as a backup of options. He also reminded Chan of the minimum monthly workload, at least 2 tasks that met the state's criteria. If Chan didn't find work on his own, those missions could be used as substitutes to prevent his certification from being suspended. The instructor made it clear that he wouldn't interfere in the jobs Chan chose, but that if unfair situations arose, Chan should contact him immediately after accepting any task. It was a way to protect Chan, and at the same time, ensure he was nearby, even if he refused the assistant offer. Chan asked how they would communicate, whether by messages or calls. The instructor replied that Chan should write a report on the bulletin board. Any work done as an anti-magic specialist would automatically be recorded on the back of the certificate. It didn't matter the location or the number of hours. After reaching the required quota, he would be free to act as he pleased, as long as it didn't involve illegal activities. Jokingly, Chan asked if he could use the certificate to order a beer at the bar. The instructor replied that yes, he could, and asked if there were any more questions. Chan said no. The instructor then announced he was leaving. He informed Chan that he had saved his contact in his phone and asked him to act with vigilance, now that he was officially an anti-magic specialist. Finally, he said he was looking forward to seeing his future activities. Later, the manager picked up Chan's magic certificate and began analyzing it with excitement. She said it was something incredible, made of silver, infused with pure magical power, and it even had a damage prevention spell. On top of that, the certificate was directly connected to the department's magic. To her, it was simply sensational. Meanwhile, Chan watched in silence as the manager admired the card. Then, he took the chance to ask if she had ever met the supervisor somewhere before. He thought the man had recognized her somehow. The manager replied that she had felt that too, but didn't remember very well. She said she had worked with many vampires, and perhaps at the time he wasn't even a professor yet. She assured him that one day she would remember. Chan, on the other hand, commented that he was feeling overwhelmed with the responsibility of choosing yet another task, since he didn't know where to start. The manager promptly offered to help. She started going through the options and found a mission that, according to her, seemed perfect for him, checking the effectiveness of a medicine. Chan grew curious and wondered if that was related to a pharmaceutical company. The manager confirmed. She explained that, in that world, pharmaceutical industries mainly worked with potions. He then asked if she remembered a young woman who had stopped by the store some time ago, asking lots of questions, the one who ended up vomiting rainbows on the floor. The manager laughed and said she did remember. She believed that girl also worked at a pharmaceutical company, and perhaps even at the same one related to the mission in question. But before they could keep talking, the manager looked at the clock and gasped. It was almost time for the last train. In a rush, she said she had to run, and Chan wished her good luck as she hurried out of the store. Right after, Chan heard someone come in. It was an elderly man, carrying a tripod and a cell phone in hand, looking ready to record something. He entered the store as if he were about to start a live stream. Chan was surprised to realize that even the elderly were producing online content in that world. Later, as the old man checked out his products at the register, he commented that he had finally found the item he was looking for. He said he had walked quite a lot to get there, but asked if there weren't other varieties of the same product. Chan explained that, unfortunately, the others were out of stock. Curious, he asked if the old man intended to record a video eating that product. The man confirmed. He said his followers had been asking a lot for him to try it. Although it wasn't the main focus of his channel, he did eat quite a lot of things during his live streams. Then, he asked if the store offered deliveries, since he wanted to try other different products. Chan replied that yes, but they only handled orders through delivery apps. The old man explained that he couldn't use that kind of app. That caught Chan's attention, and he found it strange. After all, if he did live streams, how could he not know how to use an app? The old man replied that he just pressed a button to start the broadcast, and the videos were edited by his son. He said delivery apps were far too complicated for him. Chan tried to reassure him, saying it wasn't that hard. Then he began explaining, step by step, how it worked. First, you had to put the desired items in the cart, then press the purchase button, choose the address, and finally the payment method. There were several ways to pay, you just had to choose one. While explaining, he noticed that the man still had a troubled expression. Chan looked at him and gently asked if he could see his phone. He then began guiding him directly on the screen, telling him which button to press, where to fill in the card details, and how to complete the order. The old man, following everything carefully, commented that it was a lot of steps. Chan, on the other hand, began reflecting. Lately, he had been facing more and more of these situations, helping people with tasks that, for him, were simple, but for others were not. The manager had already told him that it wasn't good to get too involved like that, but he couldn't help it whenever he wasn't busy with something else. And there he was again, helping someone. After finishing, the old man thanked him wholeheartedly. He said Chan was very kind and was helping a lot. Looking at him, he firmly stated that he saw great fortune in Chan's future. He said Chan attracted good people around him and had exceptional luck. Surprised, Chan asked how he knew that. The elderly man explained that he studied physiognomy as a hobby for years and was very skilled at it. He had even predicted the birth date of a friend's grandson. Before leaving, the old man commented that the rest of the year would be a bit difficult, but asked if Chan already had a plan in mind. He replied that he was still trying to figure out what to do next. The man just smiled and advised him not to worry so much. He said that up until now, Chan had already accomplished many things and that, one way or another, everything had turned out fine. Chan confirmed that, in a way, yes, that had been an official request. The old man then commented that much greater things were reserved for him in the future, but warned that there would also be situations he would not be able to face alone. Even so, he told him not to worry, because there would always be someone by his side. With the order complete, Chan told him he could go now. The old man asked if it was true that he could now order anything, and Chan confirmed, saying there were several options available. The man thanked him greatly for the help, and, as a sign of gratitude, decided to give him a tip. He offered a generous sum of money, and insisted that Chan accept it, saying one should never refuse a gift from an old man. He thanked him again before leaving. Later, when the manager showed up, she was surprised to see that he had received a 500,000 tip. Chan explained that he had tried to refuse, but the man had left the money there and left. He asked if he could treat it as lost property, but the manager said yes, although she was sure the man truly wanted him to accept it, even if he was hesitant. Chan replied that he thought it was a bit excessive impressive on the old man's part, since he hadn't done that much to deserve such an amount. Besides, he didn't urgently need the money. The manager then commented that he got embarrassed too easily, but Chan replied that it wasn't exactly that, he just felt as if he was being pulled along by something greater than himself. Even so, the manager insisted, saying that he had refused the money at the time. So she decided they would keep the amount locked away for a month and asked what he would do after that time. Chan replied that if he still had the money, then he could invite her and Yoonha for dinner. The manager liked the idea and asked if he really would. She then wanted to know if he had accepted the pharmaceutical company's task. Chan explained that yes, he had spoken with the client the night before, and the two had arranged to meet at the store the following evening to discuss the task in more detail, since the client insisted on explaining everything personally. For that reason, Chan asked permission for the client to come to the store, and he agreed. He apologized for having decided this without telling her first, but the manager said it was fine. She also commented that during the meeting, he could take off his uniform if he wanted to. Curious, she asked the name of the pharmaceutical company. Chan said it was called Emer. The manager commented that the building was nearby, around the bus stop area. She recalled knowing some people who worked there and said it was quite a coincidence. Later that same day, Chan was at the front of the store, helping customers when someone asked if the messenger had arrived yet. He replied not yet, but asked what she looked like. The customer replied that he would recognize her right away, since she was a pink-haired succubus one he already knew. When she arrived, she said it had been a long time since they last saw each other, and asked if he remembered her. Chan smiled and said of course he did after all. She was the customer who had vomited rainbows on the store floor. While serving her a drink, he said he never imagined she would show up there and asked how she was doing. She seemed a little sulky, and Chan said he wouldn't bring up the vomit incident again. The succubus asked him not to mention it at all. She said she was very busy at work, dealing with a lot of paperwork, and also that she would never have imagined Chan becoming an anti-magic specialist. She said she had heard the competition to get the certificate was very tough. Chan explained that it was normal for her not to know about that side of him, since he had gotten the certificate less than a week ago. This, in fact, was his very first official task. He thought she might be uncomfortable with him still being a beginner, but she replied that she didn't mind and told him not to worry. She said she would explain everything and that it was easy to understand. She then began presenting the magical drug her company was developing. She explained that many couples fight due to a lack of honesty with each other, and that was why the company was creating a magical potion to promote mutual honesty, with the goal of solving that kind of problem. Chan asked if a potion shouldn't make people fall in love, but the succubus explained that it wasn't possible to create love where it didn't exist. Besides, that would be illegal. The company was focused on developing potions that would help couples who already loved each other, strengthening mutual understanding and empathy. Chan asked if it was like a truth serum, and she replied that she had already expected that question. However, she assured him that the company's potion was very different. She said she would show the difference between a truth serum and the magical potion, explaining that truth serum doesn't actually make a person tell the truth, it only makes them speak as if they were being natural. The succubus explained that, unlike truth serum, the magical potion developed by the company had a more delicate effect. The truth serum, according to her, reduced the cognition of those who used it, and not everything said under its influence could be considered entirely truthful. The company's potion, however, required both members of a couple to take it together, and that made all the difference. Even so, Chan remarked that, in the end, it still seemed like a truth serum. The succubus then suggested that he imagine an example. If both of them took the potion and one asked, "If I speak honestly, will you let me go?" what would the other answer? Chan said that, obviously, they would reply that they would not let the person go, since it was a potion for mutual honesty, and no one would be able to lie. The succubus explained that this was exactly the point. In an interrogation, for instance, the natural resistance of the questioned person could weaken the effect of the potion, rendering it ineffective. That made its application in investigative environments completely unsuitable, unlike truth serum. She said the company made a point of emphasizing this in its technical documents and in responses to regulatory agencies. Furthermore, the potion had received official magical approval because of added safeguards and adjustments that prevented misuse. It was precisely to evaluate these adjustments that they were asking for Chan's help. The main questions at the moment involved two issues: to what extent a couple should be honest with one another, and whether complete honesty could end up harming romantic relationships. The succubus noted that being overly sincere could even drive couples apart. Chan agreed with this reflection. She explained that, to avoid such side effects, the company had added supplements to the formula, designed to align the user's thoughts with the theme of the conversation. This would allow for a more controlled and healthy exchange. Chan reflected on that and said that, deep down, The goal was really to foresee and prevent problems before they happened. However, he felt he could only properly evaluate the potion if he could see it with his own eyes, so he asked if he could. The succubus said yes, but hesitated for a moment. She explained that the potion was still in phase 1 of development, and they did not know exactly what could happen to someone who took it. Chan thought she seemed worried, because she didn't know that he had high magical resistance. Curious, Chan asked if she had any magical item with her. She then pulled out an enchanted perfume bottle from her bag, which promised to make anyone who wore it be noticed from at least 3 meters away. Chan asked for permission to use a bit of the perfume. When she allowed it, he applied his anti-magic ability to nullify the item's effect, sprayed some on himself, and asked if she felt any attraction toward him. The succubus replied that not exactly, and Chan concluded that his anti-magic had worked as expected. She commented that it was strange, since the perfume had excellent reviews, and then half-jokingly asked if he might simply not have any natural charm, suggesting that perhaps the perfume hadn't reacted because he wasn't charismatic. Chan felt offended by the suggestion, and explained that the effect hadn't occurred because he had nullified the spell with his ability, not because of any lack of charm. Even so, he said he understood the misunderstanding. The succubus, realizing she had hurt him, quickly apologized. She said that wasn't what she meant, that he was indeed charming, and that if he hadn't used his ability, she definitely would have felt attracted. Chan, however, thought her compliments were only making the situation worse. With the test successful, he said she could now bring him the potion. She explained that, since it was an external shipment, a formal permit would be required to move the item outside the company, which would take 1 to 2 days. The problem was that she might not be the person responsible for that part of the process in the next stage. Chan then said he would prefer to continue working with her. He said he wanted her to be his representative inside the company because he believed they had a good connection, and also because she was excellent at explaining things. He made it clear that he would love to continue in partnership with her, and the succubus agreed, saying it would be possible. Later, after the succubus had left, Chan was talking with the store manager. She wanted to know what the visitor had said. With light irony, Chan mentioned that she had seriously asked if there was some hidden treasure inside the store. The manager found it curious and commented that the succubus seemed like a very interesting person. She then asked if Chan intended to take the potion in the next phase. He replied that yes, he believed there wouldn't be any problems due to his magical constitution, but admitted he still wondered whether there might be unexpected side effects. The manager said probably not, since if there were any serious risks, the developers wouldn't have requested this type of test at that stage of the project. However, she raised another important issue. Since the potion worked between 2 people, it was necessary that there be an emotional bond between them for the effect to be properly observed. In other words, it wasn't enough for him to take the potion alone. Someone with whom he shared an affectionate bond also had to take it, for the experiment to be valid. Chan remarked that he could take the potion alone, and perhaps even have a conversation with his subconscious. He also suggested that the manager could take it with him, but she immediately refused, saying she wouldn't do that. Chan accepted her answer calmly, and the manager commented that maybe he should discuss this decision with the succubus. Even if it was only work, it was still a significant request, and she believed the succubus was the best option to accompany Chan in this experiment. He agreed and said he would talk to her about it. At another moment, the succubus recalled Chan's words when he said he would love to continue working with her. The thought left her completely flustered, and she wondered why her heart had raced so much at such a simple phrase. As dawn broke, another customer left the store. Chan watched the movement and thought about how many families were around. Perhaps it was because it was Saturday, or maybe because May was considered family month. The store was bustling, with many people accompanied by their children. Looking to the side, Chan saw a child throwing a tantrum because she wanted candy. He noticed how strong that desire was. The mother, trying to control her, said that if she kept behaving that way, a dragon would appear to take her away. She even threatened to tell everything to Mr. Dragon, who would descend from the sky to fetch disobedient children. Even so, the child kept screaming, until suddenly, the store door swung open. It was Hana, the young dragon, who entered. Chan greeted her and asked how she was. Hana replied that she was fine, but soon showed curiosity about the conversation she had overheard. She asked the lady about that story of dragons taking children away, and wanted to know, after all, where they would be taken. Chan was also intrigued by the question, and thought to himself, where would dragons take the children anyway? The child, now faced with a real dragon before her eyes, was visibly frightened. Chan tried to ease the situation by asking the lady if there was anything else she wanted to buy. She replied no, that she had already finished her shopping and, before leaving, said she would buy the candy for her son. Chan then turned his attention back to Hana and asked again how she was. She explained that she had spent the night with her mother and had slept there. When he asked if she wasn't going to school, Hana explained that she wasn't, because the school had also been affected by the pollen pollution and would remain closed for some time. Chan remembered the incident and acknowledged that it made sense. He then asked if she had been able to meet her friends during that time. He believed she would have had the opportunity. After all, some time had passed. Hana confirmed, saying that she went to a cafe and played with them. However, she mentioned that her friends seemed a little strange. She had suggested playing house and had taken on the role of mother in the game. But whenever she asked for something playfully, her friends responded with exaggerated reverence, as if they were afraid of her. Chan quickly realized what was happening. In the children's minds, Hana was like a queen, someone far too powerful. When she made simple requests, the children reacted as though they were dangerous orders. He thought that the kids were probably afraid of dragons. The presence of such a strong being caused anxiety among them. It was such an intense fear that the magic around them darkened, revealing the tension in the air. They were afraid of Hana. That was when Chan understood. The image of a dragon in that world was similar to the figure of the boogeyman, a threatening being that devoured children. Except that, in this case, it wasn't a legend, but a real creature, part of society. People had turned dragons into symbols of fear from an early age, and that shaped the way children saw figures like Hana. In the middle of this reflection, Hana pointed out and commented that there was a dog outside. It was Puppy, desperate, begging to come in. He seemed very shaken about something, and as soon as he entered the store, Chan noticed he was covered in dirt. He wanted to know what had happened, whether Puppy had rolled around somewhere or gotten into trouble. But instead of answering with words, Puppy began barking loudly, completely agitated. Chan asked what had happened to Puppy, but soon realized it probably had something to do with Hana. He leaned closer and whispered, asking if the reason for his silence was her presence. Puppy confirmed, saying he didn't want to speak in front of her. Little by little, he began to explain what had happened. He said the pollen had been completely cleared from the park, so he went back there to play. But that morning, a problem arose. Many people had gone to the park to deal with the situation, and amid the commotion, someone stepped on his tail. Instead of barking or crying like a normal dog, Puppy let out an ow, as if he were human. He said he hadn't even realized what he had done at the time, but everyone heard it. From that moment, several people began trying to capture him, thinking he was some kind of magical creature in disguise. He was chased for 2 hours straight, and only managed to escape by hiding behind a vending machine. Chan thought that Park seemed to be having a streak of bad luck lately. Puppy then asked if Chan knew of anything strange happening there, but Chan said he didn't, only recommending that the mascot stay in the store for the time being. Puppy replied that, being near Hana, he could maybe try talking, but confessed that after what had happened, he didn't want to speak to anyone other than Chan and the store manager. He also said he would be more careful from now on. At that moment, Hana came closer and asked what Chan was talking about with the dog. He invited her to join the conversation, which made Puppy react with a bark, complaining. But Chan insisted, asking what he would do if situations like this happened and they weren't around. He said that if Puppy didn't want to be excluded forever, he needed to make connections, true friendships. He affirmed that Hana was exceptionally kind and pure, and would surely keep the secret. Hana, not fully understanding what it was about, promised she would keep it secret. Chan reminded Puppy that he had already trusted the manager before, so why not trust again? After thinking for a bit, Puppy gave in. He said that if Chan trusted her, then he would trust her too. When he finally spoke, Hana was surprised and exclaimed that the dog could talk. Puppy confirmed, but asked her not to speak loudly. She nodded, saying that this was their secret now. She promised to keep it safe. Chan watched the two and thought that, luckily, they seemed to get along well, maybe because they were both extremely cute. But as he reflected, that word kept echoing in his head. Cute? He then asked Hana if she could see colors again, or anything around her. She replied yes, that the anti-magic he had placed on her had already worn off after 24 hours. Chan said he could cast the enchantment again, but Hana explained that she wouldn't be going to kindergarten that day. Even so, Chan replied that it didn't matter, the weather was great, and it would be a good opportunity. He asked Puppy for help, who wanted to know what it was about. Chan replied that it wasn't anything difficult. The name of the mission was Make Friends. Later, with the store full of families, the activity was even more intense. Chan asked Puppy if he had already understood the plan. Puppy replied yes, he could handle it. When a new family entered a father with his son, Chan looked at the boy and thought, target confirmed. It'll be him. He evaluated the child and noticed he seemed to have a strong personality. He wondered if the plan would work, but considered that he was about the same age as Hana, so it could work. The father approached and said he would let his son take a look around, and that he would pay for everything he picked. Chan said that was fine and kept watching. He thought the timing was perfect. Puppy then approached with a very cute demeanor, barking softly to get the child's attention. The plan seemed to be going well, but the moment the boy came closer, he looked at Puppy, and, with a disgusted expression, said that was the ugliest dog he had ever seen. He commented that Puppy was very dirty and asked why such a dog was inside the store. He even said that the dog needed to be taken out of there. Even Chan was shocked by the reaction. But before he could say anything, Hana stepped in. With a calm air, she stated that Puppy was their little dog. She also said that he was very clean and cute. After everything went wrong, Chan decided to explain exactly what the plan had been. The first step was to select a child who would be the target of the operation. Then, in the second step, he would use the cuteness of Puppy, the little dog, to catch the child's attention. The third step was to take advantage of that cuteness, even more to win over not only the child, but also the parents. In the fourth step, Hana would appear holding the puppy in her arms and greet everyone kindly. Finally, in the fifth step, Chan believed that, at that moment, the children would be much more open to conversation. With that, Hana would have a chance to make a new friend. However, reality did not go as expected. Chan knew very well that life didn't always follow the plan. Puppy was visibly shaken by the situation, and Hana was quite upset. That was when Chan realized it was time to cancel the operation. He called it a strategic withdrawal. To lighten the mood, he said he would buy juice for each of the children, and that they could all sit together and talk more calmly. He also suggested trying some new cookies. Trying to avoid more confusion, Chan asked the fox boy to turn toward the table. But in truth, the boy was in love. The little fox said Hana was pretty, and in fact, she really was. The boy then grew confused and wondered what they were actually talking about. When Hana apologized to Puppy and hugged him, the boy felt something strong in his heart. He thought she looked like an angel. He thought Hana was a very kind and beautiful girl. He had never seen a dragon like her before. Chan, noticing this, asked why, if the boy liked her so much. He didn't apologize for what he had said, but the boy replied that he had no reason to apologize. He said the dog really was ugly and dirty. Hana immediately corrected him, telling him not to speak that way to the uncle who took care of her, and that Puppy was actually clean and very cute. So the boy made a proposal. How about a bet? He suggested building a tower with the cookies they had there and seeing who could build the tallest one in a minute. He said that since Hana didn't even really know the game, he would surely win. But Hana didn't let it slide. She said she was the one who would win. She also declared that Uncle Chan would be the judge. Chan, watching the scene, thought that maybe the plan had worked after all, though in an unexpected way. Technically, the operation was a success. He then set up the timer and explained the rules. Whoever built the tallest tower in 1 minute would win, and the loser would have to apologize to the winner. As soon as the timer started, Hana moved very quickly, but poor thing, she was terrible at it. Puppy, worried, asked Chan if he thought it would work out. After all, if Hana lost, she might get frustrated. Chan replied that it was just a silly little game. Maybe she would feel disappointed, but not angry. At 24 seconds into the game, the boy had already built his tower, and it was quite tall. Hana's, on the other hand, was very short. She then began to cry, saying she had lost. Chan, seeing that, grew worried. She really was sad. At that moment, a new customer entered the store with his daughter. When the girl began to throw a tantrum on the floor, the father said loudly that if she didn't stop, he would call a dragon to take her to the sky. Chan, worried about the effect those words could have, approached the man and suggested he lower his voice a little, so as not to disturb the other customers, especially when talking about dragons. When the man saw Hana, he apologized. He said he hadn't realized there was a real dragon there. Hana politely replied that she would never take anyone away. Then the fox boy joined the conversation and said that dragons actually took children to a playground in the sky because they wanted to play with them. Curious, Hana asked if that was true. The boy replied that it was what his father had told him. But Hana pointed out that the man had said dragons only took children who didn't listen to their parents. So she wanted to know, why would dragons take disobedient children in particular? The boy, a little embarrassed, said his father must have been mistaken, and that was the end of it. Soon after, the fox boy's father appeared and called his son. Before leaving, the boy invited Hana to go to the amusement park with him. He said he didn't want to ride the roller coaster alone, and that maybe they could go together. Chan, watching, found it funny how that boy, who had been so arrogant before, was now inviting Hana on a date. He thought that at this rate, the boy might even become a potential boyfriend. But Hana replied that she couldn't go, because she had only come to the store to see Uncle Chan. The boy was visibly bothered by her answer, and Chan felt guilty, thinking he had interfered too much. He thought Hana was turning down good opportunities because of him. Even so, before leaving, the boy asked for Hana's phone number. He said that next time they would go to the amusement park together. He promised to text her every day, and then he left. Since the fox boy had to go, they decided to continue with Operation Make a Friend for Hana. The first child who showed up actually enjoyed talking to Puppy, but her father wouldn't let her touch the dog so she wouldn't dirty her hands. The second child was completely indifferent, as if not interested in anything at all. Similar situations kept happening, one after another. Over time, they realized that Puppy was becoming emotionally shaken. He knew he wasn't the most amazing dog in the world, but he hadn't imagined that people would be so cold to him. It hurt him. Chan, feeling guilty, admitted he had miscalculated calculated and apologized. As compensation, he said he would give Puppy 30,000 OS for participating in the operation. But Puppy refused. He said he had done everything to help Hana, not for money. Even so, Chan replied that nothing was free in his convenience store. The rule was clear: whoever worked there got paid. And if Puppy didn't want to carry money around, he could accept dog food from the store as payment. Puppy politely said he would accept that. That was when Hana came closer and made a special invitation. She asked if Puppy wanted to go to her house to play. She said she wanted to spend more time with him, and explained that her house was big, full of toys, where they could eat tasty food and have fun together. Puppy was very grateful for the invitation. Chan, seeing that, thought that, in the end, a friend had been made, and that was enough. Later, during the night shift that same day, the store manager was talking with Chan. She explained that many adults still said those things about dragons because of the past wars between races. The dragons had played an important role in those conflicts. However, the people who had truly witnessed the dragon's power back then had either already died or were very old. It is believed that these stories were passed down from generation to generation as a way of teaching descendants not to mess with dragons. Over time, these stories became distorted and turned into threats used to scare children. The manager said that the dragons, in turn, were somewhat indifferent to all of this, which is why they rarely brought up the subject. She commented that this kind of thing becomes tiresome as we grow up. Since dragons were integrated into society, their image has grown weaker, and adults no longer fear them as much as before. Even so, she was curious about the effort Chan had made that day. She wanted to know the true reason behind his help to the little dragon girl. Chan replied that it all reminded him of his own childhood. When he was young, he had no friends. He grew up in a very poor family and was bullied because of it. He tried talking to his teacher, but it didn't help much. One day, after yet another difficult situation, he went home crying and asked his mother why he always had to wear shoes with holes in them. It was then that he decided that, if he could, he would help Hana. He felt that an adult with a different perspective on childhood could make a difference. The manager listened carefully and said that he wanted to be a good adult. She explained that usually people only try to console others, but Chan had really made an effort to help that little dragon girl, as if saying without words, "I hope you don't feel the same pain I once felt." To the manager, people who help others with that mindset are great adults. So, to her, Chan was a wonderful person. He was touched by her words but found her expression a little unsettling. That was when she pointed out that someone had been leaving trash at the store's entrance. Chan asked how long the trash had been there. The manager explained that it had appeared at 3 in the afternoon. She said she had gone to the restroom and, when she came back, the trash was already there. Chan offered to clean it up, but she didn't allow it. She said it was better to leave it as it was, because if they cleaned it up, the culprit would think they could keep dumping trash there without consequences. She was 200% certain that if they removed the trash, more and more would appear. The manager instructed Chan to call the police if he saw anyone dumping garbage illegally there. She also asked him to avoid opening the door at night unless it was to serve a customer. That was because, in addition to security concerns, there was a lot of dust blowing through the street due to nearby construction. She explained that the construction workers were coming to the store during their breaks to buy beer. Chan found that curious. He knew what it was like to work at night, but he wondered if it was okay to drink during a shift. He thought maybe the local police officer wasn't paying much attention, until he realized that the officer was Iruel. There was someone Chan hadn't seen for quite a while. Since the incident involving an illegal wallet, she hadn't shown up there. But now, in the distance, he saw her approaching the store. What caught his attention was that her hair color had changed quite a lot. As she came closer, Chan grew nervous. Iruel, noticing his gaze, asked if something was wrong, since he kept staring at her. She thought maybe something had happened. Chan simply replied that he was happy to see her after such a long time. Iruel said that if he had any questions about the street construction, he could talk to her. Chan, in turn, just commented that normally he saw very noisy, rowdy elves in that area, but with Iruel it was different. She was so quiet and discreet that he thought it was better not to disturb her. He thanked her for her concern and told her she could go on with her work. As she returned to her post, Chan reflected that he had worked in many convenience stores, but none of them had a police patrol so close by. That gave him a good sense of security. Soon after, a new customer entered the store and asked for a cigarette, but suddenly, he asked if by any chance there was any lost property around, specifically, a bag of money. Chan, surprised, wanted to understand better. "What do you mean, a bag of money?" The customer, who was a lizard, explained that he had heard a bag of money had been lost there, and that it could be recognized at a glance. Chan was confused, not knowing what this was about. Later, he checked the lost and found section, but, as he expected, there was no bag of money there. He couldn't understand how someone could lose such a large sum and still send someone else to pick it up. 10 minutes later, more people began to arrive, all asking about the same bag of money. One said he himself had lost it. Another said her friend had lost it and asked that it be handed over. A third said it was his son who had lost the bag. No longer understanding anything, Chan called the manager and asked what was going on with this mysterious bag. The manager, upon hearing this, told him to call the police immediately. This wasn't something they could resolve on their own, but until the police arrived, the two would stay on the line, since it was impossible to predict what could happen. Chan, however, looked in Iruel's direction and said it wouldn't be necessary. After all, he already knew where a police officer was. Later, Iruel began writing the report. Between 11 p.m. and 12:30 a.m., 4 different customers had appeared, asking about the same bag of money. None of them had formally reported it missing, and there was nothing registered at the store. Chan tried to explain that, even though it sounded strange, everything was true. If she wanted, he could even show her the lost and found section. But Iruel replied that she believed him. In fact, she already had a suspicion about what might be happening, but she needed to confirm it with her own eyes. That was when she removed her flashy traffic guard uniform and decided to hide inside the store. She told Chan to keep working as usual. She was certain more people would show up asking about the bag. She positioned herself discreetly in a corner of the store, acting naturally. Meanwhile, Chan kept wondering whose bag it could be. Why didn't the person who had lost it come to retrieve it themselves? Not long after, an elderly woman showed up and also asked about the bag of money. She told Chan to hand it over right away. He asked what exactly she meant by that, and the woman insisted. She wanted him to hand over the bag that her friend had lost. Chan calmly explained that there was no lost item in the store. The woman then grew irritated and asked why all humans were so irrational. She accused Chan of lying and tried to force him to hand over the bag. She even asked if he was trying to steal someone else's money. He replied that there was nothing there, and that, even if there were, he couldn't just hand over an item to a stranger. If she insisted on behaving that way, she would have to leave the store. The woman became furious and called Chan insolent. At that moment, Iruel appeared and firmly recited Article 1 of the International Interracial Constitution. All races are equal in every aspect of life: political, economic, social, and cultural. Basic rights must be guaranteed, and no form of discrimination is allowed. According to the law, the woman's statement was clearly discriminatory, and she could be punished for it. Faced with this declaration, the woman was shocked. Iruel then asked if she would like to go to the police station to continue the investigation. Faced with the threat, the lady gave up on the bag and left. Chan was very grateful, but asked if that was already enough proof. Shouldn't they have waited a little longer? Iruel said it wasn't necessary. He had acted very well, and in fact, she had already obtained the evidence she needed. She explained that Chan's testimony matched perfectly with the woman's statements, and that all the other customers had arrived saying the same thing. They were only there to retrieve a bag of money on behalf of someone else. Iruel then shared her suspicion. It seemed like a scheme. She believed all those people were, in fact, couriers for the black market. Iruel explained that the black market deals in illegal items, such as modified magical tools, fake identities, and objects used in crimes. She also recalled a case that had happened right there, involving an altered, illegal wallet. The criminal caught with it confessed that he had obtained the item from the black market, and after that cat ended up going to the police station to turn himself in. Iruel added that the black market operates both online and offline. On the internet, there are many illegal sites where criminals post ads that, at first glance, look like part-time job offers. In reality, they are ways to recruit people from other races to act as intermediaries in illegal transactions. One of the most common ads is something like, "Looking for someone to pick up my bag of money." The problem is that most people who accept such jobs are ordinary citizens with clean records, which makes them useful to leave no trace. Thus, all those customers who had stopped by the store asking about a bag of money were, in fact, carrying out this kind of service, contracted by the black market. Then, Iruel asked Chan if he was sure he hadn't seen any bag in the store. He replied that yes, with absolute certainty, but then he remembered a garbage bag in front of the store. He wondered if it was just trash, or if it could actually be the disguised bag. When Iruel approached, she said it really did look like an ordinary bag and asked how long it had been there. Chan replied that it had been at the store since 3 in the afternoon, and that the manager had instructed him not to touch it, so he obeyed and left it alone. However, he began to sense a strange aura around the bag. He thought that if he had paid more attention to the manager's instructions, he might have noticed it earlier. He was already getting irritated with the whole situation involving the black market and the bag of money, and decided he wouldn't let it slide. He asked Iruel if he could break the spell on the bag. When she asked if he was an anti-magic mage, he confirmed and said he had been certified recently. He also mentioned that he thought there was a spell on it, and wanted to know if he could dispel it. Iruel authorized him and told him to proceed. Then, determined to ruin the criminal's plan, Chan broke the spell with his own hands. The moment the spell was undone, the bag transformed back into a money briefcase. However, the lock on the case was broken. Iruel picked it up to inspect it, and when she shook it, she noticed it was heavy, but made no sound, which meant it was full. Judging by the weight and the probable amount of bills, she estimated there must be around 500 million inside that briefcase. Chan's shock was obvious when he heard this. Later, they reviewed the security camera footage and confirmed that, around 3 in the afternoon, a goblin had shown up and left that garbage bag there. The goblin had used a strange disguise spell to conceal the briefcase's contents. Hyrule used a flash drive to copy the recordings, but Chan still thought the whole thing was suspicious. He questioned why the person who wanted to retrieve the bag of money hadn't come in person. Hyrule explained that this was probably part of a strategy to hinder the investigation. Since several different people had shown up that day, all with clean records, it was difficult to obtain direct evidence. Moreover, because their contact with the black market was done through websites, it was very easy to cut ties after the delivery. It was, she said, a very common method. Even so, Chan couldn't accept one detail. The instructions the couriers had received were to pick up a bag of money, not a garbage bag. If they had been told correctly, they would have taken the bag already, but they hadn't. He commented that, if it hadn't been for the manager's order not to touch it, he would have thrown that bag away himself. In the end, the criminals had been extremely lucky to leave 500 million practically in the middle of the street. He himself would never have used such a risky method. Iruel asked if she could explain everything to him later. Chan replied it wasn't necessary, since he was just thinking out loud, driven by curiosity. But she said that as part of the investigation, it was her duty to update all involved within 7 days, and that he didn't need to feel guilty. Since he and the manager had helped so much in that case, it was only fair that they also receive the full information. She said that just as they had helped satisfy her curiosity, she also wanted to satisfy theirs. Chan was surprised, but Uriel clarified that she was referring to the fact that he was an anti-magic mage. When the case of the illegal wallet occurred, they had spent several days investigating and analyzing the object without success. Even the criminal carrying the wallet did not know how it worked, since he had purchased it on the black market. It was only after Chan's testimony and the analysis of the store's security footage that they were able to make progress. That sparked everyone's curiosity, until he revealed his ability. Uriel said she was relieved to know the truth, and Chan apologized for not having told her earlier. She replied that it was not a problem. In fact, he had helped a lot in that day's investigation, and normally, to undo a disguise spell like that, they would need to call in a specialist from the station, which could take a long time. But thanks to Chan, the work was able to move forward quickly. For that reason, she sincerely thanked him. Chan said he hadn't done anything special, and then took the chance to ask a question, not directly related to the case. He wanted to know if Uriel was from the detective department, since at first he thought she had become only a traffic officer. But her resemblance to the detective he had in mind made him suspicious. Uriel explained that, in fact, she was part of both departments. On top of that, she was also affiliated with several other police divisions: the Information Management Department, the Children and Youth Department, the Criminal Investigation Division, the Cybercrime Division, the Security Division, the Training Division, the Planning and Safety Division, the Equipment Management Division, and other affiliated departments as well. After that, she asked if he still had any other questions. From afar, Chan thought that was why she only slept 30 minutes a day. He found her situation sad. The next morning, Chan told everything to the store manager. She said it was good that Officer Uriel had been there to handle the situation. Chan mentioned that the officer said such cases tended to occur more frequently in June because of the drop in black market prices. When he said that, he noticed the manager's expression darken. Half joking, he commented that at this rate, she would turn into a grouch monster. But the manager had a very bad feeling. She began to question why they were using that convenience store, in particular as a meeting point for illegal transfers. It was her workplace and Chan's as well, a place she considered precious. Still, she thought the whole situation was strange. She said she had already destroyed those criminals before, and that made Chan wonder how exactly she could have destroyed the black market. The manager then asked about the suitcase of money. Chan replied that he had not received any updates yet, but that the investigation was a police priority and they would notify him immediately if there was any progress. She asked if there was anything else. Chan said yes, but it was more personal. He explained that they had requested his cooperation as an anti-magic mage to assist in future investigations. The manager commented that she had also worked with the police before, acting as a mage. She recalled that when she had to stay on stakeouts or conduct long investigations, it was very exhausting and she would end up falling asleep on the job. Even so, she said it had been a valuable experience. However, she didn't think it was safe to get involved with police work. Chan asked if she would mind if he accepted. The manager wanted to know if he was talking about work outside the store. They had already discussed this before, but now the frequency of those other jobs was increasing. He wanted to know if it bothered her, since he might need to be away for several days to work as an anti-magic mage. The manager then asked if he knew what her routine had been like before he arrived. She said she practically lived in the store, that being at home made no difference since she had no one to talk to. She didn't have friends to go out with either, so from time to time she would go to a nearby cafe and call Yunha to chat for a bit. That was how she spent her days, always the same, monotonous and lonely. She thought it would be that way forever, until Chan appeared. She asked if he realized how surprised she was to discover that he was a human from another world, and even more, that he possessed such a rare anti-magic ability. She said probably no one in this world could imagine something like that happening. Chan started sharing with her the incidents and accidents he experienced, both inside and outside of work, and because of that, she confessed that she was enjoying her routine for the first time in her life, all thanks to him. She was happy to return to the store every day. She made it clear that she wasn't happy about the suffering he had to go through, and Chan replied that he understood what she meant. The manager said that, for those reasons, she accepted that he could take a job outside the store, but she also mentioned that they had already stretched the conversation too long, and that he needed to rest. At that moment, Chan received a message from the pharmaceutical company asking if they could test the product that day. Later, during his next shift, the manager reminded him that during the meeting with the company he should be as polite as possible. She said that was essential in this type of meeting and wished him good luck. However, when Chan arrived for the meeting, he found the Chihuahua head already waiting at the location. He had brought his own laptop, snacks, and soda. He was literally there to work. He said he had paid for the time, and that he had 3 hours of use. Chan tried to explain that he had work to do afterward, and that the environment might get a little noisy, which could be distracting. The Chihuahua said he didn't mind at the moment. He was so overworked that he didn't even have time to think about anything else. He explained that his boss had ruined the results of a project that had taken him an entire month to complete. Because of that, he would now have to spend another month working like crazy. He complained that the bastard never lifted a finger to help and only ever showed up to cause trouble. So frustrated, he said he wanted to smash his head in. Despite his anger, the Chihuahua told Chan not to worry. He could go ahead with his work without concern, since he himself would be fine continuing on his laptop. Chan couldn't help but think about how much the Chihuahua went through and felt pity for him. Shortly after, the representative from the pharmaceutical company appeared, thanking them for being able to reschedule the meeting for that day. It was the familiar succubus. Later, Chan was shown a video, which wasn't exactly an advertisement, but rather a guide, explaining how the new potion experiment would work. A mascot appeared in the video to instruct the participants. The first instruction was that the participants should act as if they were a man and a woman, meeting for the first time on a blind date. They needed to act naturally, without adopting forced concepts or artificial behavior. This was essential to check the potion's effectiveness. The second rule made it clear that during the experiment, they were not allowed to look up dating tips or similar advice. What mattered were their honest reactions. And finally, the third rule was to do everything with care and dedication, simply enjoying the experience. Chan was confused and wondered what kind of guide video this was. The succubus then explained that the video was only meant to guide them during that meeting, and that, while thinking about it at the company, she had the idea of participating in the experiment herself. She said it would be better if she drank the potion together with him, since, for the potion to work properly, it required 2 people to consume it. Before proceeding, she asked for Chan's consent, checking if it was all right for them to conduct the experiment together. Chan agreed, even saying he had been thinking of suggesting that himself. He reminded her that his contribution to the potion was mainly physical, due to his anti-magic constitution. The succubus admitted that she was also curious about the potion's effects, since she had been part of its development. Before they began, Chan warned her that there was a Chihuahua there, or rather, a kobold, and asked if it would be a problem to hold the meeting with him present. The succubus said she didn't mind and asked if the kobold was okay. Chan explained that he was just a little stressed from work. The succubus then began explaining how the potion should be taken and what kind of situation it was meant to create. She took out a beautiful little box where the potion was kept and said that, since Chan's feedback on the potion had been approved the last time, the company's sorceress had managed to incorporate all the necessary adjustments. Now, according to her, the formula was stable and no longer had side effects. Chan remarked that it really did seem like a magical potion, but the succubus explained that since it wasn't completely finalized yet, it couldn't be ingested on its own. It had to be mixed into another drink. Chan then wanted to know exactly what kind of situation they needed to create during the experiment. The succubus explained that the potion was designed to work between 2 people who acknowledged that they love each other. That was the central purpose of the experiment. However, even if the 2 of them weren't actually in such a relationship, they would need to behave as if they were, for the sake of the test. In other words, she wanted Chan to pretend to be in love with her. Chan was confused by this and asked if they were supposed to pretend to be in love, and if that was too difficult, at least act as if they were in a relationship. The succubus confirmed and apologized for any misunderstanding. Chan then questioned if that wouldn't count as a kind of predefined concept, since the video had said to avoid that. The succubus replied that it wasn't. What the video prohibited was acting in an artificial way. Doing the experiment within the framework of a natural relationship wasn't a problem. Since they already knew each other, they could conduct the experiment much like a blind date, and the effects of the potion would manifest in the same way. What mattered was that everything happened spontaneously and genuinely. Chan realized that was why the video emphasized naturalness so much. Finally, he said they could begin. The two mixed the potion. She poured hers into a mango juice, and Chan into his soda. After drinking, Chan remarked that it tasted a bit bitter. The succubus agreed, saying that even with the juice the bitterness remained strong, and that the flavor still needed improvement. Chan asked how long the effect would last. The succubus answered that, given the amount they had taken, the effects should last about an hour and a half, and would start to appear within 2 minutes. She added that the expected side effects, though not yet fully confirmed, included a feeling of disorientation similar to drunkenness, slight dizziness, and also a mild fever. The succubus seemed a little uncertain. She wasn't sure if the feelings she was starting to notice were part of the experiment or if they resembled what happens in a real relationship. Since she had never felt love before, she couldn't tell the difference. While she was lost in thought, even the chihuahua began paying attention. The room went quiet, and the two Chan and the succubus just stared at each other without saying a word. Chan thought that it was easy to talk about naturalness, but much harder to actually put it into practice. Maybe he should try to take the initiative. At that moment, the chihuahua himself threw a piece of popcorn at him, grabbed his laptop, and showed a message on the screen. Compliment her by saying she looks pretty today. Chan wondered what that kobold was doing, but the chihuahua insisted, urging him to just go ahead and do it. The succubus, noticing that Chan's gaze had shifted away, asked where he was looking. He tried to cover it up, saying it was just an insect. But right after lying, he suddenly started feeling very nauseous. He asked if that sickness was a side effect of the potion. The succubus confirmed, or rather, probably, and then asked if he had lied. Chan admitted he had lied a little. She explained that actually, that wasn't a common side effect. The nausea indicated that the potion was working. It had been developed to function properly only in genuine relationships. And in such a bond, if someone lied, the body would react negatively. The succubus said it wasn't meant to cause that kind of discomfort, and that maybe the effect had been stronger than expected. Chan remarked that it was probably because the potion was still experimental. The succubus then asked, on a scale of 1 to 10, how serious that lie had been. Chan looked at the chihuahua, answered, maybe a 1, and then immediately asked why he was even looking at him after all. He wasn't the one who made up the scale. Chan also said he'd rather skip explaining the reason for the lie if possible. The succubus agreed. She then changed the subject and asked a more personal question. She said that, recently, she had grown curious about where Chan lived. He wanted to know why she was asking. She explained it was just normal curiosity, part of light conversation, and that she had learned to ask those kinds of questions from her seniors. But as she tried to keep the conversation going, she suddenly felt nauseous, and so did Chan. He realized that maybe their symptoms were synced and asked her to be honest about what she was feeling. The succubus said it was fine and that it wasn't anything serious. Chan thought that if this kept up, he would end up vomiting rainbows. But, judging by how their bodies were reacting, this no longer seemed like just a side effect. It was bad either way. To ease the situation, Chan offered to help. He said he could give her a massage to relieve the effects. But instead of accepting, the succubus admitted she wanted to visit his home. She told him she really liked talking with him. When Chan listened to her speak at length, she felt comfortable. She said she wanted to do that with him all night long. Chan asked if they couldn't just do that right there, but she replied it wouldn't be enough. She imagined something more intimate and cozy, like ordering food, having drinks, spending the night watching a movie, chatting about trivial things or about science and work. She confessed she had been thinking about it for the past few days and asked if maybe he would also like to do that with her. The succubus said her mind had been full before coming there. Chan asked her to calm down a little before continuing. He spoke carefully, suggesting she take a deep breath and then speak clearly. Confused, the succubus asked what she had just said. Chan replied that she had invited him to her house to watch movies together. Surprised, she asked if she had really said that, since she hadn't noticed. She wondered why she had said something like that. Chan thought he had felt a strange energy coursing through his body. The potion was too strong. He didn't know exactly what was happening, but began to suspect it could even be dangerous. Deep down, he felt relieved for having an anti-magic constitution. Chan apologized for not properly answering what she had said. He had only interrupted the conversation to try and ease the potion's effects. The succubus replied that it was all right. Thanks to him, she had managed to regain her senses. She admitted that the potion's effects were much stronger than she had anticipated, and that she would need to adjust the dosage. She also noted that the symptoms varied depending on species, and asked how Chan was feeling. He replied that he was a bit dizzy and nauseous. He asked if they could rest for a bit before continuing. But the Chihuahua, who had been watching everything, asked if they were wrapping things up already. He said things were just starting to get interesting, but he didn't have much time to stick around for part 2. Exhausted, Chan looked at him and asked if he wasn't the one who had said he was busy. The Chihuahua said he had gotten stuck on part of his work and decided to take a break. He asked for 3 energy drinks and pointed out that since Chan was already near the drink section, he could bring them over. He also said he had already paid for everything. Chan replied that he would just serve another customer quickly and then come back. Meanwhile, the Chihuahua turned to the succubus, calling her Pinky Hair, and told her to relax and have some fun. He asked why she was so tense around that little idiot. The succubus answered that she wasn't there to relax, but to work. The Chihuahua scoffed, saying that wasn't work at all, and questioning how she could call it a job. The succubus insisted that they were conducting an important experiment. He laughed, saying they looked more like they were filming a romance movie. Chan, noticing where the conversation was heading, politely asked the Chihuahua not to start trouble with the other customers. The Chihuahua shot back, saying that this had been Chan's choice and calling him an idiot. Then he asked to buy 2 more cans and said Chan could drink the rest. But Chan told him that, this time, there wasn't any promotion running, and asked him to at least take his change. The Chihuahua complained, saying it was too much work. Chan wondered if he was really just paying for the drinks or if there was some other reason, but figured either way he should definitely take the change. The succubus, observing everything, asked who exactly that Chihuahua was. She thought he seemed a bit rude. Chan explained that that's just how he was. He always showed up, always like that. He said his favorite hobby was buying things for Chan and insulting him, but deep down he was a good person. The succubus then asked if there were many customers like him who came frequently. Chan replied no, that he was quite unique. In fact, he added that aside from the Chihuahua, there were several other remarkable customers who visited the store, and the 2 of them began chatting about the different kinds of patrons. It was a light, casual conversation. Later, after about an hour or so, the succubus sincerely thanked Chan. She said he had worked very hard. Chan replied that it wasn't just him, that both of them had put in a lot of effort, though he wasn't sure if he had done his part well. But she assured him that yes, he had done everything right, and it was thanks to him that she was able to gather all the information she needed. She explained that the meeting was actually more focused on observing the side effects and symptoms of the potion, and that she had managed to collect all the expected data. She also commented that she had loved hearing the stories he told, like the one about the little dragon girl in kindergarten or the werewolf taxi driver. Chan said he was glad to know that it had worked. The succubus then said there was something she was personally curious about. She asked why Chan had listened to her story the first time they met. She reminded him that, as she had already mentioned, she only kept going there because of what he said. Besides, she had no one to talk to about those things. Whenever she tried to talk about her problems with her coworkers, they ignored her. But Chan was different. Not only did he listen attentively, but he also tried to help her, and she wanted to know why. Chan answered that he simply wanted to help because he saw how hard she was trying. He himself had never been someone who dreamed big or worked hard toward a major goal. Ever since becoming an adult, he had only done temporary, part-time jobs wherever he could get paid. He never had a clear objective, but he thought her idea about true love was absurd in a good way, and he admired how seriously she took it. Seeing the effort she showed that day, he just wanted to help. He asked her to keep giving her best and promised he would help her however he could. Before saying goodbye, the succubus thanked him once again. Chan also remembered that she had mentioned visiting his home. He explained that it was a bit complicated for several reasons, but said he would think carefully about it later. Either way, he was sure they would meet again. The succubus agreed, saying they would definitely see each other again. The next morning, Chan was exhausted. He felt like he had used up all his energy during the experiment. There were still 3 hours left before the end of his shift, and he thought he might need more coffee. But before he could do anything, the manager showed up early at the store. She informed him that, starting that day, he would be on the morning shift. Chan was confused and asked how that was possible, since he had always worked at night. The manager replied that she knew, and that she actually wasn't changing his job. She just wanted him to say, if anyone asked, that he worked in the morning. Before she could explain further, a flood of customers entered the store, many of them couples. Chan didn't understand and wondered, why were there so many people so early? One of the customers approached without buying anything, just to ask if he was the night shift clerk. Chan answered that he was on the morning shift, but wanted to know the reason for the question. The customer then showed a video in which someone said there was a very kind person at that store. Chan recognized the man in the video. It was a streamer who had been there days earlier, eating a huge bowl of food. The old man had explained during his live stream that, thanks to a very kind young man, he had finally finally learned how to order food through an app. He said that young man was so attentive that he intended to visit him again. The manager asked if it wasn't the same man who had given Chan 500,000 coins. He confirmed that yes, it was him. The manager then commented that he was the so-called earth deity people had mentioned. Confused, Chan asked what she meant by that. He wasn't a shaman, much less a deity. He asked if gods now appeared in convenience stores so often. The manager explained that it wasn't exactly like that. In fact, that man was a wizard, specialized in agricultural magic. He helped people in need, and for that reason, he became known as a deity. She said he had worked for many years in the fields until he retired and started streaming. She also asked if the old man hadn't read Chan's face. Chan said yes, that he mentioned he would go through great experiences, and that everything would eventually turn into luck and fortune. He then asked if that kind of prediction had any credibility. The manager replied that a great event was something subjective. The increase in customer traffic was great for her as a manager, but not necessarily good for Chan. He agreed, saying that all of it scared him a little, and asked how people had found the store's location. The manager explained that they probably recognized the place from the surroundings shown in the live stream. She said she was surprised to see the store being mentioned, since she herself occasionally watched the old man's streams. She said that the night before, the store had come up in the chat, and that's why viewers got excited about visiting and spending money there. Chan understood. That was why the manager had come in earlier that day, and she confirmed, saying she also wanted him to start saying he worked the morning shift. Chan never imagined that situation with the old man would end up like this. Curious, he asked what that old man actually did in his streams. He remembered the man had mentioned that eating live wasn't his main content. The manager explained that, although he often appeared eating, the focus of his streams was something else. He mainly played shooting games, using a sniper rifle as his main weapon. Chan was surprised by that and commented that he never imagined someone his age playing that kind of game. The manager explained that, according to the streamer himself, he played to fulfill something he couldn't do in his youth. Then the manager wanted to know how the potion meeting had gone the day before. Chan said it wasn't as difficult as he thought, but he kept wondering if the succubus really was a succubus. The manager asked if it was the same succubus who had already been there before, the one with the very bright gaze. Chan confirmed, but wanted to know if it was really necessary to reconstruct the situation. The manager replied that yes, it was necessary for the confirmation process. She asked if he had really felt nothing during the experiment. She said he was impressive, very resistant, especially considering he was dealing with a succubus. She explained that, probably, she hadn't done it on purpose, but it was common for succubi to use seduction spells, something natural to them. According to the manager, that type of spell makes the person standing in front of the succubus start to like her. It can be activated at any moment, without preparation, but it requires the succubus herself to wish to be loved or desired by the person. Because of this, the spell is often triggered unconsciously, and even then, 99% of people fall under its charm. But Chan, with his natural resistance to magic, was practically immune. The manager wanted to know if he had really felt nothing, absolutely nothing. Chan replied that he hadn't, although the situation had been a little different. The succubus was feeling sick because of the potion's effects, and there was another person present during the experiment, which might have interfered. He mentioned that perhaps the spell had been triggered by accident, as a side effect of the potion. The manager said she wasn't sure, but preferred to leave the subject aside, since there was still time left before the end of the shift. She said she would go inspect the storage room. At that moment, Hana entered the store. She felt a little awkward seeing the manager there, but the manager commented that, unfortunately, Chan was very busy that day to play with her. She said he had new tasks and wouldn't even be able to explain them properly. Chan said he had to inspect magical items inside a dungeon, an important task. Hana thought that sounded fun, and said she would love to go on an adventure like that. The manager replied that she actually could work with them, since it was very important work, but asked if Hana knew how it was done. Hana answered that she did, since her mother always said she was busy because of that. The manager explained that was exactly it. She said everyone was a bit busy at the moment, but if Hana wanted to join in, she could, and once they were done, she would get lots of cookies as a reward. Excited, Hana said she definitely wanted to go, but she added that before any adventure, you had to prepare. With a spell, the manager put a mini uniform on her, officially turning her into a part-time employee for a day. Later, in the storage room, which really did look a lot like a dungeon, Hana was enchanted with everything around her. Chan asked the manager if it was really safe to bring her there. The manager replied that she had applied a cleansing spell to Hana's clothes as soon as she put on the uniform, so everything was fine. But Chan clarified that he wasn't talking about dirt. He asked if it was really appropriate to let Hana see all those products. He pointed out that some items were quite unusual. The manager reassured him, saying that the more delicate items were already separated. The ones they would inspect that day were made especially for children, so there wouldn't be any major problems. They walked through the place until they finally reached the section where the children's toys were kept. As soon as they arrived, something startling happened. Almost without realizing it, Hana approached a chest and was nearly devoured by it. Alarmed, Chan rushed to her and pulled her away from what seemed like a dangerous object. She asked, confused, if that chest was dangerous. Chan, staying alert, commented that it didn't even look like an ordinary chest. In fact, he said it might be a mimic creatures that disguise themselves as objects to attack the unsuspecting. But Hana, curious as always, had already shifted her attention to something else, a sword stuck in a stone. The manager, noticing the girl's interest, explained that it was the famous sword from the hero's myth, the same legend in which the hero pulls the sword from the stone. Despite being a classic reference, she noted that children today weren't very familiar with that kind of story. Then, surprised by the mention of the mimic, she asked what he meant by there being a mimic there. Still worried about Hana's scare, Chan pointed to the chest and asked if it really was a mimic. The manager laughed and explained that no, it wasn't dangerous at all. It was just a children's ride shaped like a chest. Looking more closely now, Chan noticed that the object had a steering wheel, brake, and accelerator, making it clear that it was just a toy. Meanwhile, the manager commented that the sword in the stone was usually used for school theater plays. Hana, excited, asked if she could try to pull the sword out. She really wanted to try it. The manager said she could, but only after Uncle Chan checked if everything was in order. Using his magic, Chan approached the sword and noticed a faint magical fluctuation around the jewel at the base of the stone. However, when he touched it, nothing seemed to happen. He thought that perhaps the origin of the magic wasn't directly in that jewel. He told the manager he might need to dismantle the mechanism, asking if it would be a problem if something got damaged. She calmly replied that insurance would cover any damage. With everything authorized, Chan got ready to pull the sword together with Hana. To make the game more exciting, the manager turned off the lights in the room, saying the sword would shine when it was removed. As soon as they pulled, the sword glowed brightly, leaving Hana delighted. She thought the sound and light effects were amazing. However, the manager noticed something strange. The sword was supposed to keep glowing, but it didn't. The stone it was embedded in was actually a battery charger. Both the sword and the base had their own electrical systems. This was explained by the manager, who mentioned a very popular anime from 10 years ago called The Hero of Light. Both the stone and the sword were inspired by that anime and came with batteries and special effects that imitated the hero's powers. Even so, something seemed defective. Chan decided to examine it more closely. On careful observation, he realized the base stone was actually a real magic stone. But something was wrong, as it wasn't reacting to touch, as it should. Suddenly, when he finally managed to pull it completely, a shadowy entity burst out of the base. It was a haunting spirit that, with a scream, declared it had finally escaped and would now take over the place. Immediately after, the spirit vanished into thin air, leaving everyone confused. Startled, Chan asked what had just happened. The manager, just as surprised, said she didn't know. It had all happened too quickly. Hana then pointed out that the little magic stone had fallen to the floor and looked dirty. Chan noticed the same. It was covered with something like coal dust. The manager agreed, saying it must have been that weird thing that had dirtied the stone. Chan carefully cleaned the object and, as soon as he put it back in place, the sword began to shine brightly as it was supposed to. Even so, Chan remarked that perhaps the magic stone still wasn't working properly, possibly because it had been corrupted by contact with the creature. The manager said maybe the problem was just the amount of time the item had gone without maintenance. Either way, she stated that the inspection of the sword was finished and that they could move on to the next toy. The new item was a magic wand, shaped like a spatula, and the manager explained that this toy had been extremely popular in recent months. She had managed to buy several the month before and was excited to show them. Both she and Hana were enthusiastic about the novelty. The girl called the toy the wand of the happy magical boss, and Chan wondered if she really knew what it was. The manager explained that the wand came from a recent anime that was a hit among children. Just like the sword, it had several functions. One of them allowed the child to transform into different characters. When Hana activated one of the functions, she transformed right before their eyes into a chef. Chan was impressed with the level of realism. The manager explained that this type of transformation toy allowed the child to take on 3 different roles: a magical girl, the magical girl's friend, and even a villain. With that, they could play in many ways with friends. In addition to these transformations, there were other magical functions included in the toy, though she admitted she had concerns about there being too many. That's why she asked Chan if he had noticed any strange aura coming from the toy. He said no, everything seemed clean. The manager then suggested testing the other transformations transformations and asked which character Hana would like to become next. Later, Chan was analyzing the magic wand's instructions. They said it was necessary to spin the wand 3 times at a 15-degree angle, aim precisely at the target, and then cast the transformation spell. The spell options included turning into the villain or the magical girl's friend. Somewhat confused, Chan wondered how children could understand such detailed instructions. Amused, the manager told him he could skip that part. The wand's instructions actually existed only for show. In practice, any movement was enough to activate the transformation. Even so, Chan questioned if it was really necessary to use the wand, since the manager herself could cast spells without it. The manager explained that in her case, she didn't need it. She was able to calculate all the formulas directly in her mind. However, most beginner mages used a magic wand as support, functioning like a kind of calculator. Over time, with more experience and skill, some managed to cast spells without depending on it. Still, as a precaution, many preferred to carry small wands with them. After thinking for a moment, Hana said she had already made her decision. So, the manager suggested they go to the hallway to test the transformation. Later, she told Hana that since she already knew the required spell, all she had to do was continue practicing. The first transformation would be into the magical girl's friend, and the chosen target was Chan. The manager approached him and asked if everything was all right, thinking he looked tired. Chan explained that he wasn't tired, but that he found all of this, especially the transformation games, a bit strange. He had never had nephews, nieces, or younger cousins, so he didn't know how these things worked. The manager commented that he took everything too seriously, and that he just needed to have fun. She said that to truly enjoy it, he had to keep light thoughts and play without so much worry. In the middle of the game, she ended up being struck by a ray of light. Alarmed, Chan asked if she was okay, and she replied that yes, it was part of the villain's transformation. Hana thought the look was amazing, and Chan also confirmed he didn't sense anything strange, no odd aura. Soon after, the next transformation was directed at Chan himself. The manager announced there would be no break and used the magical girl's friend transformation. With little choice, Chan tried to prepare himself in the few seconds he had. However, after the flash of light, he noticed that nothing had happened. No transformation occurred. Confused, he asked if the toy was broken. The manager then recalled an earlier conversation. The transformation probably didn't work because Chan had an anti-magic constitution, which also explained why the succubus's seduction hadn't affected him. She explained to Hana that the toy wasn't broken, but that Uncle Chan wasn't affected by that kind of magic. It was a rare condition and difficult to explain. Hana was disappointed, saying he would have looked really cute as a princess. Curious, Chan asked if that princess looked like him. The manager answered no, and showed him a doll with a disproportionate, strange appearance, with a huge head. Relieved, Chan thought it was a good thing he had that special constitution. The manager explained that she only wanted to turn him into a princess so he could be the magical girl's friend. Hana commented that she thought they could be better friends if they transformed together. Chan sincerely said they didn't need that to be friends, since they already were. The manager agreed and said that if they were working and playing together like that, they were certainly more than just acquaintances. Chan added that the only detail was that they were already slightly older friends. The manager replied that she wasn't that old. Now, with everyone transformed, they decided to play properly. The manager, still in the role of villain, declared that she had captured the princess, the magical girl's friend. If Hana didn't use her magic soon, the princess would be locked away in prison forever. In response, Hana cast her fire spell, but, to everyone's surprise, an enormous fireball appeared, far beyond what any children's toy should have been capable of producing. Shocked, Chan asked if that toy really worked that way. No matter how hard he looked, nothing about it seemed safe for children. He wanted to know what they would do about the fireball heading toward them. The manager, however, was completely focused. Without saying a word, she absorbed all the mana from the fireball, making it vanish instantly. After the incident, the manager asked Chan to go upstairs with Hana and the toys. She sincerely thanked the girl for helping with the work, but said that, for now, it was better for them to leave. While they were going upstairs, Hana asked Chan if the manager had gotten angry. Chan calmly replied that no, she would never be angry with Hana. The problem was something else, something that had happened down below. Later, outside, Hana was having fun with a little bubble gun while Chan noticed that the manager was taking quite a while. He suspected that the problem with the toy had been more serious than it seemed, especially since he hadn't felt any strange aura as he usually did. At that moment, Hana announced that she had finished drawing her uncle inside the bubble, and Chan was truly impressed with the girl's talent. The fun continued, but he asked her if she didn't have to go to kindergarten. Hana casually explained that she wouldn't be going to school that day. The teacher had warned that something very dangerous had appeared near the school. Something serious, something truly dangerous. While she was saying this, Chan, now on his night shift, was staring at a huge portal open right in front of him. He thought he would have to work overtime that night. It was around 11 at night, and the street was completely deserted, not a single living being in sight. What worried him even more was that the manager was still there, even after hours. More than an hour had already passed since the end of her shift. Chan asked why she hadn't gone home yet. The manager replied that she hadn't even noticed the time go by. She was focused on writing a report about the magic wand incident to send to the branch that had sold the product and to the authorities in charge. She took the opportunity to recall a previous conversation with Chan about magical power. She said that every living being in that world possessed magic, but some were born with exceptional abilities. That was the case with Hana, a pure-blooded little dragon. According to the manager, such a being could have up to 10,000 units of magical power, an incredibly high amount. She explained that when manufacturing magical items, this had to be taken into consideration. Ideally, a toy should only use about 1% of the magical power of any species. A regular fire spell, for example, should consume somewhere between 5 and 500 units. But the magic wand Hana had used absorbed 10,000 units all at once. The error wasn't hers, but the toy's, which should have had almost no stored power. That made the incident even more serious. The spell Hana had cast was actually meant to be just a small fireball, smaller even than a match flame. There was clearly some mistake by the company responsible for the magical toys. The manager acknowledged that the situation had been dangerous, because Hana could have been hurt. In fact, not only her, but also Chan. The manager admitted she should have been more careful about that detail. Chan commented that, if that had happened to him, he would have panicked. He remembered that the first time that magical tool exploded in Hana's presence, he had been completely desperate. Yesterday, when the same thing happened again, he had also panicked, but the manager didn't. She handled everything calmly, as always. Thanks to that attitude, she was able to contain the spell and keep everyone safe, not just that day, but every time something happened. She was always calm, knew how to communicate well, and, according to Chan, that was exactly why he was able to keep working there. He said she didn't need to blame herself so much. The manager, in turn, thanked him for his kindness, though she said it wasn't necessary. Suddenly, Officer O'Rule entered the convenience store, saying she had updates about the case of the money bag. But before explaining, she wanted to clear something up. She asked Chan if he was sure he wasn't involved with the case, and if he had no connection to it. When Chan and the manager denied it, Iruel said all right, and that she would give a brief summary of the investigation up to that moment. She said they could ask questions at any time. She explained that there were several surveillance and security spells in that area, activated in case anyone related to the case came near. Then she asked if it was okay to count on Chan's cooperation as an anti-magic specialist, since they needed to speed up the investigation. Chan agreed, as long as it didn't interfere with his work at the store. Iruel also mentioned that they needed a mage, and that the manager would cooperate. The manager herself confirmed her intention to help. She wanted to cooperate and made that clear. Iruel remarked that she had heard she was a mage, and asked if she had her certificate with her. The manager replied that she had forgotten it at home. Iruel said that was fine, and noted that they seemed to be quite close. The manager confirmed, but also took the opportunity to ask something. She knew that Iruel had accessed the security camera footage, and wanted to know how the analysis of those recordings had gone. Iruel replied that they could watch the footage together, no problem, since the manager was the owner of the establishment. So, they decided to review everything from the beginning. Meanwhile, Chan noticed that the manager was behaving quite differently than usual. Perhaps it was because of her past experience working in the police force. From the stories she told, Chan knew she had worked as a professional mage years ago, but he still wondered why exactly she had left that profession to run a convenience store. During the analysis of the recordings, the manager commented that the goblin appearing in the footage was probably in the hospital at that moment. Chan asked what had happened to him. The manager explained that he had been hospitalized for a very specific reason. She said he had been the one supplying magic to maintain the disguise spell on the money bag. She recognized the strange gestures he was making in the footage, and understood that it was a specific type of magic supply spell. She explained that it was a combined spell, cast by two people. In this case, the goblin was giving up his own magical power to keep the spell active. That meant he was taking full responsibility for the spell. The problem was that it was a continuous spell. The manager used a simple example to explain. If a mage casts a magic arrow and it hits the target and disappears, that's a one-time spell. But if he can control the arrow even after casting it, the spell is continuous. And continuous spells require a constant consumption of magical power. That was exactly what the goblin had done. He had kept the disguise spell on the money bag active even after it left, using his own magic as the source. In addition, he had also cast a promise spell. The manager explained that Chan had been able to undo both of these spells, and asked if he knew what that meant. The promise spell is a type of magic in which the caster declares that they will take full responsibility for something. Since the goblin had made such a promise and the spell was broken, he ended up suffering the consequences. Chan then understood what had happened to the poor fellow. The goblin had been hospitalized because his promise wasn't fulfilled, which caused all of his magical energy to be drained. The manager explained that when a mage runs out of magical energy, their life is put at serious risk. Finally, the manager said she believed that the weight of that magic, as well as the consequences of breaking it, were directly related to the amount of money inside the bag. The manager carefully analyzed the recordings and stated that the goblin was probably still hospitalized. From the way events had unfolded, she believed he must have been taken straight to the emergency room as soon as Chan dispelled the spell. Chan reflected that he had never intended to cause that on purpose. The manager then suggested that Iruel investigate the nearest hospitals, since whoever had hired the goblin was probably still keeping a close watch on him. Finding him would be the first step. Iruel said she would handle the verification of the manager's certificate separately at the station, and that they could proceed with the payment of the consulting fee. The manager confirmed that it was fine by her. Iruel also assured that Chan would be compensated for having broken that spell. He replied that he didn't mind and that they could deposit the payment along with the manager's place jacket. Iruel thanked them both greatly for their cooperation and stated that as soon as they had new information about the goblin, they would come back to update them. Later, Chan asked the manager if she had other jobs besides the store. She replied no, that doing many things was too exhausting, so for now she was just the store manager. Curious, Chan wanted to know why she had helped so much with the investigation. The manager explained that they had provoked her by messing with her place. Besides, she also wanted to see some old colleagues again. Although she didn't go into details with Chan, he knew the manager had once been a great mage, experienced in several fields, and had already helped the police on other occasions. That's why she thought she might run into some familiar faces. However, she had forgotten her certificate at home. Chan commented that, if it were something embarrassing, she could simply have given up helping, since the delay in verification could end up postponing the payment. But the manager refused. She said she would never turn down the chance to help, because it was part of her pride as a mage. It was then that Chan received a message from Yunha, saying that she would make another delivery that night. However, she also wanted to talk about something else. The manager said she didn't know what it was about. She explained that she hadn't spoken to Yunha lately, since she had been working too much. She then asked Chan if he was hiding something related to the new incident. Chan denied it, saying he hadn't done anything this time, and that he didn't know anything either. The manager replied that it must be something else and, after thinking for a bit, said that she might know the reason. She sincerely hoped her intuition was wrong, but decided to check. Then, she opened a news video showing a huge portal that had appeared in front of a school. The next day, during Chan's shift, he found the manager feeding Puppy. He joined the cheerful conversation and was warmly greeted by him. The manager commented that she was happy Puppy had stopped by, because the afternoon would have been very boring without him. Due to the portal incident, almost no customers had shown up. While watching the news, Chan remarked that the situation seemed serious and wanted to know if it was something rare. The manager confirmed. She said portals never appeared in that region, which was why there were so many tall buildings around the place where everything had happened. That made the situation even more dangerous. She explained that portals had begun appearing 2 days ago in large numbers and, unexpectedly, they were staying open for much longer. Since dawn, the whole city had been glued to the news, which explained the drop in business at the store. Chan concluded that this was why Hana hadn't had class. As they talked, he noticed something strange about Puppy's tail and asked what had happened. The manager replied that she had asked too, but Puppy avoided talking about it. He then said it was a long and cruel story, apologized to the manager, and made it clear he would rather not comment. Later, when Chan was alone with him, he asked Puppy to be honest and tell him what had happened. That was when Puppy explained that he had fought against the Wind Gang. According to Chan, that was the same gang of dogs that bullied others at the park. He asked if it had all happened over food again, but Puppy denied it. He said he had fought to protect his own territory. However, this time everything was different. The other dogs were drooling, with strange eyes, saying nonsensical things, as if stumbling over their own words. Suddenly, they bit his tail. Even so, Puppy insisted on continuing the fight. Chan asked why he hadn't just run away. Puppy replied that he wanted to be a dog Hana and the manager could trust. He said that afterwards, he went to Hana's house and they had a lot of fun. They played in the garden, played fetch, but during the game, he ended up stuck in a big tree. Hana tried to help, but couldn't get the toy back. While she was thinking of a solution, she apologized for not throwing it properly. Puppy said she was a very kind young girl. He was very grateful that she had taken care of him, but at the same time, he felt a bit bad for not having been able to protect her. If he had been stronger, she wouldn't have needed to apologize. That's why he decided to change and, as a first step, chose to face those dogs. Chan, however, asked him never to do something like that again. When Puppy said he would live on the streets, Chan decided to respect his choice. After all, he was a dog and Chan was a human. It was natural for them to want different things, and since Puppy seemed satisfied with that life, Chan chose not to insist. Still, he made it clear that he didn't want him putting himself at risk, especially not for him. the manager, or Hana. Chan grew thoughtful. If something serious had happened to Puppy this time, he would never forgive himself. But Puppy explained that he hadn't acted thoughtlessly. Those dogs were really acting very strange. Chan suspected it might be related to rabies and asked if they seemed aggressive. He wanted to know if they were barking loudly, since one of the symptoms of rabies is difficulty barking due to the throat being affected. Puppy replied that there were about 12 of them, but their throats seemed blocked. In fact, they weren't barking much at all. That only deepened Chan's concern, and he explained that rabies is a disease transmitted through saliva, capable of making animals completely uncontrollable. He asked if the gang usually had a clear hierarchy. Puppy confirmed that they did, that they were well organized, which made their behavior that day even stranger. The conversation was interrupted by a phone call. Yunha called Chan, worried because he hadn't slept for 5 days, surviving only on potions. She scolded her friend, saying he shouldn't be pushing himself so hard. Chan replied that it was too late for that kind of warning, especially since the day's logistics were already exhausting. Yunha arrived shortly afterward, with the items requested by Chan and the manager. When she saw Puppy, she was surprised. She asked if that cute little dog was Chan's. He answered no, that the dog just showed up there often, and he was surprised she had only noticed him now. Yunha said he was so small she had barely seen him before and asked his name. Puppy introduced himself, which startled her, since it took her a moment to realize it was the dog speaking. Chan then explained everything. He told her that Puppy had left home seeking freedom and to protect his precious peanuts. He said Puppy lived in the park but visited the store frequently. Now, however, he was facing some problems. Yunha asked if Chan just passively watched while the dog faced all those difficulties. Puppy defended his friend, saying Chan helped him a lot and asking her not to be angry with him. Chan replied that he had always been careful with such things and wondered why Puppy felt so comfortable with her. Puppy said he felt influenced by the creature that was with Yunha, which looked like some kind of Pegasus. He asked if it was a spiritual creature, and Yunha confirmed it. Then Puppy asked if he could receive some advice from her. He explained that he had been talking to the manager, who told him that spiritual creatures have special powers, different from ordinary magic. He said he wanted to awaken his own power, and that speaking with other creatures like him might help in that process. Yunha said she didn't mind helping but asked for a favor in return. She wanted Puppy to talk with her and Chan after work, and then share everything he had discussed with the manager. For now, she said, she needed to work with Chan but would return soon. Puppy agreed, and Chan took the chance to comment to Yunha that business at the store had been slow that day because of the portal incident. She said that, while unfortunate, it was also the perfect time to deliver what she had brought. She revealed a small jar with a peculiar liquid, water on fire. She explained that she had found it inside the portal that appeared in the Academy district. When she entered, she saw a vast beach, and this flaming water was buried in the sand. She wanted to understand what this mysterious substance was. Yunha asked Chan to analyze it with his anti-magic constitution. He carefully placed the jar down and asked how much it was worth. Yunha replied that, since it was rare, it might be worth about 100,000 per milliliter. Chan asked if he could temporarily neutralize the substance, as he needed to run some tests to discover its nature. He said he would explain the details later and that, if he noticed any danger, he would stop the experiment immediately. Cautiously, Chan dripped a few drops of the water onto his own hand. He didn't feel anything right away. He ran a detailed analysis and declared the experiment complete. He explained that the substance wasn't exactly water on fire, but rather fire burning the water. Yunha was impressed, and Puppy wanted to understand what he had done. Chan explained that it was a technique he had learned while earning his anti-magic certification. He had been taught to identify and separate specific magical properties and apply that knowledge to neutralize them selectively. During the certification tests, he had realized that each type of magic consumes a different amount of energy. With this substance, he applied the same principle. He started from a standard magical energy level, for example, 100, and reduced it gradually. What remained in his hand was the fire, not the water, which confirmed that fire was the dominant component. Yunha was once again impressed. She said he acted like an expert with years of experience and jokingly asked if he was perhaps some reincarnated master. Chan asked her to stop with those embarrassing assumptions but also asked why exactly she had requested that he perform the analysis. Yunha explained that the substance wasn't something normally found in the Academy district. In fact, portals weren't supposed to appear in that area at all. When one did, its interior was usually an ocean. The portal, located 10 kilometers southeast, near the park, stood over a volcanic zone. In that area, the most common substance was known as fire that burns water. That's why, when Yunha found that flaming material buried in the sand of the Academy district, she was deeply shocked. She even worried that an underwater volcano might have erupted. For that reason, she asked Chan to confirm what it was, and with his answer, she was sure. The portals were beginning to resonate with one another. Chan asked if that meant the park's portal had also opened. Yunha replied that she didn't know for sure, but said that wasn't even the most dangerous part. The danger wasn't exactly the portal's existence, but the consequences that came with them. First, there was the emergence of magical beasts that could come out of those portals. Second, when a portal stayed open too long without being cleansed and then closed on its own, it caused problems. She explained that, when closing, a portal needs to capture something called a core. If this doesn't happen, natural disasters can spread throughout the surrounding area. Intense storms, earthquakes, hurricanes, changes in animal behavior, or even abnormal plant growth can occur. Chan remarked that it seemed like he had been living in a cave, since he didn't know any of that, and wondered if he didn't sound like someone from another world. Puppy then said he also had a question. When Yunha spoke about animals becoming more aggressive, could that include stray dogs? He repeated the story about the dogs that had attacked him, explaining how they had become abnormally violent. Upon hearing that, Yunha decided she wanted to go with Puppy to the location. She asked Chan to stay in charge of the store and the delivery. She said Puppy's situation could be dangerous, especially if it was linked to phenomena caused by portals, and she needed to take care of it personally. Besides, Puppy wanted to talk with the Pegasus that accompanied her. Chan told her not to worry, that he would handle everything while she was away. Before leaving, Puppy asked for a moment. He said he had been reflecting on the conversation he had with Chan about the fight against the Black Wind faction. At first, it seemed like he had done it for Chan and Hana, but now he believed that, deep down, he had only needed an excuse to muster courage. He used the two of them as motivation, but realized that, in the end, he had done it for himself. That challenge had helped him grow stronger, and decide who he wanted to be. Thanks to Chan's words, he had decided to move forward with more responsibility, without being impulsive or greedy like a true spiritual animal. After that, he left with Yunha, while Chan was left alone, surrounded by several heavy boxes of products. The next morning, his back hurt badly, and the manager helped him by applying a medicinal patch to relieve the pain. Chan commented that he must have lifted the weight the wrong way, and hadn't imagined his back would end up so sore. Joking, he said maybe age had finally caught up with him. The manager, however, reminded him that one's back is precious at any age, and that next time he didn't need to carry everything at once. Chan noticed that the manager herself also looked very tired, and asked if she was okay. She asked to hold his hand for a moment and, as soon as she touched it, said she felt much better. She believed she had been affected by some bad magic, and since Chan had an anti-magic constitution, just his touch was enough to nullify that effect. The manager explained that, as a great mage, her senses were very sharp. That's why, when negative magic was nearby, her body reacted instinctively, leaving her exhausted. But thanks to Chan's presence, she was well again. Even so, Chan asked her not to rub her face against his hand like that. He remarked that, despite all that, the morning was better than the previous night, which had been a complete disaster. Hardly any customers showed up. The manager said she had honestly already expected that. In the morning, news outlets had advised people not to leave their homes because of the portals. Sales would drop for a while, but there wasn't much they could do. When he left to rest, Chan temporarily returned to his own world. There, he thought about how quiet that place was, while other regions must have been in pure chaos. He found it curious how different worlds could be so similar, and at the same time, so different. At the very least, he thought, in that world, whales didn't fly and portals didn't open in the sky. He lay down and decided to sleep, to push those thoughts away. On his next shift, Chan returned to work and found the manager talking to a werewolf. The werewolf was explaining how Chan's training had been when he worked to earn his anti-magic certificate. The manager commented that, from what it seemed, Mr. Werewolf had helped Chan quite a lot during his training. Humbly, he replied that it was nothing much, since Chan had already shown exceptional abilities. Shortly after, Chan showed up, and seeing the two of them talking, joked that it felt like deja vu. The werewolf laughed and said it had been a while since he'd heard that. Chan said he had just been thinking about him, and, as if by a sign, he appeared. The werewolf explained that he had just heard from the manager that Chan had earned his certificate and congratulated him. The manager had told him the whole story, especially because there had been no activity in the store that night. No customers came in, and the werewolf, who also worked as a driver, didn't get any calls. The night had been slow for everyone, which seemed directly related to that morning's news and the portal that had appeared. The manager mentioned that she was feeling something strange with her magical senses. Perhaps a magical battle was happening nearby. Because of that, she asked Chan not to leave the store. He agreed and told her to get some rest. Later, when they were alone, the werewolf remarked that Chan seemed quite close to the manager. Chan confirmed it. He He said he had been learning a lot from her, and took the chance to ask how the werewolf's driving jobs were going. The werewolf replied that things weren't going well, but he had already expected that. He had even told his partner not to go out that night. He then showed a picture of his family. The little girl in his arms was his granddaughter. Chan commented that she was very cute and could easily be a model. The werewolf agreed, though he mentioned that his son insisted she should be an athlete. Looking at the photo, Chan noticed that the man in the background was probably the werewolf's son, and beside him, most likely his daughter-in-law. Then, Chan apologized for interrupting, and asked where exactly the werewolf's wife was. He answered naturally that his wife was right there, by his side, and asked if Chan didn't think she was beautiful. He said that even after 60 years, she remained the same. Only then did Chan understand. That woman beside him wasn't a daughter or daughter-in-law, but actually his wife. Chan was surprised. It was hard to believe she was over 60 years old. He confirmed she was very beautiful, but remarked that she seemed to be of a species he had never seen before. The werewolf admitted that she did indeed belong to a rare species. With tact, Chan said that if it was a delicate subject, he didn't need to tell him. But the werewolf explained that, since Chan always answered his questions, it was only fair he did the same. He said he had already mentioned before that he had taken part in the war. He was a veteran. At that time, he had been assigned to a protection unit. The person he had to protect was precisely the one who is now his wife. Back then, she was known only as a mage, but in truth, she was a spirit. Chan asked why she needed protection. The werewolf replied that he himself had never known the exact reason, but surely, it couldn't have been for a good one. Chan thought his question had been a bit stupid. After all, if it happened during the war, it couldn't have been for a noble reason. Trying to change the subject to lighten the mood, Chan asked how the werewolf had been feeling lately, since it had been a while since he had shown up there. The werewolf said that he had reconnected with old friends. They spent some time together, played games, and watched war movies. His friends commented that the movies didn't really represent reality, and he agreed, saying that none of those actors had actually been veterans. Chan wanted to know if it had been fun to see his old friends again. The werewolf said yes, it hadn't been a bad experience. He felt happy and relieved to see they were living peaceful lives, but he also felt a certain emptiness. He revealed that he had started working as a driver out of stubbornness, even when everyone around him asked him not to. He believed he could still do something useful for the world, but after meeting his friends again, the memories of the war came back strongly. Along with them came a strange feeling, difficult to explain. Chan asked if they had kept in touch over the years. The werewolf said no, that after the war ended, they had taken one last photo together and gone their separate ways. They made a promise never to meet or contact each other again. He explained that this had been the commander's order, to forget all the bad memories. Only then could they one day reunite in peace. Since orders from superiors in the army are absolute, everyone in the unit obeyed, and he recognized that if they had met before the right time, the painful memories would surely have returned. After saying all this, he himself admitted the topic had gotten too heavy. Chan didn't want to make the night too sentimental, but he had touched on a delicate subject. He asked why the werewolf didn't meet with his commander. Deep down, maybe Chan was being a little presumptuous, but he believed that the commander's last order hadn't just been an ordinary instruction. To him, all those soldiers were incredible. The world was at peace now, only thanks to what they had done in the past. The battles they faced were far too harsh for anyone else to understand, and the pain they carried was incomprehensible to those who hadn't lived through it. Chan was certain the commander had gone through even worse things. As a superior, he had probably endured everything in silence. The bad memories didn't haunt only the werewolf. The commander must also still be fighting them to this day. When Chan heard the last order the werewolf mentioned, he realized that what it really meant was something like, if one day you manage to forget these bad things, please come to me and tell me how you did it. The werewolf asked if Chan was trying to say that the commander was still waiting for him. Chan replied that maybe he was. Sometimes dealing with hard things is easier when you have someone by your side. He apologized if he had touched a sensitive spot or crossed a line, but the werewolf didn't mind. He explained that the commander was a very strong person, always paid special attention to the rookies, and had been an excellent leader. Because he had such a firm image of his commander, he had never stopped to think that he too could be suffering. He thanked Chan for helping him see things in a new way. Suddenly, a customer walked into the store. He was visibly drunk and asked for 5 more bottles of sujigal. He said he would pay with this here, and to their surprise, it was a squirrel. But the squirrel didn't bring money, it was holding a crystal in its hands. Chan explained that the store only accepted cash, but he didn't have time to say much more. The werewolf pulled him back, because at that moment the crystal released a massive electric discharge. Not even the man who had brought the squirrel seemed to understand what was happening. The small animal kept firing bolts of lightning throughout the store. And then, Outside, more strange creatures began to appear, as if drawn by the crystal's power. Chan panicked at the chaos unfolding and said he needed to stop the squirrel before it destroyed everything. But the werewolf pulled him back again and told him to stay calm. He pointed outside and explained that they needed to think of a plan. The squirrel only seemed to react when it looked at him, so he thought of using himself as bait. Meanwhile, Chan noticed that the glow of the stone had changed. The squirrel, for its part, was desperately trying to rip the crystal out of its own body. Something was clearly wrong. Chan asked the werewolf to wait and said they needed to get that stone to analyze it. He was sure it had been placed on the squirrel on purpose and that the creature wasn't controlling the lightning of its own will. It must have been in some kind of frenzy. That gem was unlike anything he had ever seen. It seemed to contain a specific spell. When he tried to get closer, he was forced to dodge another electric discharge. The situation was becoming dangerous. The werewolf suggested a new strategy. He would act as bait and give a signal for Chan to grab the stone. They took a deep breath, counted to 3, and put the plan into action. The werewolf ran toward the squirrel, which responded with another discharge. But he was fast and intercepted the attack by tossing 3 metal coins, which diverted the electricity. That opened a path for Chan, who almost managed to grab the squirrel. But the animal reacted again, and Chan would have been hit if not for the werewolf saving him. Most impressively, the werewolf absorbed the electricity and with a single powerful punch, knocked the squirrel unconscious. Chan caught it in midair, astonished at all the chaos caused by such a small creature. He wondered if an adventurer's life, like Yunha's, was always like this, full of madness. Soon after, the werewolf noticed that the stone had changed color. Chan tried to remove it from the squirrel's chest, but as soon as he touched it, it turned to dust. His anti-magic constitution had undone the crystal. Still, he believed that the gem had already been unstable and about to explode. Someone had deliberately attached it to the squirrel. The werewolf suggested leaving the store to check the situation outside. All the strange, sharp-toothed animals had already vanished. The squirrel, upon waking, simply left as if nothing had happened. The werewolf praised Chan's work, but Chan returned the compliment, saying that it had only worked out because of what the werewolf had done. Blocking lightning with his bare hands had been impressive, and he wanted to know if what the werewolf did was some kind of magic. The werewolf remarked that he thought Chan wouldn't notice, but had forgotten that Chan was an exceptional person. He explained that it always happened whenever he concentrated magical power in his hands. Magical power wasn't only used to cast spells, it could also be trained for various purposes, such as imbuing energy into objects or body parts, as well as executing movements like the one he had just performed. Effortlessly, the werewolf pulled a stone out of the cobblestone pavement. While demonstrating, he explained that by using magical power to generate vibrations, it was possible to perform movements that were previously impossible with mere hand strength. In combat, this technique even allowed him to dislocate an enemy's body parts with ease. Chan was impressed and realized that this was why the werewolf had been able to reflect the beam earlier. He had protected his hands with magical power and converted the incoming energy into an even stronger counterattack. The werewolf then offered to teach Chan some of those techniques, should he be interested. But Chan replied that he didn't think he would ever need to dislocate anyone's bones in his life. At that moment, Yunha called him. She sounded desperate and asked him to prepare quickly, because something was approaching. There wasn't much time. Shortly after, the werewolf also sensed the approach of something, and pulled Chan aside, just before something burst through the shop door. Confused, they tried to understand what was happening. That's when they realized what had flown through the door was a pigeon. But not a normal pigeon, it was furious and attacked Chan directly. Before it could strike him, a gravitational force pinned it to the ground. Yunha appeared immediately, visibly worried. She asked if he was hurt, checking his hands, eyes, nose, and mouth. She shook him so much that Chan got even dizzier. The werewolf intervened, saying that Chan was trying to say he was fine. He then introduced himself, explaining that he was just a werewolf who often passed by the store. Yunha then introduced herself as a rank A hunter. The werewolf was impressed that she had reached such a high rank at such a young age, and asked if she had dealt with that metal bird. She confirmed and said she had used her weight manipulation magic. With the situation under control, Yunha said she needed Chan's help. Later, he used his anti-magic to turn the metallic pigeon back into an ordinary one, which flew out of the store as if nothing had happened. Yunha explained that those creatures were being affected by a portal. There was a massive horde of them, and despite the hunter's efforts, some managed to escape. They flew so fast that even she couldn't use her magic in time. Looking around at the messy store, she commented that it seemed Chan had also run into trouble there. The werewolf confirmed, explaining that a squirrel with electric powers had appeared inside the shop. Many abnormal things were happening that night. Chan admitted that he had only managed to stay stay safe thanks to the werewolf, and that the night had been truly chaotic. Yunha then asked for the werewolf's attention, and said she needed to tell Chan something important, something she couldn't share with anyone else. She explained that she had already told him before about the portals resonating with each other, and that there were suspicions that the South Park portal would open. And indeed, it had, but it wasn't just one. Multiple portals had appeared in different parts of the city. Later, Yunha explained in more detail. The portals in the academic district in South Park were synchronized at that moment. The strange appearances like the electric squirrel and the metallic pigeon were all connected to those two portals. Chan asked if the forest animals were crossing the portals and being affected by magic upon arriving in the city. She confirmed. She said that the synchronization between the portals caused unstable transportation, more intense than in ordinary portals. And she added that beyond that, there was an even more concerning suspicion, the existence of a core portal. The werewolf explained that a core portal serves as a connection point between several smaller portals. It can cause multiple portals to appear close to each other, and the greatest danger is that portals connected to it might emerge in completely unknown places. If, for example, a portal the size of a stadium opened inside a city and was linked to a volcano, disaster would be inevitable. Chan then understood the gravity of the situation. He told Yunha they needed to find that core portal as soon as possible. She replied that they were already trying to locate it. As soon as she heard about the rampaging dog's puppy's case, she began investigating and found signs of a portal near the park. According to her, the core portal had first connected to the academic district, since that was the first portal to appear. Then, it linked to the second one in the South Forest Park. The last portal had manifested in the park where Puppy had been. This indicated that the core portal could only be located at the center of the triangle formed by the three detected portals. Chan then deduced that it had to be very close to the shop. He asked Yunha if there wasn't a way to pinpoint its exact location. She replied that, unfortunately, they could only make rough estimates based on the data. At that moment, the werewolf interrupted, saying he needed to leave. The location Yunha had pointed out was near his own home, and he wanted to return immediately to protect his family. Yunha apologized, saying she didn't mean for him to worry so much, but the werewolf replied that, in fact, knowing something like that in advance was a relief. She suggested calling another officer to monitor the area, but he said he was ready to handle it. He noticed Chan looked worried and tried to reassure him, saying he had been preparing recently and that he could handle it. Yunha, with a teasing tone, asked if Chan was scared. He denied it, though not very convincingly. The werewolf commented that the two of them seemed very close, and Chan answered sincerely, asking him to be very careful. He also thanked him for all the help that night, promising that one day he would repay him. The werewolf smiled and said he would be waiting eagerly for that. Later, Yunha, already mounted on her Pegasus, told him that the shop's insurance would cover all the damages. Chan would only need to repair the entrance. The rest could be left as it was, since the other city officials were already handling the portals. She asked him not to worry too much about it. Still overwhelmed by so much information, Chan asked her if she really had permission to share all that with him. Wasn't it confidential? Yunha smiled and asked if he intended to spread rumors. He replied that of course he wouldn't. She then explained that this was exactly why she was telling him, because they weren't strangers, they were friends. Before leaving, she asked Chan to tell everything to his sister later. Afterwards, feeling a bit calmer, Chan reflected on what had happened. He spoke with excitement about how amazing he thought the werewolf's technique was, and wondered whether humans could also learn to manipulate magical power in that way. That's when he noticed that the manager was turned toward the wall, wearing a strange expression. She said that the technique the werewolf had mentioned reminded her of someone from many years ago, but the mood grew more serious when she asked if Chan could stay at an inn that night. She explained that the teleportation device was broken, and there was no way to send him back home. Chan was confused and asked what she meant. The manager then told him a story. She said that a long time ago, she had collaborated with humanity on a few missions. On one of those occasions, one of her companions came to her with an unusual question. He wanted to know if there was any spell capable of detecting a sniper trying to assassinate the president from 10 kilometers away. The magic the sniper had prepared was powerful enough to break through multiple layers of 24-hour protective spells. The plan was to capture him within 30 minutes, without killing him, to prevent the same situation from repeating. Taking him alive was essential. The manager suggested a high-powered detection spell, but warned them not to use it during the actual attempt to subdue him, since the sniper would likely anticipate any move. In the end, the team had to run 10 kilometers to catch him. She wasn't even sure if the spell would work, but in the end she was surprised when one of the participants returned to thank her personally. That person had extraordinary physical strength. At the moment of the capture, everyone reinforced their bodies with magic, which allowed the mission to succeed. Now, the manager wondered whether that man might have been one of the werewolf's old companions. While she told her story, Chan could barely pay attention. He was upset that he wouldn't be able to return home that night. He asked himself why he was still there. The manager explained that the emergence of the core portal had probably affected the teleportation device. The formulas and magical calculations were disrupted, which was why the system wasn't functioning properly. In a desperate tone, Chan asked if this meant he was trapped there forever, but the manager reassured him, no, the formulas could be rewritten and re-registered. The problem was that the process required a new magical usage certification, which would take about 2 days. She explained that this kind of verification was necessary to prevent theft and fraud. Chan, exhausted, commented that normally he wouldn't care so much, but under the circumstances, it was awful. For days, incidents caused by the portals hadn't stopped. It was constant chaos, and for that reason Chan didn't want to remain there. He kept thinking about what had happened the day before. If the werewolf hadn't been present at that moment, he might already be dead. Even so, the manager promised Chan that no matter what happened, she would get him back home. Embarrassed, he asked if it was that obvious he was desperate. She replied that there was no need to hide it. It was natural for him to feel that way, after all. He was in a completely unfamiliar world. It would be strange if he weren't worried. She then said she would arrange a place for him to sleep that night. She took the money that Streamer had left behind and mentioned that several days had passed without him returning. Officially, the money now belonged to Chan. She explained that if he walked straight for 15 minutes along the same sidewalk, he would find a decent place to stay. The inn had good food and hot showers, but Chan hesitated. He still remembered that the money was meant for a meal he was supposed to have with the manager. When he mentioned this, she teased him, asking if he wanted a raise while already pulling money from her wallet. He asked her, a little flustered, to stop being so overly kind. Walking toward the inn, Chan noticed that even though it was morning, the streets were empty, probably another effect of the portals. That's when Professor Descartes called him. The call was to request a quick update on the latest information, since he was short on time. Chan, tired, thought that if he was really that busy, why call at all? But still, he summarized what had happened. He told him he had participated in an experiment involving the creation of a love potion, and had also gotten involved in another police case. This new case was more complex and would take longer to resolve. Descartes said that it was fine, and that Chan didn't need to rush. He just needed to keep his current pace. Although he thanked him for the advice, Chan wanted to know if he was really that busy, since they could have handled everything through messages. The professor explained that not only was he busy, but he was also on the move at the moment. Curious, Chan asked what kind of work required so much traveling. Descartes replied that the information was confidential. Still, Chan asked if it had to do with the portals, especially the core portal. Surprised, Descartes asked how he knew that. Chan explained that someone had told him what had happened at the store, including the appearance of strange, rampaging animals. That's when Descartes confirmed that he was part of a temporary countermeasure committee for the core portal. This committee consisted of 60 anti-magic specialists covering an area of approximately 30 square kilometers. Chan asked if 60 people were enough for such a large area, and the professor was straightforward. It was impossible. That's why they were still recruiting new members. The selection criteria required at least 3 years of experience, without disqualifications during that period. Then Descartes asked if Chan was interested. If he accepted, considering his experience, skills, and the circumstances, Chan could be assigned to the area around the convenience store, a radius of approximately 1.5 kilometers. He would have enough authority to handle emergencies, though he could refuse if he preferred. Chan wanted to confirm. If the core portal appeared near the store, would he have authority to act? Descartes replied that yes, he would, and that he wouldn't even suggest the option if he didn't believe Chan was capable. He added that chasing something and failing was already bad, but chasing something while knowing you would fail was even worse. Descartes then asked what his decision would be. Chan thought that this would be completely different from the tasks he had received so far. He would have to act quickly, intelligently, and with experience. But at the same time, he didn't even have the basic knowledge of that world. He felt that refusing would be the right choice, but he was also exhausted. He said he needed to sleep, and asked if he could give his answer the next day, since he couldn't return home because of the portal. He also wanted to know if the country provided support to people with certification. Descartes replied that yes, and that he would send the information, including the benefits. Chan would have until midnight to make a decision. But the next message he received wasn't from Descartes, it was from Helena. Her true name was finally revealed. Helena. She sent a message to Chan, expressing concern about the incidents involving the portals, which was understandable. However, she took the opportunity to ask if they could have a small meeting to resolve the potion situation. Chan agreed without hesitation and asked where they could meet. Later, while on his way to the meeting place in a taxi, Chan crossed a bridge and saw a massive water dragon. He was impressed by the sight and commented on it to the driver, who immediately asked if it was his first time there. Chan confirmed, saying he was from the countryside, from a very isolated place. The driver lamented that he was visiting the city at such a difficult time, with so many problems caused by the portals, and mentioned that under normal circumstances, there would be many more attractions to see. He added that it would be great if Chan returned someday, once everything had been resolved. Chan replied that yes, he definitely would. When he arrived at the meeting place, Chan was surprised. It was a cafe, but it looked more like a museum, so elegant and refined. While he admired everything around him, Helena appeared. She apologized for being late, saying there had been a scheduling mistake. Chan, however, said he had just arrived. He took the opportunity to mention something he had been thinking about lately. Helena always seemed very stylish. The previous times they had met, she had also been well dressed. He complimented her good taste, saying that anything looked good on her. Helena, brushing it off, said she just wore whatever came first. Even so, Chan reinforced the compliment. Then, with a slightly curious tone, she asked how he would like a girlfriend to dress, just out of curiosity, she said. Chan thought that maybe this information was relevant for the development of the potion, and answered that, for him, the most important thing was that the person wore something that suited them. Helena thanked him and invited him to come inside. As they walked, Chan suggested that maybe they should start calling each other by their names. After all, they weren't in the convenience store anymore, and continuing to call each other boss and customer seemed unnecessary. Helena agreed, saying it would be nice. Later, seated at a table filled with desserts, Helena explained the reason she had arranged the meeting. She said it was part of the potion's development. She recalled that the first experiment had taken place a few days earlier, and that when she reported the results to her company, everyone had been very pleased. Since Chan was an anti-magic specialist, the company decided to hire more people for the project, and so far, everything was going very well. In fact, they asked her to find out if Chan would be willing to help with other tasks in the future, on behalf of the company. Chan replied that he didn't mind helping with that potion, but preferred to discuss any other project, only after that one was completed. Helena then began explaining the next steps. She said the new version of the potion was an improved version of the previous one. Now it had more stability, and a new effect had been added, the ability to make a person become honest with themselves. Helena said it was her idea to add this new effect after the last meeting with Chan. She explained that she believed that a person who isn't honest with themselves cannot truly be honest with others either. Her boss liked the suggestion so much that she decided to test the idea in the very next experiment. Chan praised her, saying it was good to see her being recognized at work, since young people's opinions weren't always valued. Helena tried to downplay her merit, saying she had just been lucky that day, but Chan disagreed and asked if she usually developed potions on her own. Helena confirmed that yes, sometimes she did it as a hobby. Chan said he already knew she was talented. She replied, a bit shyly, that she only made simple potions, and that the current market made it very accessible. Then she asked if he needed any potion. Chan admitted that, honestly, he didn't know much about magical potions, but he would like to see her prepare one someday. That was when Helena showed interest in learning more about him. She said that usually she was the one talking while he just listened, and now she wanted to know more about his hobbies and experiences. Chan explained that, at the moment, he didn't do much besides work and sleep. Before starting at the convenience store, he had another job, but since he had to travel a lot for work, he became unproductive. He was always tired, busy, and sleepy. He said his past story wasn't very interesting, and asked if Helena still wanted to hear it. Helena, a bit embarrassed, apologized for bringing it up, saying she didn't want to add anything unnecessary to the conversation. But Chan simply suggested they proceed with the experiment. She seemed worried that she had made him uncomfortable, but agreed to continue. She explained that this time, the potion could be consumed directly, and that its effect would appear only when drunk, unlike the previous version which needed to be mixed into another drink. After completing the experiment, Chan finally arrived at the hotel where he would be staying. He had a reservation for 2 nights and 3 days in an executive classroom. Looking at the tall, imposing building, Chan was impressed by the place. He thought it was amazing to be accommodated in a 5-star hotel simply because he was an anti-magic specialist. Chan was satisfied to think that, at least, he was saving money. When the hotel staff led him to his room, he was completely amazed. The space was enormous, the environment luxurious, and everything there seemed far beyond his expectations. When he sat on the bed, he was certain it was the most comfortable one he had ever touched in his life. He even thought that he might end up oversleeping for work because of how good it was. Before going to sleep, he decided to test a bit of the potion. Although Helena had warned him that it could be somewhat dangerous to use it alone, he felt he needed to do it at that moment. He needed to understand what was happening inside himself, to be honest with himself. He knew that from now on, he would have to face even more dangerous situations. Until then, he hadn't shown enough courage. He reflected that he wouldn't have passed the anti-magic exam without Yunha, wouldn't have escaped the threats without the werewolf, and certainly wouldn't have managed to adapt to that world without the manager's help. After drinking the potion, something unusual happened. A child appeared before him, asking why he looked so scared. Chan, confused, wanted to know who that child was. The boy introduced himself as Lei Chan and said he was 9 years old. He asked where they were and later commented that the place was very large, with a high ceiling, and wanted to know if the adult lived alone in such a place. It was then that Chan could no longer deny it. That child was himself, in his past form. The boy wore old, tattered clothes, sneakers with holes, and held a soccer ball so worn out it looked ready to fall apart. Back then, Chan had been obsessed with soccer and constantly begged his mother for a new ball. When he finally got one, it was already worn and patched up. He was deeply disappointed, cried, threw a tantrum, and complained endlessly. But his mother didn't react. She stayed still, without saying a word. Eventually, Chan grew tired of complaining and went to play with his friends using that ball anyway. Of course, he was mocked by the other kids because of it. He understood that this child had appeared because of the potion's effect. The potion demanded honesty, and this was a forgotten part of himself. Helena probably never imagined such a phenomenon could happen, since the potion was still experimental. Chan tried to talk to his younger self, asking if the other kids were being cruel to him. The boy replied suspiciously, thinking that he too wanted to mock him for being poor. Chan denied it, saying he only wanted to talk. The boy then answered that his mother had taught him not to talk to strangers. To break the ice, Chan offered to pay him an hourly consultation fee up front. Later, little Chan was amazed to learn that magic existed in that world. When he found out that the room they were in was full of enchantments, especially the magical starry sky above them, he was enchanted. He said it looked very real, and that he envied all of it. He wished he could use magic too, maybe to turn his old ball into a new one. Chan explained that this world also had frightening things, like squirrels shooting lightning or metal pigeons attacking stores, things completely beyond common sense. The boy thought all that was a lie and asked if the adult Chan was really afraid of that world. He said that if he were that scared, he would have already quit the job. After all, before this, he had been unemployed, so it wasn't as if he cared so much about career or money. The reason he had accepted this job was because this world was different from the other. There, he had felt insignificant in many ways. He had started working at 20 but never had enough knowledge or higher education. He was always mistreated by his bosses, lived focused on making money, but never managed to get close to anyone. Even working hard, good results never came, and he ended up giving up on everything. But upon arriving in this new world, everything changed. Chan realized that before, he had lived trying to meet other people's expectations. Now, in this new world, he could try something different. That was when he realized that this boy, little Chan, wasn't just his past self. He was the representation of his inner child, the only part of himself he had allowed to endure those hard, sad, and lonely days. A feeling he had forgotten, but that now, with everything he had recently experienced, resurfaced. Chan acknowledged that he liked this new place. It was the first time someone had taken interest in his story, no matter how insignificant. The first time someone had truly thanked him for his help. The first time he hadn't been treated like a stranger. People celebrated his achievements, recognized his efforts. That's why, when comparing his childhood, which he once considered the best time of his life, to what he was experiencing now, Chan concluded that, in the end, these days weren't so bad after all. Chan said that was precisely why he was scared. He was worried about not living up to the expectations of the people who genuinely cared for him. He asked what little Chan thought about that, whether he also believed everything would end up the same as before. The boy replied that it depended on him, and that it would be good if he tried harder this time, especially since he now had good friends. If he couldn't even try for them, then what kind of person would he be? Chan admitted that he was right. Little Chan said he was leaving, and asked if there was anything else adult Chan wanted to know. He only asked him to be good to their mother. After that, Chan sent a message to Descartes, letting him know he would take the job. Later, when his shift came, Chan was already at the convenience store. The Chihuahua was there, once again stressed with work, and the manager was drinking milk, the very same milk the Chihuahua had bought for her. Though he was rude with his words, he had still made the gesture of bringing her milk, saying she was short and needed it to grow. Chan noticed that, apparently, she wasn't offended by that kind of comment. The manager mentioned that earlier she had spoken with Mr. Chihuahua, and that he seemed to know Chan well. He confirmed, saying he was a frequent customer. Then she said she had good and bad news. The good news was that the next day, he would be free to leave work and return to his world. The bad news was that she was sensing something very strange connected to the core portal. Because of this, she had contacted Yunha and asked if Chan could start his shift earlier. He agreed without issue. Later, Descartes called to inform him that Chan's registration process had been completed. When Chan had called him from the hotel earlier, Descartes had said it would take a while. Now, before stepping out for that call, Chan only asked Chihuahua to be careful, but received no reply. When he picked up, Descartes went straight to the point. He said that from that moment on, Chan would be officially involved in the incident. Within the designated area, he would have authority through the National Police Agency, the Hunters Association, and the Department of Magical Administration to summon necessary personnel and investigate portals. In case of emergency, he would also be authorized to directly eliminate the portals. This designated area was a 1.5-kilometer radius around the convenience store, and he was authorized to use all means necessary within the law. Descartes asked if he had any doubts, and Chan wanted to know if the situation was really that serious. The answer was yes. The committee believed that, the way things were, the natural destruction of the portal was not far off, possibly happening in no more than 7 days or as few as 2. He reminded Chan that, just like on the day of the exam to become an anti-magic specialist, he needed to perform well and handle the situation in the best way possible. He wished him good luck and said he hoped he would do a good job. After that, Chan checked on the map the area he would have to protect and realized it matched the place where Yuna had said the core portal would probably appear. In other words, he would have to take care of everything alone. Both the manager and Yunha were busy with issues related to other portals, so there was no other choice. Meanwhile, the rain started to fall. The Chihuahua appeared, asking why Chan was still standing there. He complained that Chan was stalling again instead of working, and told him to put the umbrellas on display, as that would attract customers. He ordered him to hurry up, swearing in the process. Chan asked why he didn't just go home, since the portal situation was so complicated, but the Chihuahua said he had too much work to do. Chan insisted, asking why he didn't work from home. The answer was that the bed seduced him, and he wouldn't be able to resist lying down. Then the Chihuahua said that, since Chan had finished the call, it was time to get back to work. Chan explained that he was looking at his phone because of another job, his role as an anti-magic specialist. The manager commented that in that case, he was also a government dog, dealing with portal countermeasures. Chan confirmed, saying it was all still very new to him, but since he had accepted the job, he wanted to give his best. The Chihuahua, confused, asked why he, just a convenience store clerk, was going so far with this. Chan replied that the portal was hurting sales too much. At this rate, they could end up in debt. The Chihuahua then wanted to know exactly what his role in all this was. Chan explained that his responsibility was to handle everything related to the portal, especially the damage it caused. At the moment, the priority was to find the core portal. Chihuahua told him to follow him for a moment, confidently saying they would find this portal now. He also asked Chan to explain how the process worked. Chan explained that it was possible to predict the core portal's location by connecting the points where the other portals were opening. This would indicate that the central portal would likely appear somewhere in the middle of them. The range he could monitor was a radius of 1.5 kilometer around the store. Chihuahua then told Chan to keep quiet while minding the store. If he made any noise, he'd get punched in the face. Chan, faced with that, stayed silent and spent 10 minutes just doing calculations. He remained in absolute silence, fearing what might happen if he spoke. Then Chihuahua got a result. He showed the others the current status of the portals registered by the Magic Administration. On the chart, the circles representing the portals had different sizes, probably corresponding to each one's strength. However, Chihuahua commented that there was a problem. Many people made false reports about portals, which messed with the data. Even so, he managed to gather all the information into a new map. Chan noticed that this map was very different from the ones he had seen before. Chihuahua asked if Chan really believed that the Department of Magic Administration monitored everything in real time. He explained that they only counted and made statistics based on complaints they received. Because of that, the amount of data was insufficient, which made predictions inaccurate. He said it was a numbers game. The more data they gathered, the more precise the forecast would be. Chihuahua went on to say that those people never learned. They only moved when the situation was already an emergency. They were always late. Chan, curious, asked if Mr. Chihuahua worked for the department. He firmly denied it. He had never worked for any magical agency. Chan, surprised by his loud tone, just thought about how much he shouted. Chihuahua explained that he only provided occasional services for that company when they delivered projects, and that was why he was there now. Chan asked if his job involved data collection and analysis. Chihuahua denied again. He said he was a security specialist, and his job was to hack into the security systems of institutions and public companies and then point out the flaws. He said he wouldn't explain more than that, and sent the data to Chan. With the data received, Chan compiled everything and identified 8 possible locations where the core portal could be, all within the monitored area. He thought that was a reasonable number. He was relieved, since until then, he had believed he would have to investigate everything without any direction. He felt that Chihuahua had really saved him. He was already feeling overwhelmed, and now he saw that this guy was truly a box full of surprises. At that moment, Chihuahua noticed that the rain had grown stronger. He asked Chan to swipe his card and buy a coffee and 2 reusable bags. Chan offered to pay for the coffee as a way of thanking him for the help. Chihuahua found it strange and asked what kind of clerk bought drinks for the customer, telling him to just get it done quickly because he wanted to leave. That was when Chan had an idea. He said they could trade the maps of the previous portals for the coffee. Chihuahua asked if he was negotiating now, ordering him to swipe the card already. But Chan insisted that he didn't want to take any customer's money that day, especially his, since he had helped him so much. He said he would even pay for the bags too, but knew that Chihuahua probably wouldn't accept, so he left that out of the deal. Chihuahua then told him to give him his phone number. After Chan gave him the contact, he asked if his name was Charlie. Charlie replied by asking if there was any problem with that. Chan said no, he just hadn't known his name until then. He also commented on whether he was really going to leave with a bag on his head. Charlie used the other bag to cover his laptop and told Chan to mind his own business. Chan just replied that it was fine and wished him to take care in the rain. Before leaving, Charlie spoke again. He asked Chan to make sure to solve that mess quickly, because if the store went bankrupt, he would no longer have a place to work. Chan answered yes, he would take care of everything. Later, still under the rain, Chan arrived at the night market, located about 10 minutes from the convenience store. He went there because it was the closest spot among the suspects, but upon arrival, he realized the place was strange. It was very quiet, and the atmosphere felt eerie. Chan thought that, if Charlie's predictions were correct, strange things should be happening around the portals. With that in mind, he began to reflect more carefully on the whole situation. He didn't know exactly what the portals were made of, but one thing was certain. Inside them there were mana stones, which meant they were directly connected to magic. If that was true, then there were probably magical remnants around them, just like what had happened at the columbarium. Determined, Chan used the same technique he had employed on that occasion. He tried to detect the presence of magic by activating his magical vision. However, unlike what he expected, everything around him looked blurred. It was completely different from the columbarium. It seemed as if all the objects in the market were filled with magic. This made him dizzy, almost to the point of vomiting. Even so, he believed this was only the beginning of the exploration. He had already overcome the first obstacle, that strong nausea, but he thought that if all 8 points produced the same effect, he would have a serious problem ahead. As he kept observing, he noticed something curious in the market. One part of the place seemed to be heavily affected, while the other remained normal. Chan concluded that there must be a limit to magical influence. When he checked the portal activity logs, he noticed a pattern. The farther away from a portal, the weaker the environmental effect. Even so, he still couldn't see the portal directly. He also knew he couldn't rely solely on that phenomenon, which only he could perceive, to request support from other organizations. As someone from outside that world, the only thing he could do was pinpoint the exact location of the core portal. At the very least, he needed concrete evidence. Only then would he have a reason to ask for reinforcements. So he concluded that there was no other choice. He would have to solve everything quickly. When he finally returned to the store, he said he hadn't found anything conclusive, but the truth was that all 8 points showed the same phenomenon he had observed at the night market, an intense influence that distorted space-time around each of those places. That was when he remembered what Yuna had said, and mentally connected the places where portals had appeared. With the forest park serving as the final link, there was only one last place left, a single-lane road, less than a minute's walk from the convenience store. And it was exactly there that the core portal should be. Chan wondered why that portal had to be right next to the store. From the beginning, he had already found the store's location strange. He thought he should report everything to Deckard, but at the moment, Deckard was busy on another call. Chan realized he was probably being bombarded with messages and calls from several people at once. Unsure of what to do, and not really knowing how to handle portals, Chan felt powerless in the face of the situation. That was when he decided to act on his own. He created a group with all the people he had added so far, and warned them that something was about to happen near the convenience store. He asked everyone to stay away until he contacted them again. Not even the manager was answering his calls. He knew she had a meeting with Yunha the night before, and wondered if something had happened. Still, since she was a great mage, he was sure she was fine. His biggest concern at that moment was Hana, but before he could even try to call her, Hana was already at the store. This completely caught Chan by surprise. The girl almost got blown away by the force of the portal and the storm, and he had to quickly pull her inside. Still shocked, Chan asked what she was doing there. He remembered she had said she would be going out with her mother that day. Hana confirmed, but explained that the time hadn't come yet and she didn't even know exactly where they were going. Her mother had only said the city was too dangerous and they needed to leave. Chan said her mother was right and asked why she showed up at the store like that, in the middle of the storm. She could have gotten much more hurt than just scraping her knee. Hana explained that, if she hadn't come, she would spend too much time without seeing Uncle Chan. He replied that, even so, it was far too dangerous because of the portals and the storm. On days like that, she didn't need to come there. Something really bad could happen. Hana said it was fine. Even so, Chan felt very sorry for her, but he knew that at that moment he needed to be strong. It was for Hana's sake. Chan was relieved to see that Hana was an obedient child. At least this way, he could prevent her from putting herself in danger. He offered to take her back to her mother's office, but then noticed something strange. Hana was scratching her horns, and that caught his attention. When he asked why, she replied she didn't really know, but she had been feeling an odd itch since leaving the office. She said the sensation started suddenly, right when she passed by a road nearby. Chan recognized the spot immediately. It was the same place where he suspected the main portal was. That confirmed his intuition, and he was impressed with Hana's sensitivity. Even without seeing anything, she had also felt something. This reinforced the idea that the core portal was there. It was strange, because all the portals that appeared in the news were usually visible to the naked eye, floating in the sky or resting on the ground, but this one was hidden. There was only one way to confirm it. Even though he didn't want to involve Hana directly, Chan knew the situation was urgent. He then asked her for a favor. Later, the two of them were in the middle of the street, close to the suspected location. Chan calmly explained the plan. He would hold her horns and walk to the exact point, while adjusting their sensitivity. At first, the itch would go away. When it returned, she would need to let him know. When he realized this might be a bit mean to the girl, Hana quickly said she didn't mind. She recalled how much he had helped her, with the gift for her mother, with her friends, with Puppy himself. She said she wanted to return the favor, because all that was very important to her. Chan was moved by the kindness of that little girl, but Hana suddenly asked where Puppy was. Chan admitted he didn't know. He had disappeared some time ago, but he promised that when everything was over, they would all play together again. With that, they began the plan. When Chan touched Hana's horns and adjusted the sensitivity, the itch disappeared without any pain. He then understood that her horns worked as magic sensors. As the manager had explained, young dragons have very high magical sensitivity and without realizing it, can pick up not only magical energy but also emotions. Being a pure dragon, Hana's power was even stronger. She managed to sense the core portal even without seeing it, and that was what caused the itch. As they walked, Hana suddenly stopped. She said she was feeling something strong right beneath a manhole. Chan was surprised. He had been completely wrong to imagine that all portals were always visible. He had never considered that one could be hidden in the underground sewers. She said the sensation came from a very deep place. That was enough. Chan knew he had found the core and thanked Hana immensely for her help. Now they needed to return to a safe place. Later, back at the store, Chan tried to contact headquarters, but without success. The call with the manager was also terrible. He could barely understand what she was saying. Suddenly, his phone glowed. The manager had used magic to improve the connection. She explained that, since she was temporarily at the Department of Magic Administration, she had been authorized to use that kind of spell. She also said she would be late for her shift. She had met with Yunha the day before, and they had discussed the gravity of the situation. To use high-level magic, especially as a retired mage, she needed to obtain formal permission. That was why Chan would have to be alone at the store for a few hours. The manager warned him that, due to the presence of the portals, heavy rains were falling in several regions, causing floods. She then asked Chan to say, "Ribbit, ribbit." When he did, a large magic circle appeared on the store's floor. It was a flood protection spell. This way, rainwater would not invade the store. She asked if he could handle the shift for 3 hours. If not, he only had to say so. But Chan replied it was fine. He said he would do his best to protect the store. Looking at the glass door, he saw the water level rise very quickly. But thanks to the spell, the store remained safe. Then he heard a scream coming from outside. It was Puppy, being carried away by the flood. Without thinking twice, Chan ran out to save him. The mascot was inside a box, being dragged by the current. Luckily, Yunha appeared, breaking through everything around them. With firmness, she said there was nothing to worry about anymore. Big Sis was there. Later, everyone was safe inside the store, away from the water. Ra complained that Chan should have waited longer before rushing out, but he explained that Puppy had been in danger, and there was no way he could ignore it. Puppy himself apologized for causing so much trouble, but the others said there was nothing to blame himself for. When they asked how he had ended up in that situation, Puppy explained that the park where he had been was also flooded. He tried to swim, but it was too difficult. He saw a wooden box and used it as a boat, but he didn't expect it to move so quickly, and so, he ended up being carried by the current. Chan looked at his phone screen and asked out loud what exactly Yunha was doing there. She answered naturally, reminding him that he himself had sent a message. Only then did Chan realize that his phone signal had briefly returned, and several people had replied. Helena asked if something bad had happened to the store, and if he was okay. The werewolf also asked about his situation. Uriel commented that he would contact him later. Charlie, more impatient, sent several messages in a row, asking why he wasn't answering and what was going on. Chan felt he shouldn't have sent that message. He realized he had only made everyone worried. When he tried to reply, the signal had already dropped again. Yunha then commented that it was the portal's fault, as it was interfering with the signal. That was exactly why she had gone straight to the store. Now that she knew he was okay, she would try to track the core portal once again. Chan asked if she was working with the emergency response team. She returned the question, saying that only people with 3 years of experience could join that group, as far as she knew. Chan explained that his admission test examiner had become his mentor, and thanks to that, he had had the privilege of joining the team even as a rookie. Right after, he suggested they find out exactly where the core was. But before they could continue, Puppy commented that he was hearing something strange coming from outside. It was a living being shouting and swearing loudly, quickly approaching. And then, suddenly, Charlie appeared, swimming through the flood, angry that Chan hadn't answered. Everyone was surprised by his arrival. Chan asked if he was really swimming in that flood, if he had gone out to connect with nature, or if he was running away from something worse. Charlie, as impatient as always, told him to stop talking nonsense and demanded they show him where the bathroom was, since his house had been flooded. Chan explained that not even in the store could the bathroom be used, because everything was in the same state, completely unusable due to the flood. Even so, Charlie said he had no other choice, and decided he would stay at the store working. Chan thought he knew from the start that the bathroom excuse was just a pretext. Soon after, Yunha commented to Chan that the kobold clearly liked him. The bathroom excuse really seemed like a lie. Yunha then suggested they get back to the main subject. Chan confirmed that he had apparently found the core portal, and said that, in fact, Charlie had helped him a lot with that. He asked if they could contact the other hunters to request reinforcements, since now they knew exactly where the core was. Yunha replied that she trusted him, but explained that it still wasn't sufficient evidence. The department required 100% confirmation. At the moment, efforts were focused on the most expensive areas of the city and on government buildings. She emphasized that she believed him too, but that wasn't enough to convince the authorities. Chan was frustrated. He knew he couldn't waste any more time. Yunha, straightforward as always, said she wasn't one to rack her brain, and asked him to show her exactly where the core was. He pointed to the manhole, now covered by the flood, but he worried about her effort, since she was carrying him on her back. Yunha said he was the lightest person she had ever lifted in her life, and that, besides, she could use weight magic to make everything even lighter. She then stated that, unfortunately, they would have to dive to check if the core was really there. She asked Chan to wait while she opened the manhole. As soon as the cover was removed, the pressure of the water combined with another force caused a violent explosion. Yunha then confirmed that Chan was probably right. Chan, upon closer observation, finally managed to see the traces of distorted mana. He had never seen such a strong distortion before. It could only be the core portal. The group grew tense. Even a small rat nearby showed nervousness at the possibility they wouldn't be able to handle the situation. That was when the werewolf appeared, relieved to see Chan was okay. Chan was surprised and wanted to know when he had arrived. The werewolf replied that he had seen the message and came to check, asking what they were doing there. Yunha began to explain. Years ago, she and her senior had found a core portal during a mission, and the experience was extremely strange. The portal had appeared inside a tunnel, but even in broad daylight, the place was shrouded in such intense darkness that they could barely see. Space seemed to bend before their eyes, distorting reality. According to her senior, the portal not only pulled everything around it, but also spat things back out, creating a chaotic environment. She remarked that what was inside the sewer now looked exactly the same. The fact that water wasn't flowing into the drain showed that an internal force was pushing everything back. One of the hunters asked if Chan could see anything inside. He confirmed. The space was completely distorted, as if everything was being sucked toward the portal. Yunha then concluded that, in that previous occasion, they had needed to call in a specialist to calculate the portal's behavior, and that specialist had said the core portal would disappear exactly in 3 hours. Yunha commented that, if her theory was correct, they had practically the same amount of time as before, only 3 hours. That's why they urgently needed to contact the magical authorities and request reinforcements. If they let the situation worsen, everything would spiral out of control. Yunha then apologized for making Mr. Werewolf worried and told him he could return home, but he refused. He said he would stay and help them both. Fortunately, nothing had happened to his house or his wife, who was probably still sound asleep. He honestly believed that staying there was the best way to resolve everything faster. He had a feeling Chan would soon come up with a good plan to deal with the situation. Chan reflected and realized they really had about 3 hours to solve it. The portal was completely blocking any form of communication. Even if he somehow managed to reach the magical authorities, there was no guarantee reinforcements would arrive in time. So he understood he had only 2 options: either escape with everyone before it was too late, or risk a direct plan. At that moment, Mr. Werewolf mentioned that 2 women were approaching. Yunha asked if he knew them, and he confirmed, saying it was Uriel, who was carrying Helena, who was nearly drowning. Chan wondered why everyone seemed to be showing up there all at once. Of course, they all rushed to help the 2. Chan stepped forward and said he would take care of Helena, a succubus he knew. Uriel almost fell as well, but Mr. Werewolf caught her just in time. He reminded everyone that in situations like this, they needed to work together. He told Uriel not to carry the burden of being a police officer alone. If she needed time, they were there to help her. Uriel sincerely thanked them for their cooperation. Yunha then took the lead and said she would go ahead. In a line, they all returned together to the convenience store. While walking, Chan held Yunha's hand. He asked if, by chance, she had cast some spell on him. She replied no, reminding him that she never used magic on living beings. Chan joked that if she had used magic on him, she wouldn't need to be holding his hand. Yunha explained that people from the countryside usually didn't understand these things. Using magic on another living being involved many considerations and context. It wasn't something you just did carelessly. Besides, it could be extremely dangerous. As soon as they entered the store, in the middle of the conversation, they saw the manager holding Puppy. She remarked that the place had been full of customers that day, and explained that she had managed to finish all the paperwork at the Ministry of Magic. Observing Chan's state, she said he looked like he had been through a lot while she was away. Chan sighed and admitted that a lot really had happened. The manager then cast an enchantment on them to dispel the accumulated negative energies. She declared that on that day, she was invincible. She was under the effect of 8 invincibility reinforcements. Originally, there had been 9, but one was lost during the teleportation process to get there. Now, with everything under control in the store, she would take on the task of handling any customers that showed up. Meanwhile, Yunha said she needed to have a serious conversation with her sister, and she suggested Chan should also take part. Later, in the staff room, only the 3 of them were gathered. Yunha explained seriously that she and her sister were planning to enter the hole where the portal had manifested. Chan was surprised and asked if they intended to go in alone, without any reinforcements. Yunha replied that, unfortunately, they neither had the means nor the time to wait for help. The core portal would disappear naturally within 3 hours, or maybe even less. Before that happened, they needed to try to destroy it. But there was a problem. They didn't have enough power to do it. If both of them left the store, there would be no one to protect it. Even though it was a convenience store reinforced with magical security, no one knew what kind of interference the portal might cause. The environment could become unstable, and the manager, though an experienced mage, had been away from this kind of mission for a long time. Even so, she assured them that she still had the full ability to handle it. Yunha then hesitated when mentioning Chan. She didn't know if she should take him inside that place. She stressed that, as she had said before, it was impossible to predict what would happen inside. If they wanted to prepare for the worst, ideally, they should have an anti-magic specialist, but she didn't feel confident that she could protect him in such an uncertain situation. The manager, however, said she could handle it, but Yunha countered that it wasn't just a matter of wanting to or not, it was more complicated than simply claiming she could. If only they had one more fighter, she would feel much safer. That's when Chan interrupted. He said they didn't need anyone else. If that was the problem, he believed they could solve it. He just needed everyone to trust him. Later, inside the store, Chan called everyone's attention. He said that, as they all knew, the situation around the store was very critical, especially since the portal's core had appeared right there. That's why he warned them that he was about to take an extremely irresponsible action, and for that, he needed everyone's help. He sincerely asked them to cooperate. He hadn't even received his first paycheck yet, but that didn't matter compared to what was at stake. Charlie asked what exactly he intended to do. That was when Yunha stepped forward and explained. She said she would go with Chan, the manager, and Mr. Werewolf into the portal. The goal was to eliminate the core once and for all. However, there was one thing to consider. Officer Uriel could also join the plan, since, according to Chan, she was extremely skilled. That way, while the main group dealt with the core, Uriel could stay at the store to look after the people inside. Not everyone there could use magic, and they needed someone to protect them. Someone asked if Uriel would really be able to handle that. She replied firmly, saying that, as an officer, it was her duty to protect the citizens, especially in times of disaster. She told them not to worry about her, and to focus on the mission. Yunha then moved on to the next point. She said that Mr. Chihuahua would need to contact the Department of Magical Management. She asked if he could take care of that. Chan remarked that he was excellent with computers, but Charlie answered sarcastically, reminding them that the signal was completely dead and asking what exactly they expected him to do. He said that if they wanted him to fix something, they would at least have to give him the proper tools. Yunha was visibly irritated by the comment, but Chan asked her to remain calm. The manager then intervened, saying she had brought from the Ministry of Magic an emergency contact device used by high-ranking officials. She asked Charlie if he could make it work. He asked for 5 minutes, turned on his computer, and immediately got to work. Meanwhile, the manager approached Helena, reminding her that she was part of a pharmaceutical company specializing in testing magical potions. She asked if Helena could help in some way. Helena said yes. The manager explained that they needed 4 kinds of potions, one for rapid freezing, a mana neutralizer, a calming potion, and most important of all, a potion that would allow them to breathe underwater for at least an hour, since the sewers were completely flooded from the rain. Helena took her bag and warned that the breathing potion wouldn't last a full hour. only about 30 minutes. Even so, she said she could prepare it. She began working alongside Charlie, each of them focused on their task. As the two moved forward, someone asked Mr. Werewolf if it was true that he had served in the Great War. He confirmed, saying he had been part of a secret division, the 3rd Squad of the Special Forces. The manager commented that she had probably met one of his former comrades, since she had once served as the president's personal guard. She asked if he knew who that might have been. He replied that, based on her description, it was probably his old captain. The manager remarked that this man was well known for his mana manipulation. Chan then pointed out that Mr. Werewolf himself also had that ability. He confirmed and asked what exactly he should do. Yunha explained that his role would be to protect Chan. They would split into pairs, she and the manager on one team, Chan and Mr. Werewolf on the other. Inside, the concentration of magical energy would be even greater. That's why she wanted to confirm if he was truly joining the mission. He answered firmly that he was. He had already faced far worse. At that moment, Helena finished preparing the potions, and Charlie managed to access the systems and establish contact. He warned that the phone would ring, but asked them not to explain how they had done it. All they had to do was answer and speak directly. Soon after, a call really did come through. Chan answered and pretended to be Professor Deckard, saying he needed to file an urgent report and request reinforcements. Incredibly, it worked. The request was processed by the department's system. Chan commented that in an emergency, one had to act with flexibility. He said that if anyone asked, he would be the professor. Charlie only remarked that hopefully no police officer would make trouble over it. Chan insisted it was a real emergency and there was no other choice. Uriel stated that she would take him to the station later. Charlie countered that, right now, what they needed was flexibility, not bureaucracy. In the end, besides the 4 requested potions, Helena prepared one more. It was a simple healing potion, but useful in case of serious injuries. She knew that, even with little time, it could make a difference. Chan was surprised to see Helena there, especially since he had sent her a message, warning that the situation was dangerous. Even so, Helena ignored the warning and came to the store. She explained that she had been watching the news on television when she saw the convenience store on screen. Since it was still open, she immediately grew worried about Chan and decided to go to him. Even knowing the risks, she came. On the way, she nearly fainted while crossing the water, but she couldn't ignore the worry she had felt since the last time they met. When she saw the store on television, that worry only grew stronger. That's why she acted on impulse and came running, even knowing it might cause problems. She apologized for it. Chan, however, didn't consider it a problem. To him, it was a sign of care. He just didn't want Helena to get hurt. Looking at the situation outside, he asked that if something like this happened again, she shouldn't come. Just as she worried about him, he also worried about her. Chan thanked her for the potion she brought, ending the conversation at that moment. Meanwhile, Charlie showed up asking if they were done yet, reminding them there was still something to be done. He insisted that Chan needed to act, saying otherwise he would end up alone for the rest of his life. Chan, confused, didn't quite understand what they expected him to do. The manager tried to intervene, but before she could continue, Puppy expressed his desire to join the group. Despite the risks, he was determined to go along. Chan questioned whether it wouldn't be too dangerous for him, but the manager remarked that, despite the risks, Puppy was a spiritual animal and could handle himself. Mr. Wolf agreed, saying that, in fact, it would actually be useful to bring Puppy, since he was clearly no ordinary dog. Chan accepted, saying they were counting on him. Later, the group gathered in front of a sewer entrance that led directly to the portal's core. The manager suggested that Mr. Wolf go ahead to check the situation. If everything was safe, she would send the others down. Chan, who was being carried on Mr. Wolf's back, apologized for not having the ability to walk on water. Mr. Wolf replied that it wasn't a problem, since making sure the mission target was comfortable was also part of his job. Once the path was cleared, they all went down through the sewer. Inside, the darkness was nearly absolute. Chan could barely see until he felt a strange tremor. A very bad feeling came over him. It was a distortion coming from the portal, strong enough to break his focus and make him fall from the stairs. At the last moment, Mr. Wolf managed to catch him. Even so, Chan fainted, waking up only after they were already inside the portal. The manager was relieved to see him awake. She had been worried, thinking something serious had happened. Chan wanted to know if everyone was okay, and thankfully they were. They had all stopped in a kind of beach inside the portal. Mr. Wolf remarked that now they could decide whether to dive in search of the core, and asked if they knew how to swim. The manager explained that this place was the surface of the core portal. She said that what the portal had done was pull in portals from other regions, regenerate them, and send them back, creating a kind of infinite portal factory. Despite the risk, they had been lucky to fall right there, because the location was strategic. If they dove into the sea, they would likely find the core. The manager confirmed that the detection magic had reacted strongly in the deepest part of the sea, which indicated that the core was indeed there. They then asked Chan if he was in favor of the dive or against it. He wanted to know how deep they would have to go, and Yunha replied it would be around 2,000 meters. Chan was desperate just thinking about it. That was almost the depth of a real ocean. He thought he would be crushed by the water pressure, and jokingly imagined he would become dried fish. How could he withstand something like that? The manager reassured him, saying that it wasn't real water, but rather a mass of mana that had taken the form of an ocean. Because of Chan's anti-magic constitution, he wouldn't have any problems descending. Even so, she reminded him not to let his guard down. Inside portals, the environment wasn't the only thing that changed. There could also be monsters guarding the core. Yunha said that this was exactly her biggest concern. As soon as they approached the core, the monsters would try to protect it. She was certain they would encounter hostile sea creatures there. Mr. Wolf also commented that he felt something strange, perhaps a monster approaching. Mr. Wolf then asked what Chan's opinion was about all of this. He answered firmly, saying that of course they needed to go to the core. It was the only way to save those outside. And he added that Mr. Wolf didn't need to accompany him down there. But Mr. Wolf refused that suggestion. He said he would go anyway, because Chan had already shown great courage, and he couldn't just stand there, watching from afar. Chan realized that the others must have noticed how scared he was. That left him a little embarrassed, since he hadn't wanted to reveal that weaker side. Still, he tried to shift the conversation, and asked what Puppy would do in that situation. Puppy replied that the thing he liked most was staying close to Chan. In second place, he enjoyed walking the streets at night. Even if he was only a dog, and even knowing he might become a burden, he wanted to keep following Chan. Maybe it was just dog instinct, but he really liked doing it. Then, Puppy turned to Mr. Wolf and said that, when all of this was over, he wanted to greet him formally. From what he had seen so far, Mr. Wolf seemed to be an incredible person. Mr. Wolf responded kindly, saying they could have tea together one day. Later, they were all diving into the ocean of mana. Chan commented on how impressive Helena's underwater breathing potion was, and also praised the magical communication the manager had prepared. The manager agreed, saying she too had been impressed by Helena's abilities, especially since she had managed to prepare everything in just 5 minutes. It was clear that she had studied hard. As they continued descending into the depths, Mr. Wolf asked Yunha to stop for a moment. He felt something approaching. It was a huge octopus that suddenly appeared and covered the whole group. Yunha quickly told Chan to stay quiet. According to her, the octopus was only sleeping, and it was better for him to remain still for now. However, the manager noticed something coming from below as well. A school of carnivorous piranhas was approaching, but to their surprise, instead of attacking them, the piranhas went straight for the octopus. The manager quickly realized this would create a problem. The piranha's attack might wake up the octopus. Without wasting time, she ordered everyone to dive immediately. As expected, the octopus began to fight back, attacking the piranhas violently with its tentacles. At that moment, Yunha told Mr. Wolf to look after the others while she stayed behind to distract the creature. With her knife in hand, she managed to cut the tentacles precisely, saying it wouldn't be enough to hurt her. She was prepared for the fight. After some time, the group managed to reach the depths of the ocean of mana. Chan was able to see a large magical distortion below. The manager commented that, despite this, they still couldn't find the entrance. So she asked everyone to close their eyes for a moment. Then, she cast a large sphere of light that wiped out all the piranhas at once. She had already anticipated that, since the piranhas had failed to devour the octopus, they would turn against the group. Chan thought that was good, since now they wouldn't attack Yunha anymore. The focus now was finding the core of the portal. When Chan drank another potion, he remarked that it was quite sweet. The manager explained that many calming tonics were sweet, since the flavor helped reinforce the relaxation effect. Soon after, they found the entrance to the core. When Chan went to grab the metal solvent to spray on a protective grate, a tentacle fell near him. At that moment, Yunha was being grabbed by the creature, and shouted for them to open the passage immediately. Mr. Wolf urged Chan to concentrate, since they needed to open the entrance quickly. Even distressed, Chan tried to stay focused as he began the process of dissolving the metal. The manager said it would take about 2 minutes. However, before the time was up, she herself was grabbed by the creature. The situation seemed out of control, and no one really knew what to do. That was when Puppy acted. Gathering all the courage he had, Puppy stepped forward and respectfully asked the great ancient octopus to stop. He explained that none of them tasted good, that they weren't there to hurt it, they just wanted to pass through the cave. Nobody wished to harm it. He tried so hard to speak firmly that his voice even faltered. But, to everyone's surprise, the octopus actually released Yunha. Puppy sincerely thanked the octopus, and promised to speak with Yunha later, to make sure something like this wouldn't happen again. With that, the creature left. Yunha was surprised and asked if what she was thinking was true. The manager reflected and said that perhaps Puppy had an ability called Word of Command, a type of verbal magic that forced a creature to obey. Chan, however, found that strange, since Puppy was never the bossy type. The manager agreed. Since Puppy fainted right after using that ability, it seemed clear that it had drained all his energy. He probably wasn't used to wielding that power. With that, Mr. Wolf suggested they continue forward. The magical energy leaking from the cave was getting stronger and stronger, which meant they were getting closer to the core. As they entered, the magical distortion grew even more intense. While they advanced, Yunha picked up a stone and told everyone to wait. She explained that the closer they got to the center of the main portal, the more magical beasts they would encounter, and she was certain there was one nearby. When she threw the stone ahead, several golems emerged from within the cave, revealing yet another obstacle they would have to face. Yunha was quick enough to strike one of the golems with a precise blow, but the impact was too weak to cause significant damage. When the three golems attacked simultaneously, Mr. Wolf had to intervene immediately, saving Yunha at the very last moment. He realized she was still exhausted from the previous fight and told her to rest, as from that point on he would handle the situation. Right after, he dashed forward with such speed that everyone was left in shock. With a single punch, he destroyed the arm of one of the golems. He asked Yunha if she could completely neutralize the three creatures, and she confirmed, making it clear he could smash them at will. With great skill, Mr. Wolf dodged the heavy attacks of the golems and used magical amplification to make his strikes increasingly stronger. He felt that he was finally able to move his body freely. He then asked Chan, the manager, and Yunha to search for the portal's core, while he stayed behind to delay the creatures. He estimated they had about 20 minutes to finish everything. The manager informed them that the mission had slightly changed and instructed Yunha to help him as soon as she recovered. Meanwhile, Chan held the manager's hand tightly and left with her. Before going, he asked Mr. Wolf not to get hurt, because he knew his wife would be very worried. Mr. Wolf promised he would keep that in mind. Without wasting time, the manager used her magic to dash toward the core with Chan, while Mr. Wolf remained floating and crushing the golems with force. In the depths of the cave, Chan realized there was no ground beneath his feet. The manager explained that the portal's core had not yet finished constructing that part of the structure. So, she lit the way herself with her magic, revealing everything around them. Chan was amazed. He had always found it fascinating when she used magic back in the shop, but now, in such a dangerous and strange environment, everything looked absolutely inspiring. The manager, proud, reminded him that she had told him she was an archmage and a first-class one. At that moment, she also pulled out the mana neutralizer from her bag. Chan noticed that the energy in that region was becoming increasingly intense and uncomfortable. On the way, the manager apologized to him. She explained that since his very first day at the shop, she had silently made a promise. She would never let him go through the terrifying experiences this world could bring. She knew he came from a place without other species, without portals, without magic. That's why she imagined all of this must have been frightening and confusing for him. She had tried to protect him as much as possible, but admitted that she had failed. Chan told her she didn't need to apologize. At first, yes, he had been afraid. Everything was new and strange. He remembered that on the first day, he had to purify a dragon scale. Then he had to face a squirrel that spat lightning. And now, he was experiencing something that felt like an RPG mission. In his world, none of that existed. But that didn't mean it was bad. He said that what truly scared him wasn't the other species or the threats of that world. His fear was making mistakes. Now, many people were counting on him, and that made him anxious. He felt he still hadn't done anything truly important, and that's why he feared failure. The manager, hearing this, promised she would help Chan as much as possible. Finally, they reached what looked like a large shining drop, like a pearl made of water. The manager explained that this must be the hiding place of the portal's core. She asked Chan to take the frozen mass from the backpack. When he used it, a magical bridge formed before them. Jokingly, Chan said he felt like a princess. The manager replied that from that point on, they would need his strength. She wished him good luck and asked him to give his best and returned safe and sound. As soon as Chan entered the magical pearl, he felt as though he were diving into a sea of shadows. The mana there was extremely dense, and his head began to ache just from being in contact with so much magical power. Then he spotted a small crystal with an eye in the center. It was the dungeon's core, which reacted immediately to Chan's approach. The creature looked at Chan with an extremely intense gaze, releasing an absurd amount of magical power. Even so, he remained firm, determined to stop it. He held the crystal tightly, mentally complaining that this core was a real problem, one that had been causing trouble for far too long. As he kept the crystal in his hands, Chan felt even more magical energy leaking out. It was hard to endure, his body seemed to be at its limit, but he had to resist. Suddenly, however, a huge explosion of mana blasted him away with great force. The large pearl that contained the core also shattered from the impact. For a moment, Chan thought he had caused a complete disaster, but he was caught by the manager, who held him and said that it was enough. From then on, she would handle the rest. The light of her magic filled the environment, and he completely lost consciousness. Right after, he found himself in a strange space, surrounded by shadows and distant sounds, as if he were speaking to his own subconscious. He heard voices, thought about what the others might be doing, and tried to recall what had happened after the explosion. He was certain the core had been destroyed, and that the manager had rescued him, but her spell had made him black out completely. He couldn't remember anything clearly. Only a few flashes remained, people gathering around him, the sensation of being carried back to the shop, until finally, Chan woke up. The first voice he heard was Helena's, asking if he had finally woken up. When he realized it, he was lying with his head resting on Charlie's lap. Charlie called him a weakling, and told him to get up quickly to help clean the shop. Startled, Chan got up swearing, still somewhat disoriented. Later, the manager handed out cup noodles to everyone who had helped. She said she knew it wasn't much, but if they wanted more, they just had to ask. She thanked everyone for the excellent work they had done. Charlie remarked that the store was going from bad to worse, and the manager replied that when everyone gathered again, they could have a barbecue to celebrate. Meanwhile, Chan still felt a slight headache. He said that waking up like that had been almost like seeing a ghost. That was when he noticed that his mentor, Deckard, was asking for an update on everything that had happened. The manager suggested he tell the truth. After all, he was his mentor. Chan recounted everything honestly. After listening, Deckard said he would stop by the store to see him in person. Still tired, Chan asked why he needed to come all the way there. The manager explained that he was just looking after Chan and probably wanted more details to write up a complete report. She also said he didn't need to worry about that now, because the worst was already behind them. Even so, Chan was thoughtful and asked what they would do about the store. Should they ask the magic department to cover the repair costs? The manager replied that it might be the case. She was also considering calling the insurance company, or even requesting compensation from the government. Chan understood and, with his humor slowly returning, called for the attention of the customers present, loudly asking what they thought about the government, compensating them all for what had happened. Later, people began to say their goodbyes, and the store gradually emptied. The manager wished everyone well and asked Chan if he wasn't tired. He replied that yes, even after being unconscious, he still felt deeply sleepy. He was exhausted. The manager said that wasn't surprising, since that kind of work demanded a lot of energy. She cast a spell to restore part of his strength, and Chan said he felt completely revitalized, but he soon asked if that hadn't been her last spell available. The manager confirmed that yes, but said she still had an ace up her sleeve. She asked Helena to prepare a recovery potion, explaining that her spell was only temporary, just enough for him to get home and rest a little. It was then that Chan, reflecting more deeply, decided to ask a question that had been bothering him for some time. He said he knew the subject seemed to come out of nowhere, but he wanted to understand why exactly he had an anti-magic constitution. Ever since he had arrived in that world, he had been thinking about it. Why was he able to cross into that world? Why did he have such a rare trait? It had already been a month since he had started working in that magical universe, and until now, he hadn't found any other race with a characteristic similar to his. Chan kept questioning why he possessed such a rare ability, even being from another world. Why, among so many people, was he the only one with anti-magic traits? The manager, who had also been reflecting on it, confessed that she was just as curious as he was. Then she suggested running a test. She asked if she could go to his house that same day. Later, back on planet Earth, Chan took the manager for a walk around his neighborhood. She was enchanted by the environment. She thought the streets were extremely clean and the air so pure that it felt like another world, and indeed it was. Chan explained that the place was only like that because it was so remote, almost in the middle of nowhere. Even so, the manager insisted she wanted to visit his home. She said she found it fascinating to be in a world without magic, without other races or portals, something completely new to her. She asked how transportation worked there, and if by any chance they used giant mammoths or something like that. Chan thought she might just be using that as an excuse to explore a little and take a different kind of trip. But the manager made it clear that it wasn't just for tourism. She truly wanted to discover why only Chan had been able to cross into the other world. When she tried to leave the store to accompany him, she hit her head against an invisible wall. She had been blocked by something unseen that prevented her passage. Laughing at the situation, she said she would run an experiment. She took 2 coins, one ordinary and another imbued with magic. She threw both toward Chan's world. The non-magical coin passed through normally, but the other got stuck. This led her to a clear conclusion. Anything magical was prevented from crossing. Apparently, Chan's world blocked everything that contained mana. The manager couldn't explain exactly why, but she understood that, for this reason, no one from her world could visit his. house. Magic was an essential part of their lives. Faced with that, she regretted not being able to see Chan's home, saying she truly would have liked to. But then, without a word, Chan held her hand and pulled her into his world. She was completely shocked. Chan asked if she remembered the first sleeping potion she had given him. She had crossed along with the potion without any problem, and the recovery potion he carried in his pocket had also passed normally. Thinking it through, he concluded that perhaps, with his anti-magic constitution, he could bring the manager with him. And it worked. Surprised, she said he was becoming very skilled with matters involving anti-magic, but Chan replied that he still had a long way to go. He commented that maybe the two worlds weren't so different after all, but the manager disagreed. She said that despite some similarities, there were many differences in the details, such as the buildings, the absence of magical tools, and the way of life. Still, she thought his city was quite charming. She revealed that she had always dreamed of visiting another world, a place where no one knew her, where she could rest in peace. And thanks to Chan, that wish had come true. She thanked him deeply for it. Later, after a bath, Chan received a message from the manager. It was his monthly payment. He did the math in his head and realized the amount was far above what he expected. He should have received an ordinary sum, but the deposit was 20,300,000 won, almost double. The manager explained that the rest was a bonus, wishing him a good night's sleep. Chan thought it was absurd. He wondered what kind of convenience store gave out bonuses like that. He knew the shop had been doing very well in sales and that things only dropped when the portal appeared. Even so, he questioned whether he truly deserved all that. He decided he would spend only 3 million and save the rest. He also thought about giving gifts to some people. He wanted to take Helena out for coffee in an elegant place. He planned to give some recovery potions to Chihuahua, who worked too much, and thought of something special for Officer Irelu. In the end, he realized how good it felt to have money. Later, he was woken up by someone persistently knocking at his door. It was an important visit, someone collecting the rent. When he answered, he saw it was the son of his former landlady. He introduced himself as the new landlord. He explained that he had reviewed the contracts and, according to the records, Chan still owed 300,000 won from 6 years ago. He also said that starting that month, a new contract would be required, and the rent would increase by 100,000. He justified it by saying Chan had been living with such a low price for far too long. Chan was outraged. He thought that kid was just trying to squeeze more money out of the tenants and had probably not even read the old contract properly. The former landlady would never have done something like that. Now he was truly irritated. Since Chan didn't say anything, the new landlord remarked that they could talk again at the end of the month and muttered that young people today didn't even have the manners to reply. Chan thought he wasn't exactly a role model of politeness either. Still, he acknowledged that, to be fair, he had always lived there paying very cheap rent and had never had real reasons to move out. However, now that the boy was the new owner, he was seriously considering the idea of leaving. Maybe it would be better to find a place near the shop. And so ends the first season of the story of the little shop in the magical kingdom. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. It helps us a lot. As soon as the continuation comes out, we'll bring it as quickly as possible. Thanks for the support.